Hmm. PK Heathen says narwhals are pretty cool. Well, okay. I'm glad you like narwhals. What's the coolest thing about them? And we're back on YouTube. We might have been back for a minute or two. Hazelnut says the horn. Is it a horn? Does it qualify as a horn?
Yes.
No, I think PK Heathen got it down there.
Fibonacci teeth and horns are made of the same material.
Are they?
Yes.
No.
No.
Horns are made of keratin.
Horns are made of keratin, teeth are made of dentin.
And enamel.
Mm-hmm.
Calcium and phosphorus.
You know what's super great? A nosebleed at 2 a.m.
I bet that's great.
It's not. I'm tired. Fib, I literally live less than 10 feet away from a wood stove. Sue me. It's not that bad, Witty.
So if unicorns were real, would it be a tooth? Probably not. It would probably
I don't
be
think so, no. Yeah, I do believe it would also be keratin.
Look at the way a narwhal's tooth grows.
Literally through their skull. Fun fact, don't blow your nose when you have a bloody nose.
No, you don't do that. Don't do that. These are choices, and the graphic nature of how you're sharing it with us is another choice.
Mm-hmm.
2 teeth and they swirl.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Isn't that so cool? That's why sometimes the swirl doesn't go all the way to the end of the wall.
Cat. Is that the tone I give? I did tell her that. There was broken glass. Yes, PK Heathen. That's also a fascinating animal. But rather than dive deeper into strange, well, I was gonna lump them together, but aquatic biology. I mean, I guess unless somewhere along the line somebody believes in a mermaid, that'd be awesome. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods, higher powers, mermaids, or vampire clowns, or something like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up.
If you haven't already, please share the live. Repost.
That, yeah, sharing. That's the thing we should do. Make sure you share the live.
Hey, Thrayle. Have you shared the live?
Yes.
Now?
Yes. No, I already did.
I know, I'm just giving you a hard time.
But I can more. We can always share more. We can copy the link. We can send it to friends.
Mm-hmm. I'm brave and I share it on my Facebook.
Oh, there you go. That's one way to do it. Could do that. That would be unwise.
Honestly, I just don't care at this point. I care enough to not care. Does that make sense?
Kat says that sometimes she sends the stream to her grandpa.
I send the YouTube link out to people who I know only use YouTube.
Yeah, I don't know, Lindsay. I think you might be the only one.
Definitely. That's not why I keep coming back at all. Not even a factor. Not once.
Not
Ever.
a factor in anybody's mind.
Mm-mm. No, I can't even imagine why that would be something that was mentioned at all.
I have considered whether I would be more like successful, I guess, in the way that TikTok measures success. Um, if I just sat here and read the phone book.
I think you can do it. And it's not commentary on skill or ability. It's just, yeah.
I think it would be impressive enough just having a phone book in 2026.
That's the real alley-oop right there. Actually having a physical phone book in front of you in 2026. Do they even have like white pages anymore? Is it just a book of yellow pages at this point?
I'm fairly certain they exist, but I don't know if I have one.
I don't even remember the last time. I think the last time I even had one in the house I was living in, I was still living with my mom. It's really unnerving to me that people will potentially not know what a phone book is.
I could imagine there are people now who hear the word and wonder why you would have a book with phones in it.
I mean, I could say Rolodex and really fucking confuse people. I'm not knocking the Rolodex. I love the Rolodex. That exact reason, Fibonacci.
Hmm. I wonder if there's anybody who's scrolled in who has a belief in a god, or gods, or some higher power entity that creates all, answers prayer, cares what you do. I wonder if there's anyone who has a belief like that and is capable of questioning their beliefs. Anybody at all like that listening?
Maybe a source.
A source,
Yes.
an energy, uh, being, consciousness. Oh yeah, vibration, frequency.
I'm gonna call back to an old one.
Mm-hmm.
Oscillate.
An oscillator.
Yeah.
I'm just imagining a fan, those stand-up ones in the corner of the room that, that oscillate.
Yep. Just oscillates. Three pips. Stop.
Tractale believes in veganism. I mean, that's a
I guess.
dietary decision.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. I have questioned vegans on this panel about veganism, and
Have
been
you
questioned
really?
myself about um, uh, what is it? Omnivorism.
I guess.
Um,
I don't know. If there's food in front of me, I'm gonna fucking eat it. I don't care what's in it.
well, actually, Cat, I've let it go on longer before in the past. I've had um, I've had at least 2 different vegans question me on my take on ethical veganism, and I questioned theirs.
No such thing, in my
Hmm.
opinion.
I don't know.
But that's my opinion, and
I would question that.
you're welcome to.
No, Cat, they're not all insufferable. Hey, I see a tiny science down there. Hell yeah. Yo.
Ooh, science of all sizes.
Monster has chickens that cuddle because they cuddle. She hasn't eaten a chicken in 3 years.
It's a choice.
Yeah, I can understand. I mean, I don't know. I could eat a different chicken.
I achieve the ultimate closeness with my chickens, and I send them to freezer camp.
Freezer camp. Oh
Mm-hmm.
my.
It's like summer camp, but colder.
Mm-hmm.
Monster, that is part of owning a farm.
Did you chase a tiny science out? Don't chase out a tiny science.
No, it's not Cat, it's Philly. Philly's the one running him
I
off.
see. I see. Cat's, Cat now realizes it's not just hers. So.
Mm-hmm. It was an
Accident.
accidental team effort. That's fantastic.
If he's still in here, oh, well, his comment's still there at least. Everybody follow that guy. He'll be back.
Maybe he can bring somebody who has a belief in a god, God's higher power, or anything else like that. Maybe
he'll
they
go
can question their beliefs.
Think he'll go believer fishing.
Maybe. Anything's possible.
What do you use as bait?
Nope, can't see that. Bible verses. I don't know which ones. Which Bible verses would you use?
Bible verses as bait.
Because it doesn't matter what faith you are. You put up a Bible verse, anybody will come running.
I'm not trying to bait anyone, Kat. We were talking about Tiny going believer fishing.
Mm-hmm. Not Thrayle.
What he would use as bait. I'm not baiting. Not debating or any other kind. Just here to see if you. Just here to see if you can question your beliefs in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. I said what I said.
I'm trying so hard.
Good morning, Insomnia. Good to see you.
Good morning, Insomnia. Do we still have time to vote on your book?
Oh, you did it now, Kat. That's why he left.
May I ask a question?
I suppose.
Aside from the creation contradiction, what would you say is your next go-to for a contradiction? New.
Judas's death is pretty easy, but also, would you consider the absence of a sort of extraordinary claim in other Gospels to be a contradiction if it's present in one?
Depends on the claim.
Zombies. Walking around a whole city, appearing to many people. In one of the four Gospels, not in any other. I mean, the Jesus birth one is an easy one to go to. Fibonacci points out, yes, but I like the zombies.
I mean, why would that be unrealistic?
I'm sorry, why would it be unrealistic for the honored dead to get up and walk around the city appearing to many people? Well, I mean, if it were reported in other, especially, um, you know, contemporary sources, it'd be fascinating, and it wouldn't be, I guess, that unusual because there'd be other reports of it. And still, if it happened any other point in history, then it wouldn't be unusual, since it's this one time in this one book, and no one else saw it.
Are you saying that because this happened in a localized manner, it's not believable because there's only one source that confirms it?
I don't even think the source confirms it very well. I don't know what you mean by confirm.
Valid, I'll give you that. Confirm was probably not the right word. I don't know what else to replace it with at this time.
Zombies are fun to go to. I like to ask people about the zombies, but Judas is.
Do they go to the resurrection?
What was that?
Do they immediately go to the resurrection?
Do they go to the resurrection?
Like when you bring up zombies, do they think of the resurrection or do they think of?
Well, I mean, no. I don't think any. I don't think most of them even realize they're there. Like that. That's that passage is kind of, because it's in one gospel,
right, and it kind of tucked away.
Breeze past it.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, it seems like a pretty extraordinary claim. I would think if it had happened, you'd want to, make that a very big part of, why he is to be revered and believed. Look at all the other honored, I think saints is one of the translations, the honored dead that walked because of his just the power of his death.
Presence. Yeah. Wait till my father hears about this.
A little bit. You get a little bit of that. It is too quiet. That's my fault, I'm sure, because I'm not talking, I guess. Oops.
I mean, talking definitely remedies silence. Though I don't know remedy is the right word either.
Hello, Lindsay. Can I get your
Hello,
age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 43.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I have a belief in God, and it's not biblical. It's my own conception of God.
And how do you describe your own conception of God?
I'm sad to disappoint y'all. He looks like glitter. Like he's everywhere. He's everything and everything you can think of.
He looks like glitter and he's
That's,
everywhere. What does
yeah,
that
that's
mean?
my experience. I had a near-death experience. And I don't know, do you want me to explain a little bit more about that?
Not yet. You're saying that a god, that's, as you understand it, looks like glitter
That's the
and
best way I could describe it. Yeah.
and is everywhere, and you base this entirely on your near-death experience.
Yeah.
During that experience, did your heart stop beating? Is that why you call it a near-death experience?
Yes, I had walking pneumonia, and I was in the hospital for 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, you could call it something like cerebral hemorrhaging, but that's not what was happening.
What do you mean that's not what was happening?
Well,
Like, is that
it
what
was
the
very
doctor
real to me.
said?
It was very real to me. And
Mm-hmm.
when I coded, it wasn't because I was like hemorrhaging out or anything. I had pneumonia, and yeah, they had to bring me back to life. But I had a very real experience that I had. You know, it happened to me.
How do you know that the experience that you had was anything more than the product of your brain going through the process it goes through?
Because he told me. That's a very good question.
Who told you?
My God.
And why do you believe? I mean, isn't that something your brain might tell you to
Sure.
to comfort you?
Yeah, but it's my belief, right? It's only indicative to me.
So you just believe it because your God in the experience told you, and
It's basically what I want, what in conception that I want it to be, right?
I don't know, Lindsay. Is that how you feel a God is? It's just whatever conception you want it to be.
Well, yeah, I think anybody can name it whatever they want it to them to name. There's many of things that people have, many beliefs.
Why can anybody just fill that gap with whatever they want?
Sure, they can. I'm not saying they can't. I was just
Right.
thought I was being brought up to tell you about my experience.
Why can you just fill that space with God?
Because I had a very real experience. It wasn't just an experience, it was a feeling too. If you can imagine no pain, no fear, no obsessions, like everything, all of that was taken away from me. And the experience I had was very, very awesome. Like any drug, excuse me, that you can think of.
Right. You had a feeling, and you had an experience, and you attribute that to necessarily be a god, and you don't question that in any way whatsoever. Is that?
Well, it's hard to relate into human terms, right? For something that's so omnipotent. I can't, I'm trying to do the best I can with my worldly words. And excuse me if I'm a layman, because I'm not quite sure what you guys believe. It doesn't matter. Like the belief that I have was very real to me. And, you know, it's something that is not a biblical one. It's not any one I defined from, you know, educational standpoint. It's one that I had that was mine. And, you know, he told me, he said, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go back in your body and it's going to be very painful. And that's exactly what happened to me. It was very painful. And all I know is the feeling I had was like amazing.
Mm-hmm. What does it mean to question your beliefs?
Anyone's belief or my belief? What are you asking?
Your belief. What does it mean for you to question your belief?
Well, to anyone that is to question my own belief or education about it, right?
I'm sorry, that sentence didn't quite track to me. Can you tell me, what does it mean to question your beliefs?
Anyone that's not a belief that is my own, to hear their belief, right? Why don't you tell me what the definition is, and I'll tell you what I believe. How about that?
You said somebody with a belief that's not your own telling you what they believe is you questioning your belief.
Yes. Am I wrong?
How is that you questioning your belief?
Well, how else do you do that between two reciprocal interactions? You're going to tell me your belief, right?
No.
Okay, why don't you tell me the definition? I don't have a dictionary handy, sorry.
I'm not here to define things for you. If you don't know what it means to question your beliefs, I guess under the way you described it, did you think that you were coming up to just share your beliefs and we would share ours?
I don't know. This is my second time being on this page. I don't know what y'all are about.
Mm-hmm. Well, what we do is see if you can question your beliefs, right? To see if you can take your belief and examine it, to scrutinize it, to see if it could be wrong or better.
I can examine it. I wouldn't judge either one if that's right or wrong. It just is, right?
Well, we're not here to judge it. We're just here to see if you can question it. You would be
Sure.
the judge of your own belief, obviously, sure. Lindsay. So, do you leave room for the possibility that the experience that you had was a product of your mind? Or is it entirely to you? Had to be a god, must be this way, and you won't see it any other.
No, I didn't say I wouldn't see it any other way. That's the point of two people interacting, is to have a communication about that, right? And by the way, your chat is really disrespectful.
I'm sorry, what was the disrespectful part?
Then she answered the question already. No, I didn't. Then she doesn't question her beliefs. No, that's not what I said.
Mm-hmm. I don't think those are disrespectful. They're giving their opinions and observations. They're not calling you names or mocking you, are they?
Oh, I see. So,
thank you, Brian.
You also just admitted to not having answered the question.
what was that, Morgan? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
You also admitted to not having answered the questions. Does it matter to you if your God is real or not? Or is it just about the comfort of the belief?
One more time. Say it again.
Does it matter to you if your God is real or not?
Does it matter in what context?
If you were to find out tomorrow that there was no reason to believe a God existed, that the experience you had was entirely a product of your brain, somehow, hypothetically, verified by science to be just that, would that change the way you live your life? Would that cause you some kind of emotional turmoil? Do you require God in your life? Or is it just kind of bonus material?
Bonus.
So then for you, the belief in God is just kind of a thing that you enjoy, but it's not something that is like a requirement for you to be you.
No, it doesn't matter what I believe. Like, that's the whole point. It doesn't matter what we believe. There's a God still exists whether we believe or not.
Well, see, that's you expressing your belief that a God exists,
Doesn't
whether
matter.
we believe it or not. How is it that you can verify that God exists beyond the personal experience you have of what you described as a cerebral hemorrhage? I don't know if that's...
Thank you. You have a good memory. That's exactly what I said. No, I believe I believe in atheism. I believe there are people out there that don't believe in a God. I believe in agnostics. They don't have a belief nor disbelief. I believe in the God of my understanding, which is what I just described to you. I think we could all have different explanations for whatever it is, this thing we're trying to do in this world.
Yes, so that wasn't at all related to my question. Morgan, do you have any questions for this guest?
I have one. If there was proof of a God, but it wasn't the God that you have a concept of, which God would you hope it was?
It doesn't matter what I believe. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. There's still a God that exists in this whole thing we call world, universe. It doesn't matter what I believe. It's all the same.
Absolutely dogmatic, unquestioning, and avoiding every question.
No, I'm really not. This is my belief.
Appreciate you. Nope, I'm done. I'm not going to have you just talk over me.
No.
Yeah, no, that didn't address the question, and that was the problem for the 5th time in a row.
There's only so many ways to rephrase a question.
Ask me a question, literally any question in the world.
What color is the sky?
It doesn't matter what I believe. There's a God that exists, and everybody knows it. I threw in the everybody knows it at the end.
Oh, okay.
It literally was how she was answering every question. It doesn't matter what I believe. There's a God, apparently. It was, yeah. It was not a conversation. It's not how you respond to the question being asked. I really like blueberry coffee. I couldn't leave that one just hanging.
Blueberry coffee is so good. It's delicious. If you can find it at your local grocery store, you should buy it and try it.
No, don't start selling it before I have my own brand out there.
Is that confirmed?
No, but
get on it.
Somebody in another chat earlier today I was watching said that they'd tried blueberry coffee and didn't enjoy it.
Well, they're heretics. I don't know what to tell you.
It's unfortunate.
I don't believe questions are lettuces, Yoda. No.
She said that was her answer. Like it or hate it. We didn't hate it. It just wasn't an answer to the question being asked.
Honestly, I would have rather you just said, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome. Can you question your beliefs? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything like that? Request on us. Not here to debate or argue, or even burgle your gods. But there's always room for one more. In the shed.
Now all we need is a believer, someone believing that they can at least question whatever it is they believe in. If you do believe that you can question your belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to tear you down. We're not here to make you look like a fool, though you may do that on your own. We're just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Oh, we had one for a second. Let's see if the other one's a ghost too. Vice, did you mean to request up?
I did.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 27.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm an eclectic pagan.
What does eclectic pagan mean to you?
It just means that I follow different goddesses from different pagan belief systems, mainly Norse and Celtic.
When you say that you take goddesses from different practices, do you believe those goddesses actually exist?
Yeah, I follow them.
What does that mean for them to exist?
For me, I don't know. I feel like they each serve a purpose in my life in particular. Otherwise, I don't know.
What purpose do they serve?
You were a little muffled there, Morgan.
Sorry. What purpose do they serve?
I think they just give me comfort in particular. I'm not sure if you're asking about like what purpose do they serve in general or what purpose do they serve to me.
To you.
Yeah, they just give me comfort, and I feel like I am being guided in the right direction with them.
Can you elaborate what you mean by guided?
Yeah, so I feel like each goddess of mine has attributes that I want to have in myself, and just like friends, I keep friends around me that I want to be like in some regard. It's the same kind of premise for them. It helps me focus more, so.
How does it help you focus for... Well, let me back up. For you, when you say that these goddesses exist, are there actual, like, entities somewhere that are able to take form and interact in some way with minds of their own, or are these symbolic ideas that you apply to concepts and forces?
Yeah, I believe they're. Oh, I'm sorry. I believe they're more entities than anything. I don't think they particularly care for just me, but I do believe that they are entities that they just have energy that I gravitate towards.
What is energy?
Energy is a form of work that is put out, like, I'm a biochemist, I should know this. I just believe that there are forces that are not for our comprehension.
They're not for our comprehension. What does that mean? Like there's a blockade on certain knowledge of things?
Yeah, I think there's only so much that the human comprehension can comprehend.
When you say there, what is a force?
A force is some sort of pressure. I guess not pressure. Force is literally equal to pressure over area, and I'm trying to think of a way to better describe that. I'm sorry, I don't quite know how to answer that.
Like that would be an equation of how to calculate something called force. But what is the thing called force?
I think force is just some sort of Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know how to I don't know how to explain that.
I don't know is a great answer. So when you're saying that these entities exist in any way related to energy or force, what are you actually saying they are?
I don't know what they are. I think that that's part of why my only human comprehension. I don't think that I fully grasp what they are.
Other than the comfort the belief provides, what reason do you have to believe that they exist?
Sorry, this one sounds silly, but I saw certain goddesses in my dream, and I felt that it was very vivid and very real, and yeah.
You said,
So you had, go ahead, Morgan.
no, go ahead.
You had a vivid dream involving certain goddesses. What about a dream indicates that the characters from it are real?
I've just never had dreams that didn't apply to real life in some way, so I think it's my subconscious grabbing onto something that I needed at the time, or I still need right now.
When you say you need it, are you saying that absent the belief in these goddesses, that you would, that there would be problems with it for you?
I don't think they would necessarily be problems, but I do feel like I would feel a little more lonely, if that makes sense. I don't know. I think that feeling that there is a being out there that is larger than this life, it brings me comfort knowing that there's more to life out there.
I'm right here.
I love you, Morgan.
I have a question, and it's going to sound possibly rude, so
That's okay.
I don't mean it to. What separates your goddesses, the way you describe them, from an imaginary friend?
There's nothing. There's no proof of my goddesses. There's no proof of any god. I don't think that separates them from a Christian or Abrahamic faith god.
Why?
So
I'm sorry,
you're
I
saying
could
that,
not hear you.
go
Did you
ahead.
ask what? Oh,
I just said why.
I don't even remember what I said. I'm sorry.
You're basically saying that your god isn't any different from an imaginary friend, like any other god isn't different from an imaginary friend.
Yeah, I think the only difference is that it's what I believe, and I don't even feel like that's different because I was once a Christian and I did believe in the Abrahamic faith. I don't think that either of them are entirely true or false, but this is just personally what brings me joy. If that makes sense.
So, you had said you would potentially, absent your belief in the goddesses, be a little lonely. Do you think that anything else about you would change necessarily if you were to not believe in these goddesses.
I will say that because I joined paganism, I learned more compassion than I've ever had and a lot more patience than I've ever had. I feel like this religion is giving me better qualities, and I can't ignore that. So the reason I would feel lonely is because all of that would have been not for nothing, but it would have been, I cannot find the right word.
Different than a child's imaginary friend, a phase to help you at a time.
Right.
Does a god have to exist for it to be meaningful?
No. Just like how I believe atheists can be moral as much as Christians can be moral.
I'm not sure how the morality part follows, but I think to make sure you heard the question right, because it does kind of sound two different ways. Does a god have to exist for the god itself to be meaningful?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not understand the question the first time.
Yeah, it can be heard another way.
Yeah, so I still think no.
I can understand that. So does it matter to you if your gods exist or not, as long as they bring you comfort?
Not really. I think because I know that it's a belief, like it's not proven, I think that it wouldn't matter to me if I even knew that they didn't exist. I feel like I would still hold on to that until, like, I definitely use it as a crutch. I would use it until it doesn't serve me anymore.
I don't know that I have any more questions for you, but thank you, Vice, for coming up and answering the questions you did. I hope
Thank you
that you
for
keep asking questions.
No, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Big W is in chat for Vice. I hear her able to question her beliefs, and I could have poked and prodded a little bit more, but I do see other guests in the queue, and I want to make sure that we don't badger someone who's clearly questioning, and I think the goddesses that she's holding on to. I mean, when you say that they're no different from, or at least
Imaginary
you
friends.
can't. Yeah, I didn't want to put the words in her mouth like that. No different from isn't quite the way she said it, but she can't separate them from an imaginary friend, just like a Christian can't separate theirs. If that's her view, then I think that is a questioning perspective, and I appreciate that.
Absolutely. W's Vice.
We did have another. It always happens. We had a believer in queue. I was sure was gonna still be there when I set Vice down, but maybe they were just waiting to try to save her soul or something. Because as soon as she was out of the box, they left the queue.
That's a little odd.
It happens almost every time a non-Christian believer is up here.
I guess. I mean, that's one way to go about it, I suppose. Excuse me.
Jay, you are welcome to request up. So is anybody else with a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, yetis, vampire clowns, or even Jesus Christ. If you've got a belief in something like that and you're capable of questioning it, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I just want to know if you can question it, then what is your belief? And why do you believe it? Hello, Brad.
Hi.
I've been up here before. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
32, and the birds are both so quiet, but please let me know.
You're just a little bit quiet, but I heard 32. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Light beings in the meadow. I can't pinpoint what they are.
Light beings in the meadow. What does that mean?
It's literal.
Light beings in the meadow is literal.
Midnight in the meadow. I don't know the time, but 20, 30 yards from me. In peripheral, I did not look directly. It walked with me though, kept pace. I didn't know if that meant it was reflection, dimensional reflection, I don't know. Time slip at the graveyard close by, stone tape vision. I believe it all heavily, those things, so.
I can't believe I understood that. Sorry, Brad. So you're saying that you were walking through a meadow at midnight And in your periphery, you saw light beings keeping pace with you.
Just one?
Just one light being keeping pace with you. What is a light being?
Da Vinci male human form made of the brightest, softest light source I've ever seen.
Wow. So
but soft around the edges.
Da Vinci form, you mean like Vitruvian?
One set of arms,
legs
but just, I guess, athletic, okay. Just athletic male body.
Mm-hmm. So, a male athletic body made of soft light that you could see in the periphery of your view as you walked through a meadow at midnight.
Exactly, 20 yards away, maybe for 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Multiple steps.
For 10 seconds.
So yeah, even, yeah.
How do you verify that it was actually there and not a product of your mind, something that you imagined?
It's a question I ask all the time, I guess. But I still believe it. Faith, I suppose.
What is faith?
Belief in things not seen.
A belief in something not seen, but you
outside,
said you saw it in your
outside the senses. I did, but there's no verification. The verification is not tangible, so it is outside percept. I don't know. It's outside of it though, so faith applies, I feel. It's outside of proof, I suppose. So.
Is this something you want to believe in?
No, no.
Why not?
Because I want nothing but peace, but it just seems serpent, just chaos.
How is this related to chaos? Oops.
Maybe a weakened mind, open to things not meant to be seen. I don't know. There's also native, half opaque Slenderman walking through windows that appear between trees and in formation like Beatles Abbey Road.
I seem to be having a bit of a lag. All I heard was Beatles Abbey Road.
Native shadows in Appalachia.
No. We don't talk about those.
Why not?
Because I live there. No thank you.
They led to the Shenandoah displacement children in the family graveyards in the park. That led to the meadow and the light being, which led to a book. So
Brad.
I'm chill. Sorry.
Oh.
Please don't drop. This is 100% the worst time for you to drop. Please don't.
Okay. Breathe.
What was the question you were responding to, Brad? Because you're not quite...
Faith. Sorry, Faith. How do I know it's real? No, flesh is tainted. I can't, but gut, spirit,
Brad,
maybe.
Brad, it sounds... I'm going to tell you. I remember our previous conversation being a bit more coherent. It's sounding like you're having some difficulty communicating today. And I would like for us to have a better conversation.
Okay.
I really do appreciate you, Brad. I hope that you come back again, okay?
Another time.
Yes,
Another
friend.
time.
We care about you very much.
Appreciate
Please
you,
take care
Brad.
of yourself.
And do take care of yourself. I remember our previous conversation. We did talk about stone tape. I remember that. Which is why when he was talking, I was able to follow the first part, but
I get it. I understand. See, the fun thing is I don't think I've ever actually spoken to Brad. And I followed every goddamn thing that came out of his mouth. And I don't know how I feel about that. Three Pips, we didn't just lose audio, we also lost Thrayle. I'm okay. I'll live. It's early enough in the night for me not to care. Batman, no. Hell yeah. I do got this because you guys are gonna tap that screen and you're gonna get it up to like 50k likes and before Thrayle gets back because he's not gonna be back for a long time and it's just gonna be at 50k likes before then. Yeah. Play music? Bet. I got you. I know I can't do that. That's not fair. Wait, I have access to the Discord. Haha. Do I remember where any of the audio files are right now? No. Thanks something. Fuck.
I'm back with the music.
I appreciate you. I was struggling.
I was asking you a question, and as soon as I asked it,
I didn't hear
was
a
no longer in
goddamn
the
thing,
room.
my friend.
Interesting.
Isn't it?
Based on the previous conversation.
Oh, that was so long ago.
So you know exactly.
Sure.
Why don't we question the shadows, Morgan?
Because I'm afraid of the dark. No. I have too much respect for the land, and I have had too many personal experiences to cross that boundary.
Personal experiences with shadows.
Mm-hmm. We actually talked about this the very first time you and I talked.
Vaguely remembering.
I'm curious what you remember.
I'm more curious what you can question of it.
I mean, anything's questionable.
What is the, what conclusions do you have of these experiences before you share any? If you will, even.
I know for a fact that there is no native animal that would stand 9 feet tall and have both eyes facing forward.
You know for a fact.
Based on my current accessible knowledge, that is what I know. I'm not saying that I can't be proven wrong. But based on the facts that I have checked.
How do you know the thing that you saw was 9 feet tall? Could your memory not have exaggerated features?
I had visual reference.
Oh my goodness. Hi, Thrayle. Hi, Morgan. I'm excited.
Hello, bats.
No, this is good. Because Morgan isn't just somebody who we just randomly met 10 seconds ago. I trust Morgan. So if Morgan says they saw something, I'm assuming they saw something. Hey, I didn't say what they said was real. What they saw was real. I just said what they saw something.
What you got?
You can see hallucinations. You can see hallucinations too.
I can. That is.
Have you ever thought that it might be that?
Yeah. Yep. I have. The only reason I don't think it is I've never seen my hallucinations face like dead on.
Oh yeah, that's so it was very vivid.
I
mean, what fun is a hallucination that isn't vivid?
Well, the most vivid ones are the most almost scarier ones because they're harder to refute.
Much harder to disprove.
It's not about disprove, but to refute. I understand. To
I mean,
It's a
me as the
question.
person who experienced it, much harder to disprove.
It's much easier when the friend is next to you to say, "Oh no, that's not there." Like, where were you?
Say,
for? You
nah,
should-
that's just a tree. That's a dead tree that's been there for 17 years. Don't even worry about that.
Have you thought of the possibility it could have been a raccoon in a tree, and then just shadows made it appear something different?
I have. But like I said, this is just my most plausible conclusion. It's not disprovable in my mind.
Do you believe it to be a skinwalker?
Possibly.
I'm sorry, Morgan. Would you prefer not use that term? I can say flesh pedestrian or something else.
I prefer that if you don't mind.
Okay, I'm sorry. After the silence, I figured that I should have probably said something different.
No, it's okay.
Really quickly jump in here and thank Vice and you, Bats, and also Philly Red, Dancing in Duality, Insomnia, Angela, also Polly, Danny Grax, Big D, capital B, and Anne for helping with that goal. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of you.
Do you believe the myths about calling the name being bad luck?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll refrain from using that word around you.
I appreciate that.
There was a time I didn't like that word so much either.
It's a lot harder living in the area that myth exists in. I won't discount bias in any way, shape, or form, because this is where I grew up. But I, as you both know, am pretty rigorous about my bias.
Are you okay to recount what happened when you saw it?
Not at night.
Okay, maybe in the daytime in Discord or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know anyone else who believes or has seen it, or like, do you know anyone else in real life who's seen it or believed that it happened and it was real and it was there?
Concurrently at the same time?
No, just in general, because you said you still live in the area. I'm wondering if there have been other sightings, if there have been other people who've maybe come together and talked about it.
Most of New England, at least in the northern regions that I'm in, aren't particularly social, so no. Unless you go to church, which I don't.
As in, did you have beliefs in this before you saw it?
No. I thought it was just a story.
but you had heard stories of it before. So
Yes.
was it like the stories?
No.
Okay. Do you know the history of where they come from?
Yes.
And you believe that's plausible for it to happen?
No.
You think maybe they got here by some other means?
I don't know. The cop out? No.
It's not a cop out. It's a very quick, easy to.
Don't know.
I appreciate Swift I don't knows because it's a way to let me know that keep going that direction is there's no more that direction. I can go another direction.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, the fact that you can admit not knowing something in this day and age, we've seen so many people unwilling to do even that.
Oh, I know. That's one thing I do know.
Yeah. I don't know if I can keep questioning Thrayle because there's still a part of me that still believes a little bit of what Morgan's saying, and there's a part of me that screams, no, this can't be real, don't believe it, and I don't know if I can question more if I start to believe.
Uh-oh.
I don't believe, but I might start believing if I keep questioning Morgan.
In what way were they different? You said they were different from what you were told. Or it was different.
I can't explain that right now.
I think that's where my questions would go. Because that might lead you to understand or consider what else it might have been. If not a hallucination or something else.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, honey business. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
44.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe there's God.
You're kind of muffled there. It's a little hard to hear you.
I'm sorry.
When you're off app, it's even harder to hear you, but that might be better.
Can you hear me better?
Oh, so much better.
Okay.
So do you have a belief in a god?
Yeah, I believe there's a God.
Is it a particular god from any certain...
And the Talmud and the...
Is your God then that God, the God of the Abrahamic faiths? Is it Jesus?
I believe in Jesus, yeah. I would say Jesus.
Do you believe that Jesus is your Lord and Savior who died for your sins and resurrected 3 days later?
Well, I kind of, the whole died for your sins thing, I don't know, people take that like different ways, but I mean, I believe in the resurrection.
Why do you believe in the resurrection?
I don't know. I just do. I mean, even if it didn't happen, I think it's like a beautiful story. Like I would still give it credit.
Have you read this story from beginning to end?
Yes.
When I say from beginning to end, of course, that could be taken different ways. We were just talking about the resurrection. Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
I haven't read Revelations.
You haven't read Revelations, but you've read all of the Old Testament and the rest of the New besides the last book.
Yes.
Do you believe this stories to be true and literal?
Some of them. The majority of them, yes.
So like the 6-day creation, do you believe that to be true?
Well, I think with God, anything's possible. So yeah, I believe that could be true.
You believe that could be true? And you believe the Adam and Eve story, do you believe that is true?
That God made Adam from the earth and Eve from Adam?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Why do you believe that to be true?
Because I think there's the only place we could have came from is some kind of higher power or some kind of, unbelievable magic, I guess.
The only place we could have come from was unbelievable magic.
Yeah, I mean, who else could make a man out of dirt? I mean...
Why do you think a man was made out of dirt?
Well, it's what we're made of.
Why do you think we're made of dirt?
Well, we're made of all these elements and things that are, I mean, it's just what we're composed of. That's what our
Are you sure we're composed of dirt?
Well, not necessarily dirt, but you know what I mean.
Not necessarily. I don't think I do. I'm curious. Have you actually read the Genesis account?
Mm-hmm.
The 6-day creation and Adam and Eve, those stories.
Yes, and I've heard people say that they think like one day is like 1,000 years to God. I think that's kind of crazy too, but...
So you think it's 6 actual days?
Well, yes. I mean, when it talks about from the evening to the morning was the first day, and then the second day, well, it's clearly from the sun setting and rising. So, yeah, I think it's 6 days.
Interesting. And so in your view, in those 6 days, things are made in a particular order. Light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman.
Yeah, I think all that was made in those 6 days.
Do you believe in the firmament?
I'm not really too sure I understand exactly what that is.
What shape is the earth?
Well, it looks round to me. Maybe oval.
Round or oval?
Egg, I don't know.
An egg. Okay.
So round like a plate or round like a ball?
You know, I'm not really too sure. I used to not believe in the flat earth thing, but I don't know.
So now you might believe in a flat earth?
I've heard some very good arguments for it.
Okay. I was asking, before I asked you that question, I was asking you about the order of creation. The 6 days in a very particular order, you believe that to be true. You believe the Adam and Eve story to be true. What do you do when there are stories in the Bible? I'm not quite sure if Honey's up for the task yet. Welcome back, you two. We had a little glitch, but we got you running again. Yeah, so I guess Honey is either looking something up or trying to find the exit. So we'll go ahead and move on, Honey. When you find what you're looking for and you're curious enough to come back and question your beliefs, then we can try that again. But I do see a couple of guests in queue. At least one. Hello, Born. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
37.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
We cannot believe something and know it.
So are you saying you don't have a belief, you have a knowing?
No, we believe things that we perceive. That's exactly what I'm saying.
So to the question, do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? Your answer is...
No beliefs, no, at all.
Do you have a knowing of a higher power or god or a godlike thing?
Purely and what do you call it? Evolution is my key.
Evolution is your what?
Is my purpose in my life.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for someone who's actually capable of answering questions that are asked instead of just gibbering past the ones that they hear.
If you have a belief, God, God's higher power, or anything else like that, and you think you can question that belief, request up. We have 4 empty boxes.
I saw some really good questions in the comments. Yeah, I didn't think that guest was gonna answer any questions directly or coherently.
He could very quickly have said he was an atheist and believed in evolution right at the get-go.
This is only as difficult as you make it.
We're here for open people who are willing to question, not people who are evasive and just trying to get, I don't know, screen time? Is that what it is?
Something about or likes or something, I don't know.
Well, GoPro, I don't think evasiveness is an evolutionary quality.
Maybe.
I think being evasive means you're evolutionary superior to someone who's not.
I don't know about that. I don't know how that would equate evolutionary superiority, but it could be a trait developed through the process. I mean, where else would it have come from?
Well, in that case, evasiveness should only be used in defensive tactics. And why would you have to be defensive here? Unless you had something to hide.
Monster gives that advice to Brad, but I think that's good for everybody to remember to drink some water and get some rest. Make sure you stretch your legs. stand up and breathe some fresh air outside if you can, if it's safe.
Maybe I'll drink some water and take some jumping jacks.
Mm-hmm. And if you got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your belief, then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm not here for a debate. I'm not looking for contentious, over-egoed conversation. I don't care how sesquipedalian your vocabulary. I really just want to know, if you can question your beliefs, then what is it you believe, and why do you believe it? I think we need Skeleton Man.
Ooh, I love that one. For biased reasons, of course. But any song you choose, all of them are great.
Yeah, if I let this lullaby keep playing, I think we will put all of the audience to sleep, or cause those who haven't fallen asleep to scroll away.
Oh, that was pretty, Money Gun.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Dancing in Duality. Appreciate you. Brad says, big yawn. See, we're putting Brad to sleep. Putting everyone to sleep. I think we need something a little livelier to wake us up.
Once in the moonlight, he asked me softly beneath the quiet night, what do you believe in? What makes you whole? His hollow voice echoed, drifting through my soul. Shadows, he swayed, challenging my heart's parade. spark of love, of dreams and stars. He grinned with wisdom from the world afar. These fragile moments, do they truly last? With every question, he unraveled my past. With each rattle and chime, he questioned every paradigm. The skeleton man, whispering doubts under the starlight, we danced about. In this stillness, truth takes flight. He shows me clarity wrapped in the night. In his prison, fears disdain. I found my truth with the skeleton man.
Hell yeah.
Welcome in. Can you question your beliefs? Request on up. Do you have a belief in a god, goddesses, a higher power, and you can question that belief? Request on up. Perhaps you believe in aliens, Jesus Christ, mermaids, Bigfoot, Santa Claus, pasta gods, interdimensional wizards, or anything like that. Request on up. We're not here to debate or burgle your gods, but there's always room for one more in the shed.
Wow. I like that one. She scares me a little bit, but I like her.
That was an interesting one. Thank you, Bats, for the Skeleton Man. I really like that song.
My pleasure. My contribution, I guess.
And of course, thank you, Michael V, for the very interesting segue.
Yeah, she makes me want to come up, but she also scares me that what she'll do when I get up there.
It was definitely an interesting way to do a segue. I like simple, you know. If you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, then go ahead and request on up. We're not here for debate. We're not here for insults or scoring points. Nobody's cooking anything unless you're doing that in your own kitchen. We're just here to see if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it?
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Genuine, honest questioning. And yeah, sorry, Monster. Apparently we scared Monster. Did you see that when they typed?
When the scream happened.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ, it scared me.
Well, I'm definitely keeping that segue on rotation. There's a longer version with like a full. I don't know what the music. Like it's just more of that music, but it goes places.
Oh, I'd love to hear the full one sometime. It was definitely.
We might do that one a little later.
Okay. But yes, if you're down there in the comments and you have a belief, we're here to question. Can you question your beliefs? What is your belief? Why do you believe? These are all questions we want answered, and if you're here to answer them, we're here to question.
Hell yeah. Appreciate the 50,000 likes. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. We're already up to 82 of us in the room. I think if we keep tapping the screen, get those likes, I think we could probably double it.
51 already, yeah.
I mean, if we get to 80,000 likes, I think we could get 160 people in here or more. We'd have to tap to find out.
Yeah, so definitely keep tapping. And if you have a cousin, an uncle, a grandma, somebody who has beliefs and you don't, maybe that'd be a good time to, send them a link. You can do this as a turned arrow at the bottom corner that can help you share it to them directly to their DMs. Or you can share it by reposting to your entire friend group, the For You page. That helps us get up on the For You page, as well as doing your daily heartbeats. Daily heartbeats are just one coin. You just link half a cent.
I mean, it is kind of a medieval tavern, isn't it? What's the real difference? I don't serve alcohol. We tend to show the drunks the door. I mean, they're welcome to hang out. We just don't put them up on stage, I guess.
It's BOB to the comments, not to the panel.
Right. Yeah, I guess as is it a nice door? I'd like to think so. is the door?
I fancy a red door.
I don't know, for some reason when I see one of those, I want to paint it black.
With edging. Black door with edging on it. My dream house is a black Victorian house.
Oh,
With
nice.
lots of woodwork and white picket fence.
B says it has to be a wooden door with many chips.
Do you think a door is supposed to look like where it leads to?
I don't know. I think that's a choice. Everybody's got to make do. I mean, if it did, it'd be a very interesting door.
I think it was a diss at her siblings.
Top layer of the tavern sandwich. That is true dancing. You make me want to watch that again.
Simple moments, but if you look at it as a whole, it was good. But we are traveling tavern. We play the music and we go around the world. We've been across all parts of the world, like England, Australia, parts of Europe, even Africa.
We've definitely questioned people from everywhere. And it doesn't matter where any of you are. If you have a belief and can question it, you're welcome to request help. I think so. All beliefs. I might not give that very much. I find that oftentimes when views like that are expressed, they're not expressed because it's a belief that's being presented to question. It's often being presented simply to be either outrageous or inflammatory, insulting. Generally the impression that I get. Yeah, I've tried spending time questioning certain hateful ideologies, and usually what you end up with is just one person on panel espousing a hateful theology while their buddies cheer them on in the comments and try to agitate everyone in the room. Nobody's questioning anything, really. We question, but they avoid and preach, so... Well, anything short of hateful ideologies, I would say. I'm interested in some outrageous cryptid belief. What outrageous God belief do you have? How is it outrageous? That could be interesting. Do they actually believe in a real Baphomet? Yeah, I would have questions. It's getting chilly in the studio. I gotta set up my heated blanket. But while I do that, make sure you keep tapping the screen. We're up over 53,000 likes. Of course, the more we tap, the more we'll get out to the FYP, and maybe somebody who has the courage or curiosity to question their beliefs might actually find their way. And who knows, they might even request up. A while ago. If you somehow hear snoring, be a sound effect. I don't know if I'm the only one unmuted right now. And I have crickets. It's a long cricket sound effect. But I don't have snoring. I think I have a clock ticking. Of course, clock ticking in the studio you can hear sometimes. It's been like a slow month. It's been the last several weeks where we just have these long, quiet lulls, waiting around for someone who's curious enough to question. But we do have I'd say we have an improved quality in the conversations we've had in that time. Most of the guests requesting tend to be able to question in some way or another. And there are those who are just agitated when they come up. Yeah, I've heard busy chats help too, Stephen. More comments, more questions, all that can probably make a big difference.
If Billy was here, she'd get the chat going for the mermaids. And then be appalled by your bringing up sandwiches.
I mean, mermaids are sandwiches after all.
Wait, how are mermaid sandwiches?
They have a fish layer and a human layer.
Oh, so they're a fish sandwich. Is that filet?
Filet-o-fish. Filet-o-mermaid.
Filet-o-mermaid. If that was on the McDonald's menu, I'd eat it.
I mean, you'd have to, right? At least once.
Their Grinch fries turned out to be a hit, so yeah. That was the wrong direction to go. Now I'm hungry. Oh, good night, B. Just rest well.
Be good to see you. Look at that, we're like 5,000 taps up from the last time I said something, and there's like 15 more of us in the room. I think if we keep going, we might actually do it. We just need, a believer with a belief who could curiously question that belief. And then it might encourage even more people to come through and request up and question their beliefs. Of course, all that comes after we tap the screen. And if you haven't already, hitting that bent little arrow down at the bottom of your screen where you can add to your story or repost or just copy the link and send it to a friend who might be able to question their beliefs. I think Morgan might be definitely asleep. It was a maybe before, but I'm pretty confident.
Oh, after they said nothing to the snoring, I figured they were probably sleeping.
Mhm.
There, now the banner fits where it goes. Sorry, my ADHD has an order of things, and certain things belong certain places. Like the end is 9 belongs at the end of the stream.
Yeah, and the board sits next to me.
Yes, and you always stay at the top left corner.
Yeah, it would probably confuse a bunch of people if they walked in and found me sitting down here.
There's too many neurodivergents. Oh my gosh, that feels weird. Don't do that. You can just move wherever you want.
It's just the wrong chair.
Yes.
Doesn't fit right.
It's like when Dad sits in the middle of the table. No, Dad, you sit at the end or the head of the table. Come on, you're Grandpa Thrayle. You always sit at the head of the table.
Yeah. No, I knew that was going to upset a few people. monsters that stay in your seat. Okay. Some people don't notice whenever I do start the live sometimes, and it ends up switching me on the board. And I don't always correct it.
Is GoPro right? Do you enjoy social experiments, Thrayle?
Is it a social experiment?
To do that to a bunch of neurodivergence? Yes. See, there you go again. There you. Nope. Wrong place. Keep doing that, I'm gonna disappear. Oh, that's right. I can't thread my hand. Oh no! Oh, Thrayle, get up here, man. I'm sure you're thoroughly amused.
I am.
Well, I am that I am. I'm not amused. I'm just like, oh no. For a second, I thought you disappeared, and that was even scarier. Turn into one of those boppets at Chuck E. Cheese where you hit the gopher holes or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Maybe somebody's trying to request up and you're getting in the box and they're trying to tap.
Like I'm always gonna jump right in the box. Somebody's scrolled through the live right now, and they're thinking to themselves, I'm gonna request up. If I can just muster up the courage to request up, I'll hit that bottom box right there, and then well, that didn't work. And now they're getting nervous again, and considering possibly requesting up, but they're thinking, maybe I'll just go in that one box up there. It looks nice and cozy next to that bat. And then, oh shit.
Nope. Mm-mm. You
Really
did it again. You did it again. No, that was just an excuse. To put all of us in terror. You sadists. But am I a cozy bat after all? He's called me a cozy bat or something. What?
A cozy bat. I said a cozy spot. There's a cozy spot up there.
I thought because I had a top hat, I looked cozy or something. I got a little bow tie.
There's a little bow tie, isn't there?
Anyone who owns 8 top hats better know how to tie a bow tie.
Probably. I've never seen the rule, but it sounds like it would follow. If you own 6 top hats, do you have an excuse, though?
You can get the clip on if you own 6.
Esoteric Minefield says that they don't have a top hat, but they do have a kilt. I think you're missing out on an excellent combination.
Ooh, it's a bow tie, a top hat, and a kilt. It would be so dapper.
I think you might need a few more garments to complete the ensemble, but yeah.
Well, not necessarily. I've seen the Highland Games. Sometimes guys get hot, okay? The kilt covers the important bits. So. Oh, esoteric minefields going to eBay. Or the TikTok shop, wherever you purchase your bow ties, top hats, and kilts.
I don't know if I feel like that combination deserves like a cloak or something. Maybe a what are those half cape kind of things?
Oh, that'd be cool too. Or if you're going with a bow tie, maybe it's a formal event and you want to go with a tuxedo top and maybe a vest, pocket watch.
Oh, just a cummerbund, yeah. We've had a couple of ghosts requests up, and each time I hit accept, they disappear.
I think Ahmed is under the impression that he was denied up, but if you request and wait patiently, I'm sure you can get up.
I actually accepted Ahmed, and he disappeared. He was one of the ghosts I was commenting about.
Well, that's unusual. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe people are just second guessing their ability to be courageous enough to question their beliefs. It's not that hard.
It actually does happen often that someone will come in, request up, wait absolutely no time before saying that they've been denied or that their request is being ignored, and then scroll away before anybody can address them.
Well, how superior of them.
It makes them look really ridiculous.
Yes.
Almost as ridiculous as the ones who scroll in demanding to be let up before only not being able to answer any questions at all.
Yeah, they're in a rush to get where exactly?
Exactly.
Oh, we've just got to 60.
Hell yeah.
60K likes, 137 shares, and 91 people in here. We've got a good audience. Faithful audience. They've stuck it out a lot and here to listen to more people question their beliefs.
Very, very awesome audience. I mean, the best on TikTok. There was that time when all the streams were going down, and then the whole TikTok, I don't know, live stream network was being weird one day, and we ended up going very quickly from like 150 or so to 30 people in the room, because it locked up. And from what I understand on the audience side of things, it just froze. But on my side, I was able to keep talking to everybody on panel, and we were able to keep having a conversation, and only one person on the panel could see the chat and respond to them.
Oh, so you probably were relaying messages and stuff then too.
And so we had one person typing in chat and reading what they could read to us because our chats had frozen. It was a wild night.
And a bunch of people stuck that out and kept going.
A bunch of people stuck it out and came back. The ones who didn't.
That's awesome. That's amazing. And it's a testament to the community. It's a testament to the community you've built.
Hell yeah. Really amazing people.
Not was that guy in the comments. You're welcome, Bone Daddy.
Yeah. Appreciate you and whatever version of a pasta god you've got today. Or non-carbohydrated entity, whatever it is now.
Pastafarian. However you say it.
It was before Cat took his noodles.
Oh, Cat took his ramen? No, not the ramen. Not the fettuccine. How is he supposed to make his Alfredo pasta?
No, I have no idea. I guess
Egg noodles are a bad substitute.
I do like egg noodles. Just
not with Alfredo sauce though.
No, they're more for like a stroganoff. Or soup.
I like putting pasta in my soups. I don't know if that's weird or not. Like I had mushroom soup and I put pasta in that.
Sounds good. This is where we divert into talking about food for too long until both of us are hungry and half the audience is and nobody's requesting up because they're making food.
Well, if you also have, it's a trap. Well, if you also have hunger pains in the middle of the night, and you have beliefs, I mean, you must have beliefs because surely, if you didn't have beliefs, why would you be here, wondering why you should or should not request up? Surely, there's people in the comments who haven't requested up, or maybe you have in the past, and you have new beliefs to share. And surely, we'd love to question those. I don't know if the hunger pains was a good segue, but I tried.
No, it was an excellent effort. I think it might even have worked.
Hi, Mr. Babyface.
Hey, what up?
Can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Which god do you believe in?
The one that created the universe.
Which one that created the universe?
That's what you're asking me. So I would say Allah, but I said I'm a Muslim if you're asking me that.
I see.
I don't think it's a different God. I think it's all basically the same God.
Mm-hmm. Have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
Not fully, no.
Do you believe the stories from it to be true and literal? the
From what
words.
I've read. From what I've read, yeah.
Why?
Because if I'm under the assumption that God is real, then why wouldn't I believe the words?
I'm sorry, you said if you're under the assumption that God is real, then why wouldn't you believe the words?
Yeah.
That doesn't quite follow. If you're under the assumption that God is real, does that mean you believe everything that ever talks about a God at all?
Not talks about a God, but the Quran is supposed to be the words of God directly.
Are there no other texts that are supposed to be the words of God directly?
Not that I'm aware of.
Why do you... I'm still not following. Why do you think the Quran texts are true?
Well, I mean, we can, but it would be kind of boring. But there's stuff that the Quran says will happen that happened. There's the way it's written, it doesn't come across to me. It's written by someone. It's just belief. Like, I don't know it's written by God, but based on what I've read from it, I'd find it hard to believe that it was written by a person or a group of people.
Why?
Because that's not the way people write. Like, I read a lot of books.
What do you mean that's
people,
not
when
the
they
way
write
people
books,
write?
like, as in from all the books that I've read, people have a way of writing. They have a way of demonstrating their ideas or explaining concepts. The Quran isn't written like that.
What's different about the Quran that makes it seem not to be written by people?
First of all, it's written in a rhythmic way that makes it extremely easy to memorize.
Are there not a lot of things
kind of
written
like
that way?
Yeah, those things are called poems or songs. Now, to write a whole book that explains the majority of the important things in life in a poetic format, while also using literary techniques that regular humans wouldn't use, when you combine it all together,
What literary
unlikely to be
techniques?
written by a human.
What literary techniques does it use?
Like, for example, you know how,
don't?
like, so for example, like, you know how Shakespeare used to write in iambic pentameters? So, like, he used to write words that would, like, the flow of the words would be da 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 da. Like, that's his style of writing. I'm saying the way in which the Quran style of writing, the flow of, like, the flow and the pattern, the way the words, I can't find the exact word that I'm trying to find, but the, not rhyme scheme, but the progression of the rhyme scheme is different than anything I've read from any literature.
The progression of the rhyme scheme is different than anything you've read from any literature. So because you haven't read literature like it, then therefore it must be from God. Are you saying that if you read other literature like it, that you would think that that literature was also from God?
Yeah, I think if I was to read a lot of books that could write, like, that could do what the Quran did, it could, like, explain rules that last for thousands of years and be
Does it matter if it
way.
makes...
If I found a book that could do
does
all
it
of that
matter
stuff,
if it makes... Stop for a moment. You've already answered the question and I don't need it elaborated upon. Does it matter to you...
answer your question.
Does it matter to you if there are errors or contradictions or falsities within the Quran?
Yeah.
And are you saying you believe that there are none?
There's one I would consider not a complete contradiction, but I don't really accept that. I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I wouldn't call it exactly a contradiction, but it makes me doubt. It makes me doubt the Quran, the fact that it's even there.
Mm-hmm. What is that contradiction or seeming problem?
The thing about embryology, the thing about the bones forming first.
And that actually gives you reason to doubt the Quran because it claims that what is it that a man comes from sand and then sperm and then a
No,
clot
it says that
and then
it's
a
a
lump
clot.
of flesh.
It goes from a clot to, I think, bone, then it's wrapped in flesh.
Lump of flesh and then the bones. Yeah.
Yeah, the lump of flesh thing isn't the part that I have a contention with. It's the bone forming before the flesh.
Yeah. So that is the biggest question you have about the Quran, but otherwise you believe that it is something that could only have been written by a god.
Yep.
If there were other flaws like that, questionable areas, do you think that you would doubt further?
Yeah, obviously.
Do you think that you can... Oh, actually, you know what? Yeah. Good morning, Tav. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How's you?
Doing pretty good.
Hi Tav, hi Blake. Thrayle, I need to get dropped. I have to get up in 4 hours and 20 minutes.
4:20.
I understand.
4:20
Appreciate
minutes.
you, Bats. Thank you so much for keeping me company. I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone. Good night.
W's for Bats. And good morning, Blake.
Good morning, / whatever part of the space-time continuum everybody is on. We're spread out right now.
I think Tav's already got some questions geared up, so I'm going to go ahead and let you ask.
Yeah, I wasn't here from the beginning, so just warn me though.
You didn't... Yeah, we didn't ask that yet.
Mr. Baby?
Yo.
First off, Ramadan Mubarak. I'm fasting as well this year.
I'm not fasting.
You're not fasting?
But it's good that you are. Well done.
Hold on. You're not the... Okay, so you're not fasting?
No.
Do you know the pillars of Islam? The 5 pillars?
Yeah, I do.
Can you name them?
Yep, but I don't believe they're real.
You don't believe... You're a Muslim, right?
Yep.
You don't believe the pillars of...
I'm not a Sunni. The 5 pillars of Islam is a Sunni thing.
You're a Shia?
No, I'm just a Muslim. I don't believe in Hadith.
You're a Quran-only Muslim?
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. So, how do you deal with the contradictions in the Quran?
I mean, if there are contradictions in the Quran, it would make me doubt the Quran. It kind of just seems logical to me.
Do you speak Arabic?
Somewhat. I'm from Sudan, so our Arabic is slightly different.
Oh, مرحبا حبيبي. أنا من ليبيا. Sorry guys, I just have to say.
ما شاء الله كويس. السلام عليكم يا حبيبي.
وعليكم السلام حبيب قلبي. So I'm gonna read a few verses or ayat in Arabic. Tell me if you've never heard of them. We can bring them up, okay? I think everyone in this live have heard them before, but I'm just gonna bring it up to you. Do you know the verse that says وَجَعَلْنَا مِنَ الْمَاءِ كُلَّ شَيْءٍ حَيٍّ, and we made everything living come from water?
We made everything come from what?
Everything living come from water, or created everything living from water. Have you heard of that?
Oh, no, but go ahead.
Thrayle, do you have it? My laptop is not with me right now.
Are jinns alive? You know jinn?
Are jinns alive?
Yeah, do you consider them alive?
How would I know that?
How about men? Are men alive?
Yeah.
Is mud water or clay? Is clay water?
Well, mud by definition has water in it. Otherwise, it would be dirt.
Let's go with clay. What do you think of clay? Is clay water?
Clay also has water in it.
But you have to heat it up, get it dry and stuff.
No, you
Right.
don't. Clay is just, you could just have natural clay, bro. Clay is something you can like just mine.
Yeah, but it's still
Not
dry.
mine, but
Dry
like
it.
excavate.
But you still dry it. Natural
Pardon?
clay is still dry.
No,
I said
when
you
you pull it out of
it's
the
still
ground, it's
dry,
kind of wet.
right?
No, when you pull it out of the ground, it's wet. It's like clay, though.
That's mud.
That's clay. Have you never seen the clay pot? Like, have you ever seen them? What's that movie? I think it's called Ghost, and they're making that vase out of clay. That's how clay comes out naturally.
I'm sorry, baby. What were you saying, Blake?
I was gonna say, what do you think a sun-dried brick is?
I think it's a brick that was dried by the sun. Okay.
But what is the material that brick is made?
It depends on the brick.
Okay, that's
It's
fine.
dried mud. It's clay.
Some bricks are made out of mud, but that's kind of like an
Dried mud.
old-fashioned technology.
It's just, he will argue with every question you ask, I think.
I'm not arguing. I'm literally just trying to be honest as I can be. You're asking me direct questions. I'm giving you direct answers. I feel like you think I'm trying to trick you in some way.
No.
Okay, do you have a paper? Do you have a paper with you?
Not on me at hand. I could go find one.
No need. But you know how there's, I don't know if you've been around ex-Muslim circles much or questioning Muslim circles much, but there's a famous problem with the inheritance.
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
I don't know if you know it. Yeah. So Sunnis have a solution for that. It's kind of dumb, but they do. Even Shias have a solution for that. It's also kind of dumb, but they do. I'm curious what a Quran-only Muslim would do. Do you have a solution for it?
I don't actually even see the problem.
Okay, so give me 1 second. I have it in my notes.
No, I know what you're referring to. That is supposed to add up to 130%. But when you read the
Yes.
Quran, that's not what it says.
That's literally what it said.
Like, to be fair, I think
Two-thirds
this
to
is
the
like
light.
one of. I think there are fair criticisms of the Quran. Yeah, like the one I mentioned
You think
before
numbers
about
is not a
embryology.
fair criticism?
About embryology, and then I think there are certain criticisms of the Quran, especially in groups of people that are.
Mr. Baby.
So stop
Give me one
for just a moment, baby. Tavium, go ahead.
You think numbers, like having a mathematical number, adding up the fractions and whatnot, and you get more than one, like more than 100%. You think that's okay?
If God phrased it that way in the Quran, I'd 100% agree with you. But that's not the way He phrased it in the Quran.
That's
he's saying in
okay.
He's saying
Can you
in
bring
each
a paper?
condition.
I can run you through it right now.
What is
saying
the?
He's saying in each condition for them is a portion. Yeah, depending on who you have alive in your family. So when you say 130%, that means assuming every single person alive in that family for a portion.
How about?
Yeah, would we get
Okay.
a certain amount? But you turned it from a portion into a specific percentage. So it's a dishonest argument used by ex-Muslims. It's
Can you
not
give
an
me a
actual
second?
valid criticism.
So he's not actually.
Let's-
He's arguing by
Yeah,
using
I'm lost.
apologetic to avoid it. Do you know?
Pardon?
Did you hear like what it is that Tavium's pointing out? Can we pull up the part of the Quran that you're discussing, or are you just going to say dismissed because it's an invalid argument? It's dishonest, you said.
Well, like I did research on the embryology thing, I did research on this argument. And the argument itself is dishonest. But if you think like it's not, then okay, it's fine. Everyone's
What is
entitled to their
dishonest?
opinion.
What is dishonest about it?
What's dishonest is that Muslims know what Allah means by a portion. And as ex-Muslims, they actually know what we mean. So when they say it to like non-Christians, they use it as a point, but they never say it around actual Muslims because they know a real Muslim would tell them like that's not what it says in the Quran.
Go ahead, Tavium.
That's just the way you'd understand it if you.
Mr. Baby, Mr. Baby, stop talking and acting condescending while Tavium's trying to speak. I told him to speak, not you. Go ahead.
I want to ask you, Thrayle, something. How many Muslims have I brought this problem to, and they just throw tantrums?
pretty much every single one throws a tantrum about it in one way or another. Either doesn't want to let you speak on it or starts cursing you out in Arabic. Or saying that I'm influencing you. That one was weird.
Well, I think it's a bit unfair. I think it's a bit unfair to say I'm doing things based on stuff that other people have come on your panel
Right,
and done.
but the fact that like Tavium and I are still talking and you think that you need to interject is unnecessary. Like, we're not saying that's what you're doing. We were talking about other people. And so you could stay muted for a moment, and I'll bet Tavium's got a question for you.
Do you want to go through the verses, or you're just gonna say that's not a problem? God doesn't do it that way. What do you want to do with it?
I think his problem is that the portioning. He's saying that it's dishonest to say that these percentages are applicable across the board. That it would have to be some kind of vague portion related to the percentage. I'm not sure what the percentages are given for if they're not meant to be used.
That would be an amazing response if he was a Shia. That's how the Shias do it. But he's not a Shia. He's a Quran-only Muslim. So, Mr. Baby, you can unmute. You want to go through it?
Well, I feel like I already gave you my answer. If you want to characterize it as I'm being dishonest and I'm lying and I'm talking over you.
Nobody said you were being dishonest, but you're being dismissive. You're not actually interested in having that portion of the discussion. You don't want to.
Well, as far as I'm aware, he asked me a question. I gave him an answer.
Mm-hmm. And he's asked you another question. Are you willing to look at the verses and see if that's what it says? If it is him just being dishonest, or you already accused him of being dishonest, didn't you?
I never accused him of being dishonest. I said this is an argument that most ex-Muslims use around non-Muslims, and it dishonestly. At no point has this guy said to me that he's an ex-Muslim, so how have I insulted
So
him?
by asking the question and wanting to see what your response is to it, your response being to dismiss it as just a dishonest question, that indicates that you're just not interested in covering this question at all.
If I did that without explaining why it was dishonest, I could understand why you'd be saying that to me.
And so then the explanation for it being dishonest is that it was because the portions are misunderstood. Is that what it was?
Okay, you see how you just cut me off and I'm not really...
I did. I wanted to clarify before you pontificated for too long. I just wanted to clarify. Is it about portions? Is there a reason percentages are given if they're not meant to be applied?
Well, you just cut me off again. But again, I'm fine with it. It's cool. But I challenged the contention that
Are you going to play victim every time I cut you off to clarify a question?
I'm not like regular people. Like rage bait tactics don't work on me.
Yeah, I'm not using rage bait tactics. I'm actually trying to have an honest discussion here.
No, you're not. You're talking about everything.
So now you're accusing me of being dishonest. Then we're done.
That was interesting.
Sorry, Tav. I know you had more questions for him.
No, it's okay. I know he wouldn't engage with anything. I've talked with Quran-only Muslims before.
He had that one question. He did have an honest question about his beliefs, and that was due to the embryology. He said that it did.
I don't want to go there because there's some... I don't know if you've noticed this. I never go to the embryology part because that would assume that most people know how a fetus would develop. And I don't really like going deep into that or explain that. It takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
No, I usually just go for the other stuff.
Well, he was Yeah, he had presented the embryology one right before you got here as something that he actually honestly questions. So I will give him credit for that. I won't say he can't question his beliefs, but I think he was a little ready for a different kind of discussion. And when you came up offering that, I think he decided to turn the defenses on. And I don't know. That is par for the course. Anytime you bring that up or any other contradiction within the text.
Yeah, I should stop like that. We should stick to abstract what ifs.
How dare you? Yeah, how dare you bring up contradictions and ask about a contradiction to see if someone can question their beliefs. It's not like I've ever used a contradiction as an example to see if someone could question.
Yeah, Thrayle, I've never seen you talk about any contradiction before.
Apparently, I need to change things up. Morgan asked me why I always use the same one.
It's a very basic one. That's
It's the first most obvious one.
Yeah, and it's the good things about basic contradictions, stuff like that, like the one you use with the Bible and the one I use with the Quran. It's that it's so obvious to the point of if you don't engage with it, you're just being dishonest or not even trying to engage with anything.
That's kind of the idea. It's obvious enough on the face that it requires some kind of reasoning or explanation.
Yeah, kind of like a litmus test. I just learned that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it kind of is. It's why I use it as the first kind of. I don't know if litmus test is the right word, but yeah, the first hurdle in questioning Christianity, at least.
Fair enough. Dancing duality has a point. The Quran is a very central pillar to any Muslim, at least any believing or questioning Muslim. Going straight for the Quran might not be a good idea. Nice music, by the way.
Kung Pao is at a crossroads with biblical canon. I would be interested in questioning that, Kung Pao. If you would like to request up, you certainly can. Yeah, Club. I threw a few new tracks into the mix, and I'm not mad at them. They're a little busier than the sleepy ones that we were at just a little while ago. Hello, Kung Pao. Welcome back.
Hey, thanks, Thrayle. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I've come to my crossroads. I've done about 3 weeks of thinking on the last part we stunk off of, and lots up and down. So here I am.
Well, for a quick reminder for the audience, we'll run down a couple quick questions. Of course, age for TikTok TOS.
Absolutely. 40.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like it?
Yes, I am a non-denominational Christian with a faith in the Holy Trinity.
Non-denominational. So for you, you don't hold to any particular denominational practices, or is there some denomination to that non-denominationalism?
It ends up in a pie chart, I figured out, and it's so ambiguous. It started from being raised Presbyterian, and it just doesn't land enough in a place to really call myself something. It keeps getting put into a place called modern day Christianism or something of that nature. It's have you heard of this?
Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah, me too.
Sorry, I gotta set Tav down. Appreciate you, Tav.
So I just find that it's better to see, it's easier to just say non-denominational.
Okay. And so, do you believe in the literal stories of the Bible?
This is where the crossroads has come in, and Kat left me off. So I don't, and I do, and I'm open to questioning about it because of the canon process.
Okay. So the canonization process is what's got you questioning.
Yeah.
What is it about the canonization that has raised questions for you?
Well, for the first start is that it's something it's never crossed my radar this whole time. And so it's vaguely new to me. And I used to have that stance, you probably recall, of just being, I'm more metaphorical than I am literal with the Bible.
Yeah.
And that was because of just the time it took to build it and etc. But I never saw the canon. I never understood that this was like a peer-reviewed thing, that there's things missing from the canon, that it was kind of what was accepted into it to make the Bible itself. And so it leaves more room for questions about the Bible itself.
So, what kinds of questions, I guess, is it leading to for you?
How do I explain this one? Why do I believe? And I'll answer that to get to where it was. I believe it's based on my relationship with throughout my life experience in hardships, just praying to God and Jesus and getting me through it, and then coming up on top, and then turning around and seeing that it was that the Bible that is based on peer-reviewed items, meaning like this, how biased could that be, right? Like who I feel like it leaves so much room for interpretation on anyone's part now. And how do I get a hold of the old scripture? And it just shook things like that. Like if that answered your question. If not, let me ask me again. I may have missed the mark.
Was what questions the biblical canon and what's canonized is raising in you?
It shook me because, like, who are all these people that got to be able to put together and say, oh, this one's right and that one's wrong, and is this a general consensus? And okay, it is a general consensus. The Orthodox has their position, the Protestants have theirs, and it doubles down on my whole reasoning of never really identifying entirely with the Bible. And at the same time, though, I kind of feel hypocritical because of these are all people that also felt a relationship to God, more so than me. So if it's like peer-reviewed, I guess, it's got me just confused.
How do you know they felt a relationship to God?
That's a good question. I don't. I can't confirm that.
What do you know so far about the canonization process?
What I know so far is that the scriptures that came from the New Testament, from all these 27 books, right, is that they would pick and choose what what they thought fit in and what was corrected and what was accepted. Because prior to it, it was just it was pieced out, I guess. Like the words of the gospel of these of the disciples and whatever their names are, Peter, Paul, John, etc.
Would you be surprised to know that even today the number of books in your Bible is different depending on which sect of Christianity you're in?
Could you elaborate, please?
Yeah, certain sects of Christianity have like a couple more or a couple less books within their Bible. So even what is like the modern canon isn't necessarily consistent within or like in between sects of Christianity itself. Those changes are, like I said, just a couple books, but it's still.
Would that be the Orthodox?
It's supposed to be.
For example,
Ethiopian.
Yeah, okay. Between the Ethiopian, the Presbyterian, or what am I trying to, Protestant, like KJV, and the Catholic, there's different numbers.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I appreciate the info. I wouldn't be surprised. That's where the opening came up. The core of it, not knowing those exactly.
I think it's 83. It could be 88. In the Ethiopian Bible.
I don't know on that one.
88 additional pages.
Books.
Oh wow.
And I think it's 83. Now that I'm thinking, I'll have to Google it to be certain.
I'm taking notes.
The Bible has well more than a dozen more than the Protestant, which is 66.
I know I'm not supposed to ask you questions, but is the Ethiopian? Is that because of their language, or why would they have so much more?
It includes books that other denominations consider to be apocryphal. So it would include books like the Book of Enoch. I believe it also contains some of the additional Gospels, like the Sayings Gospel of Thomas and Gospel of Mary Magdalene.
I'm definitely going to be diving into that. That's I don't know if you remember when I left last time off the show. Kat had me saying she or it wasn't Kat, it was Philly. She said, "Why are you taking it metaphorically versus a grain of salt?" That's how I ended up here.
Why would you want? Why would you believe that the Bible is going to hold answers at all? Whether it's canonized books or apocrypha.
Right, with my belief, right? I know. I guess it's just. Give me a second to answer that. I don't know how to answer that. That's a good question. What drives me to figure this out? I would like there to be something more, a personal, something more to attach to than just my own, my own relationship. I'd like there to be a little bit more.
Why does it need to be more?
Why does it need to be more? I don't think it will affirm my faith anymore. I don't know why it needs to be more. I don't know. I've enjoyed the journey. It's been enjoying. It's definitely been interesting. I doesn't need. I don't know. Maybe it's just fun. I don't know. Maybe it's just interesting.
Does it help if the personal relationship you have with whatever it is has a lore behind it, a backstory?
I do enjoy good lore. I do enjoy good lore, but you know what I think? I have family members that are across the board, and some are very literal, and maybe it would help my relationship with them. But lore is great. I do love a good lore. I mean, it's nice, but I don't know if that's the main driving factor.
I would wonder if creating your own lore wouldn't be an option.
Hey, you did it, right? The Batcolytes. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I do have my own story to tell, my own direction.
So then why would you want to tether your story to this one, to this ancient tome that is unverifiable at best?
I do have the answer to that.
At worst.
Sorry, my bad. Got the delay.
No, that's okay.
You say it one more time?
I was just going to say, why tie your story to this one that is unverifiable at best and false at worst?
The struggles that I dealt with, it started at the age of 7, and having only that small time with Presbyterian upbringing, and then reading the Bible back to front, around from 10 to 15 years old, and it got me by. And then on top of that, just whenever it was in some pretty, I'm a former Marine. I've been in some pretty sticky situations in my life, back in 2008. And I suppose the things I've seen, you could lean either way. And the way I felt, you could lean either way. You could come out a bad guy or a good guy. And it just seemed like I came out a good guy, and on top, all things considered. And it was always preying upon that help, and it's just receiving it. I think that's why I'm locked into it.
So, Does it have to be this God?
It's crossed my mind a couple of times, to be honest. As of late, maybe the last 6 months, it's been pretty locked in. But prior, it's crossed my mind. I'm like, does the gods I'm praying to, maybe the Holy Trinity, maybe the God that's there is understanding? I'm like, oh well, you're missing the mark there, Kung Pao. I'm 2 inches this way, but close enough. It's crossed my mind. There has been questions there.
Jimmy asks, how can you make sense of war? How does a God help to make sense of it?
I need to go back into the Bible, but then we're going to go back in the canon, and then we're going to be questioning everything. But to answer that, Jimmy, I believe there is a sense of free will and your choice to make the direction you go. That said, the atrocities, how could a God let the atrocities happen? Especially, it's to answer that one more direct. Well, I mean, you want your question answered, obviously. Making sense of war. The war is backed by and created by politicians and governments, and we do the bidding. I think a better, harder question to answer is the people born in utter poverty. That's a harder one that I cannot answer.
I was about to ask that I hear you giving God responsibility for all of the good things, but aren't they just as responsible for creating even all of the politicians that are the way that they are? Like, as like the Bible says, he created some vessels for destruction and some for evil, and like, why?
I volunteered to be one of the vessels for destruction. There was no draft, and I signed up for it. So I lean back to free choice, but I need to brush up. And then when I brush up, I fear that the canon, I'll become biased. I try not to be biased my best. That's why I love this chat, this forum that Thrayle made. And other than that, I can't answer any further. That's all I got.
But is the line about self-sacrifice, or are they saying I've created some vessels for destruction, some for salvation? Meaning that, like, God creates some people knowing that they are going to be without salvation, and like, aren't they equally responsible for that as well?
You talking about God being responsible for the vessels of destruction?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that line, to be honest. I'm going to be straight with you. Right? Is that an actual quote out of the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And this is not a pushback. I'm just going to go back to I don't know, because like I said, I have to go back to
That's
it.
fair.
But
that's fair.
Yeah,
that's completely fair.
Like, I don't want to go down a line I don't know. But if you going off your word, because I'll take you for your word. I can give you my opinion, but I don't know if that's what you're looking for, really, right? Because I don't know. I really don't know.
One of the best questioners on biblical canon I know. Hello,
that's right here.
Everlasting.
Oh, okay, great. Hey, how you doing, Everlasting?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing great.
Yeah, I just I piqued a curiosity over the subject that was brought up. So when Blake was describing how God creates vessels for destruction, and he was just explaining to you, like it doesn't necessarily mean, it doesn't mean like what I think you thought it meant.
Okay.
In terms of like you volunteer destruction, right? That's kind of the way you interpreted that. But what Blake was just pointing out is that God actually creates beings specifically for the destruction of their souls, so that he can flex his glory, if you will. And we see this in Romans 9 is a good example of this. And this is kind of where you are you familiar with Calvinism?
No. Could you explain it to me?
Calvinism is kind of a hardline take on predetermination. So it's the theology that God has everything planned out ahead of time. He knows the outcome of every situation. For example, I'm a lifelong atheist, and unless something dramatic happens, I could die tomorrow, and if I'm wrong, I'm gonna stand before judgment, and I'm gonna be judged for the crime of being unconvinced that this God exists. Yet this God, knows what it would take to convince me. But, why else would this God create me knowing the outcome, other than the idea that, he created me for the sole purpose of damnation? This is part of his plan. And this is kind of what Calvinism is. Calvinism looks at a person like me and says, yeah, well, hey, sorry, buddy. Sucks to be you. That's, it's God's plan.
You feel like collateral
But the
damage?
thing is, a lot of Christians don't really hold to this hard line. You hear a lot of Christians talk about free will, right?
Mhm.
So, Calvinism, as harsh as it might sound, it's actually backed up by Scripture. And so I think the question Blake's asking is, why would God create someone like me specifically to judge and condemn just for the sake of showing his glory? I think that's the question here. Is that right, Blake? Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, kind of when you're giving credit for all of the good things that are happening in the world around you, do you also give God credit for all of the bad things that are happening as like the creator of everything?
Is that question for me?
Yes.
Well, two things. Thanks for the explanation about that. By the way, Calvinism, put that in the old book there. Second thing, to answer that question, I have suffered hardship, and I never shifted blame. I mean, I accept what hardships have happened to me and ask for help to get out of them, like I said. Do I blame God and then use Calvinism? I don't really even know if I believe in Calvinism. I don't think that's the way it works, but I think that's the best I can answer that question. Otherwise, it's do I give God credit for the bad things that have happened? I don't think so. I don't really not subscribing to Calvinism. I don't think I do. But I'm open to more questions to see if I do. And I'd ask.
Do you believe God knows
the? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say a good way to test that is, do you believe that God knows the outcomes of every situation?
I don't. I don't think so. I think it's left a choice.
Yeah, that was much better than what I was going to ask.
No worries. And you guys, please excuse me. I live in Asia, so we're gonna have especially if you're on the East Coast, we're gonna have a little bit of a delay. We might lap over each other a bit.
No worries.
Everlast, you know the canon, right? Pretty well. And when you see Romans, do you actually know enough to who put that in the canon?
Okay, well,
I'm just asking for my own educational purposes. That's all.
Romans is attributed to Paul. Most scholars, most scholars agree that Paul wrote Romans.
Okay.
I have a slightly different take on it in that I believe that the first canon, and this actually isn't just a belief, this is something that we know, the very first publishing of the letters of Paul and the very first gospel was in the mid-2nd century. That was the first canon that was published by Marcion, and he named, the gospel Evangelion, which just means gospel. and the Apostolicon, which is 10 letters that were attributed to Paul. But it was written by, he had a literary school known as the Marcionites. And so that's, when he talks about the canon, what we know today isn't the canon that, the early Christians knew in the 2nd century.
Mm. Was it built during the time of the Roman Empire?
Yes.
Yeah. So I started learning too. That's why I think some of I question how much is influenced. I know they were pushing against, that they were ostracized and pushing against. It was dangerous to write these things and have these schools, apparently.
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, there were many mystic cults, and a lot of them were just Greco-Roman mythologies. You got people that worship the god Asclepius, which you've seen the snake wrapped around the pole that you might see the image on the side of an EMS vehicle.
Yeah, I've seen it.
That's a symbol of Asclepian worshippers. There was a man named Apollonius of Tyrannus that lived in the 1st century. He was a philosopher. He was reported to have healed people and, teaching philosophy, morality, ethics. A lot of it, you would say, might even resemble the story of Jesus. So it wasn't the law of Rome was you could worship whatever gods you wanted, but you had to bow a knee to the emperor because the emperor was considered God on earth. And if if you were unwilling to do that, then they could prosecute. Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. Oh, no, I appreciate the info because I can't gather everything. Right, it's hard to. There's a lot of information out there. It takes it takes years to study all this stuff. Well, to get back on course, I guess, and you guys were asking me about to take the negative effects versus the positive of God. I suppose I don't believe in the whole, the master plan, the Calvinism. I don't.
Well, it's really a question of, do you believe God is omniscient? If he's all knowing, then he's going to obviously know the outcomes to all situations. But if he's not all knowing, then that would leave room for your ability to make a choice and perhaps even surprise this God in some way.
I've always felt that way. That's what I something I felt for a very long time. I've always felt that way, that
So you believe this God can learn?
I didn't think about that. I don't know. I never thought about that.
I think what you meant you've always thought about is that is God powerful enough to know all or stop all? Is he actually omni? Is that what you were thinking?
I was thinking that he potentially has that power, and maybe we're just in this fishbowl for sometimes just for entertainment purposes. I almost thought in my early years, and to be honest, I haven't really thought much harder beyond it, just to put that aside and say, oh, that's probably not the way it is, and I haven't put thought into it, so I don't know. I hope that answers.
Well, that would rule out an all-loving God, certainly.
Yeah, that would, wouldn't it?
And that's actually backed up by Scripture. Like that's why the Calvinists aren't necessarily biblically wrong. It might not line up philosophically or, with your own theological ideas, but, according to Scripture, it does track.
That's why I never liked Scripture, just never lined up with me very well. I like some of it. I mean, some of it makes complete sense to how I feel and what I believe. A lot of it.
Just the sum of it that makes complete sense. Do you think it would align as well if you hadn't been raised to believe it?
That's like the best question that I proposed to a close family member who's extremely religious, and I said it. I don't have the answer, but I had the answer then, and I don't have the answer now. I feel like I lost the answer and don't know. But the answer that I said to her, because I wasn't strong enough in my belief, my faith yet, and I said to her, like, "Oh, what happens to everyone that's was in China with their beliefs before Jesus was around? Even they all get wiped away because they have a strong belief in a different area and were never taught."
It's a good question.
It is, right? It's, of course, she had an answer. Like, that's why I don't like talking about it. I don't like talking to her much about it because she has the answer for everything. But through the scripture, I don't know, Thrayle. I don't know. I think I have like a half answer. I think I've obviously been influenced and biased with that young age of that impression. It's where it started, right? At 7. I don't know what the outcome would have been. I think there's potential for it not to be. I think there's potential. Then here I am with it. So
if God is powerful enough to create all of reality as we know it, that would seemingly, at least from our perspective, that would seem like unlimited power or a maximum amount of potency. That's kind of where omnipotence comes from.
What's that word?
And omnipotence, right? All powerful.
All powerful.
Yeah. So if we're examining a God that potentially created all of reality, the entire universe, to me, if we grant that God existing, it only logically would follow that that it would as part of the umbrella of all powerful would also be all knowing. It would know if this God created time and space, that means it would have to exist outside of time and space. It would have to possess the power to create time and space. And part of that power would be ultimate knowledge. Since it's outside of time, it would know every outcome to every situation before even the situation was, present for us, because we're experiencing time in a very relative sense. Mm-hmm. But if God exists outside of time, then he's not bound by linear progression. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know what you're trying to explain. Yeah, I get it. I do have a response.
So it would just logically entail that it would know all of these outcomes prior to setting the events into motion.
This is what happened with me with that, is that you ever had a good friend that's just leagues ahead of you in intelligence and knowledge? Have you ever had?
Lots of them, yes.
Right. They just stand out, right? It's like, wow, that's mind blowing how smart they are. Maybe not in every area of life, but some. And I just assume, and maybe it's for my own comfort, my own bias, right? Is that I would assume that I cannot think on that plane, that dimension, that level. I just can't see it. Like if you ask me about, I tried my best to like dive deep into physics, for example, right? And I just get caught up in calculus. I can't do it. I mean, I guess I'd hate to limit myself, but I can't seem to grasp it. So I want,
relatable.
Yeah, you know, it's hard, tough stuff. And yeah, and I got a friend who's at R&D at Apple, and you know, he's got a PhD in, you know, physics. And when I first met him, I'm like, you're not a doctor. And I didn't believe he wasn't, but then he showed me, and I'm like, oh wow, and got to know him for a few years. Anyways, I don't want to get off too far. I think that like maybe there's a possibility that there's something that our brains are really capable of understanding. The limitation that and possibly someone that of that power, there's something else going on. I may be contradicting myself, but
are you saying therefore that must describe the mind of God? There must be limits to the mind of God.
I don't like to speak in absolutes usually for things I don't know, because I'm open-minded. But that's just the best I can answer that question. Is like there's a possibility that we're missing the mark, that we don't see what he would see being that powerful. And then you drag that logic all the way down to why I question the scripture. And I might sound like the humongous contradiction. I mean, I get it. But it all kind of loops into my thinking.
Really quickly, I lost the list, so I've got to kind of cobble it together and make sure that I thank 96, Monster, also Cassie, Miyaka, Miyaka, I'm always pronouncing it wrong, Cassie, Insomnia, Bats, and pretty sure it was Jimmy. Yeah, thank you guys so much for helping with the previous goal. Miyaka, see, or Mika, see. No, I'm gonna do it wrong and feel bad. And
up all the time.
I'm mispronouncing names left and right up here. I do my best, but I do appreciate you, Mika. What would you say is the most compelling reason for you to believe that there's a God?
It would just revert back to the coming on top. Just like moments of like, how did I make it to that? And this is just chopping it up to pure luck.
Mm-hmm.
Is just too much for me to accept.
Why is it too much for it to have been luck?
Well, we could open up that the good and bad accountability on God's part.
Mm-hmm.
With that, almost we could open that up, because the things I've seen and how did I get so lucky?
Mm-hmm. Is it lucky if you had to see those things?
Sorry, I couldn't catch that.
Is it lucky if you had to see all those things?
I guess if I didn't see the things I've seen and I was ignorant to what's out there, I suppose I wouldn't feel that lucky and I'd be more ungrateful. I mean that in a respectful way, of course. Yeah, I don't. That's
right. Having to have seen the things that you've seen, is it really that you are lucky, or is the God cruel for having done that to the others?
Yeah, it's a touche. I mean, yeah. That's a good question. I wish I could share it. I don't want to share it, but yeah. That's a good question. That's something that I'm going to be chewing on now. So I'm going to chew on that. Probably chew on that more than I'll chew on the canon now.
Well, I'm gonna give you something else to chew on too. So, if
get my notepad out, there we go.
If it's possible that like, okay, if we're looking at this as a God that, say, planned for you to see some of the horrible things that you've seen or experienced, and holding space for the idea that maybe this God is just cruel. Think about the same events, the same experiences, minus a God. And you'd still be dealing with the same set of antecedents. Does that make sense to you? Do you understand what I mean when I say set of antecedents?
I could put it together. Never heard the word before. If you don't mind describing it to me, I'd like to put it in my thesaurus.
I guess it would be the state of affairs.
Before. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, that's better. That's better. I'm bad at defining these things. I understand the basic concepts, but we're both dealing with the same set of priors. That's another way of looking at it, right? Prior facts. And so, if it's the case that there's no God involved, that it's just the matter of factness of the universe, of nature. There's no intention behind it, but it is still kind of seemingly cruel in its own way. But if you're removing the intention of it, does it make it as cruel? I guess that's the question I'm trying to land.
Yeah, what's scarier, a world without God or a world with God?
Yeah, like I think it was, I want to say Bertrand Russell, I might be misquoting that, but it's the idea that it's not that the universe is cruel, it's that it's indifferent. That's that's what makes it so scary, I guess. You know what I mean?
Right. I'll add it in there. I'd be adding it in there with my own POV. I gotta, because remember, my POV is there's this like a great plan, but I could put myself in the shoes, or I can just think about it myself. Yeah, I think that's probably enough for me to chew on. To be honest, it's gonna take me weeks.
Understandable.
These are big ones.
I really appreciate you.
Likewise. I appreciate you too, and I appreciate everyone on the panel. I appreciate the questions, you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope you keep asking questions. I'll go ahead and set you down.
All right, thanks. Take care, you guys.
You too.
Can you kick me out of here too, Thrayle? I really need some sleep. Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate you, Everlasting. And
You
big
too.
W's for Everlasting and for Kung Pao. That was amazing. Great questioning. So good to hear someone genuinely take the questions in and consider them. That's why Kung Pao is always welcome back.
Yeah, y'all got what I was getting at, and then asked questions to get to it were so much clearer than what I was about to do. So thank you.
No, you did great. We've got a couple other requests here. I don't know if they're still there. I hope they were patient. But we'll go ahead and accept them up and see if either one still exists. Of course they don't. Wow. Thank you, Kung Pao. appreciate you so much.
Oh, thank you. I got called a Calvinist tonight. That's never happened before.
I saw that. Somebody asked, so Blake's a Calvinist?
Oh gosh, yeah, that's a new one.
Are you a determinist?
I'm pretty, well, no, I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
I forget that the quantum world exists for a second, and then I like to say I'm a hard determinist, and then I remember that the quantum world exists, and I'm like, no, I don't think I can be.
So, quantum indeterminacy, something in there is holding you up on hard determinism.
Yeah, like our logic just doesn't work once you get down to that scale. And like we have spent some like 20, 30 years developing string theory, still have not been able to come up with like a single testable experiment from it. So there's a lot of things where we're just kind of like stuck. So, and like thinking with human logic is what kept us from accepting how quantum mechanics actually works for so long. But yeah, shit just gets so weird at different scales that I don't know if I can say for sure that I'm a hard determinist, but I'm like pretty determinist.
You're not a hard determinist. You're a pretty determinist.
Yeah.
Not quite soft.
I'm like copper. I'm not like a diamond, but I'm also not like
there's some
squishy.
malleability.
Yeah. It's like you can hammer it a little bit, and it will change shape.
I think my determinism is similar to that. It is like I see, at least logically, that it makes sense that we are following the antecedents. Everything is going to happen the way it is because of what just happened. Makes sense to me. But I don't know anything about quantum indeterminate factors that could throw all of that at. Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, like one of the very plausible solutions is that the universe is just infinite and everything that's possible to happen and at every point in time is happening all at once somewhere in the universe an infinite amount of times. And then it's like, what does that mean for determinism? I don't know.
I honestly was kind of hoping you did know.
It's like a weird null in between answer. Because it's like the everything everywhere all at once answer. And so it's like, yeah, like halfway in between, I feel like. It's like it can't be determinist because it is in reality, well, on some layer happening at the same time, if that makes sense. But you're only falling down like one pathway of it.
Hmm. If you're only following down one pathway, is that you? Like, what is the
I don't
you
know,
that's
man. I don't know. I don't know.
And do these whatever quantum fluctuations can they actually be so varied that they account for us having choice, or are they just fluctuations in?
I don't know what's choice. Yeah, I don't know what's choice.
I don't know either. Shit. I don't have a what is choice. I have I have this one. What the fuck is free will?
Whatever your neural network decides on.
Thank you, Shell. Appreciate you so much.
Which, at least based on my studies, is the combination, well, a delayed output of it's really weird because when you're doing AI math, you actually see how short-term and long-term memory are different mathematical operations. One's multiplication and one is addition. Did that make sense at all?
Nope.
So your memory, when you're modeling memory as an AI neural network, your memory is like in a separate matrix off to the side. And like the way that if that matrix is like long term or short term, the difference between that is like multiplication and addition.
Oh wow.
It's weird. It's weird, simple changes like that in a mathematical formula is like the difference in the like arisal of short-term and long-term memory. It's so weird.
That is weird. Huge difference. Ben, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 30. What am I? I'm 33.
It's a little early to be losing track, but I won't blame you for it. Do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
No, not a god.
Why not?
Why not? I haven't seen any evidence for a god.
What do you think would be evidence for a god for you?
Oh, I don't even know what that evidence would conceivably look like.
Can you try to imagine what it might take to compel you or convince you that a god exists of any kind?
Sure, give me a second. Let me imagine it.
Okay, while you take that second, I'm going to really quickly thank Shell in 96, also Cat DeWitch and Everlasting Godstopper for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, I think I've got some examples.
Sure.
Yeah, so if I were a god and I wanted people to be able to find out that I existed, I don't know if that's even something that a god would know, but you might put little hints, little Easter eggs in the universe. I guess if we were able to find those Easter eggs, that might be proof, examples.
Do you think it's possible that we found any of those Easter eggs, anything
Close
to being one.
Possible. I've not seen any personally. Do you have any? Do you have any examples? Do you believe in God?
No. What do you think an Easter egg might be? Can you think of what one might?
Yeah. So maybe it could appear in DNA. Maybe if you were looking at something like DNA, which is a sequence of, I think it's A, G, T, B, letters like that. You'd be able to look at things like that and find word sentences. Might be able to look at the stars. That's something in the Bible that they refer to. I'll reveal myself in the stars. I've not seen anything so far.
So you're saying if you found some way of, what if you found some way of deciphering a pattern or apparent pattern in DNA or in astronomy? Those things might compel you towards belief. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, I guess it wouldn't.
Can you think of something? I know we did this a minute ago, but do you think you could think of something that might compel you towards belief? And again, I'm not trying to convince
honestly,
you.
I don't think anything could. I don't even think prophecy is good proof because it can be self-fulfilling.
If a God came down in front of you and several witnesses and declared itself to be so and demonstrated its power in some way.
That's a better one. I might have the sense that I was having. I think that would compel me.
If a God did compel you in that way to believe in him, and he had some stipulations of, worship me or else you'll suffer, kind of
eternal consequences.
Would you worship it just for existing and having those consequences, or would you want for something more?
Sounds like I only have two choices there. I'd probably have to worship him.
You could expand if you think of a third choice.
I don't think I could find a third choice. I don't think I'd be able to fight a god in that way. I think I'd just be left with the two choices.
And so, rather than try to fight a god, I would go along with what it wants.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to fight him. He's probably a little stronger than me, at least a little stronger.
Do you think that by refusing to do its bidding, you would necessarily have to fight it?
Refuse to do his bidding, or a third option. Yeah, probably, because by definition, he set up this arena. He's God. He set up the universe, so he set up the arena.
Oh, you went off app. Wondered why it got so quiet for a moment.
Oh.
Now we hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, I said, I guess another option would be outsmart, and I couldn't do that either. He set up the arena. He set up the chessboard. I lose every time against a god, unfortunately.
Does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
Does it matter? I'd like for a god to exist.
Why is that?
Because I don't know what happens when I die, and if a god existed, they could potentially create good. Oh God, I hear my echo and I can't talk.
Go ahead. Okay, you could have done that without clearing your throat. You could go ahead now. There shouldn't be an echo anymore. Okay. Well, I guess, Ben, appreciate you coming up, but since you're not going to talk anymore at all, we'll just move on to the next guest. Hello, Joe. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, yeah, I'm 29.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I do not. I wouldn't say.
Why not?
I just don't see how it would be relevant to my life at all, right? Even if it existed, I don't think I'd follow it. So it just, the question is, it just doesn't come up because it's not something I care about.
I see. What might convince you that a god exists?
Well, like, what do you mean by god? By a god? Like a supernatural being?
Let me ask you this question. Let's back up just one more question here, just rather than go that way. Why did you request up?
I was intrigued by the way you were asking questions, and I because that's the way I like to think anyway. So that's why.
Mm-hmm.
It sounded like an interesting conversation.
Yeah. So, I'm looking for people who have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that. Yeah, that's why it says God on the screen. But I appreciate you coming up. I think I'm going to go ahead and move on.
No worries,
Joe, but maybe another time.
Absolutely, yeah.
I hope that you keep asking questions. I do encourage that. I just feel like I just questioned an atheist, and I'd like to see if maybe somebody with a belief has the courage or the curiosity, I guess is what it would be. Whatever it is that brings them the capability to question their beliefs. But I do appreciate you, and appreciate all of you, everybody here, whether you're tapping the screen and sharing the live, or if you've drifted off into a critical thinking slumber, questioning your own dream state as you wearily plod along through that.
Can confirm this will incept you with some weird dreams. Weird dreams.
That's exactly what happened to Morgan Le Fay, who drifted off into a wild slumber of questioning belief.
I have not had a faith-based dream in a long time, but it was good because it was like a comical. I used to have like really bad stress, religious dreams all the time, but this was just like, oh, this is weird that they're here. What is why? Like, what is happening? And then I woke up and I was like, oh, okay, I'm listening to Batcolyte. That's why.
Yep.
Jesus was just chilling in the background of that dream that had nothing to do with him.
Riding an elevator.
Yeah, that's why Hot Jesus was in that elevator with me.
Did your hot Jesus in the elevator look like Keanu Reeves at 11 feet tall?
No, it just looked like the white grandma Jesus.
White grandma Jesus.
Which is funny because both of my grandmas had a much more suave Mediterranean Jesus, so I don't know what that was about.
I have an aunt who's Catholic, and she has only one portrait I can think of Jesus, and it is a very unique collage of like famous faces, and the overall image is not white Jesus, but more of a curly-haired sort of more, I would say Mediterranean is a good word.
Yeah, we had curly-haired Jesus. We had indigenous Jesus. We had a whole indigenous nativity scene. It was, looking back, probably not the cutest thing in the world, but hey, my grandma was also indigenous, so
I was
what
always
can
a
you do?
fan of the Buddy Christ, but I really liked.
Yeah, dog.
I don't know if it was so much the movie Dogma or it was just that George Carlin introduced him. So it was, for me, it made it. Sure, I can go with the Buddy Christ. He just looks like a friendly guy.
It was very Buddy Christ, and maybe that's where it was from. It was very like that, yeah, that kind of pallor. They weren't winking and giving me a thumbs up, though.
Yeah, they weren't doing it right then.
That would have been more
Hold
comforting.
that pose for hours.
Okay, then it becomes unsettling. A momentary, comforting. Frozen in that position, unsettling.
Yeah, no, I think you should be frozen in that position, just stuck there forever. Always giving a thumbs up, always winking. That's all the
Now
Jesus.
I feel like he's behind me. What is that? If Jesus is behind you, or Satan, then come up and tell us about it.
What is he doing behind you?
I don't know. What? Who tells Satan to get behind them? Paul? Does Paul say, "Get behind me, Satan"? Talking to somebody else?
It's a good question.
It also just makes me think of the White Stripes album, so that instantly starts playing in my head, and then I can't remember any other context for that verse. Or Peter? I don't know.
Catgirl says God equals love, Satan equals hate, hell equals suffering, and bliss equals peace. Those are interesting equivocations. Why do you make those? Catalyst Occultist says, do you guys only chat with Christians or do you chat with spiritual people in general? I would say more in general, just whoever comes along with a belief in a god or gods or anything like that who can question that belief. That's generally, yeah, in general.
Okay, Jesus told Peter, "Get behind me, Satan."
What did Peter do to get called Satan?
I don't know.
Peter objected to Jesus' prophesying his upcoming suffering and death. Well, you know, seems a bit doomsday. How do we know Peter didn't have the right idea?
Gosh, Jesus, oh, such a drama queen.
There are a lot of speculative guesses down there. Jesus was just a cool dude. Everyone hated on him. I don't know if that's really accurate. I mean, how do we know he was a cool dude? How do you know he was a dude even at all?
Cool dudes don't braid whips at temples.
Mm. Hmm.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello, Catalyst. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 32.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Okay. Sorry, I had to put my headphone in real quick.
Mm.
So I'm mostly agnostic. I'm still kind of like I don't have like a solid certainty in what I believe, but I have like theories of what I think is going on, if that makes sense. I've delved into working with deities in the last
The deity.
My understanding of it, let's see how do I explain this. I look at quote God more as of like the general energy of the universe. So like we
What is
know that
energy?
matter. I'm not a scientist and I'm not very like book smart. So I'm not good at explaining like the intricacies of something like that. Is that so like for me energy is essentially like a fuel, I guess.
What do you
I'm
mean
only
by
prefacing
fuel?
that by saying like if I'm coming off like if I'm wrong, correct me because I'm going with what I know how to say and I'm not always good at
When you say
explaining myself.
energy is a fuel, what do you mean by that?
Like I'm like choking now. I'm like, oh, there's an audience. I'm nervous.
That's okay.
Basically, it's just something that propels. It creates like heat or movement. I
don't know how to explain it properly. I would have to look it up. I understand how energy works in a general level. Like I know that when I turn my light switch on, the electricity comes on. I don't know how to explain electricity and how electricity works. I don't really know. But I do know that when I turn on my light switch, my lights turn on. That's kind of where I'm at with energy. I know it's
That when
there.
you
I
turn
know
on a
it's
switch, the lights come on.
yes. So
Sorry, I'm not seeing how turning on a switch and the lights coming on relates to your definition of energy.
it relates to my understanding of energy. Like, I don't know the intricacies of energy. I couldn't sit here and speak a dissertation on energy in a literal scientific sense. But I have a vague understanding that it exists. Like, when you light a fire in your backyard pit, it's creating energy. It's like a impure plasma.
Sorry, but
When you put
you're
gas in your
saying,
car,
sorry, but you're saying that plasma is pure energy.
I don't know. I
Oh.
know that it's very volatile and it can be used to fuel things.
What is plasma?
That I can't explain. I do know the four states of matter, and I've come to understand that, like, when I've been learning about, you know, like witchcraft and spirituality and all of that, the four elements were kind of the rudimentary attempt at understanding the four states of matter. If you look at fire, it's a vague representative of plasma. If you look at air, it's a vague representative of gases. If you look at water, liquid, earth, solid. So when you go and you look at these old cultures and these old belief systems and these old practices, it was their attempt at trying to understand something that we understand better now. And I think spirituality. I just look at, like, I don't personify a god. I don't think that it's like some dude in the sky that's written rules. I think that I'm an animist, so I believe, like, everything has, I don't know, a unique signature to it. And everything has some level of, like, I don't want to say sentience, but like awareness and energy. And if there is a god, I don't think it's like a person that talks to you. I think it's just the flow state. Like, have you seen Avatar? The James Cameron movie? Like, Aowa, the tree, and how its, like, roots are all connected to everything. And they just kind of, like, connect on a psychic level. And it's almost like this. It's
What
not
was
a
the
person that
question
they
you
go
were
and talk to.
answering?
What? You're saying what is energy?
So what is energy?
I already said I don't really know how to explain that in a straightforward way. I guess I could Google it.
So why was what was it you were describing was energy?
That everything has energy. That energy can't really be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed.
Everything has energy that can't be created or destroyed. What does that have to do with your belief in a higher power or God?
I think that as energy and matter is recycled, it gains a sort of, like, what was the term? Have you heard of it's like genetic memory? How rats
What does energy have to do with your belief in a God?
I'm trying to explain. I don't have a succinct way of explaining. I'm trying to like put it in a perspective. And then
I see. So You're saying something about genetic memory here. I'm not sure what that
Yes,
has to
I'm
do
very
with.
nervous.
I can appreciate that. I'm not sure what having a I don't know what genetic memory is going to have to do with it, but energy being related to a god, in what way?
So, like I said, I don't believe that there is like a god. I don't
Right,
believe that
but
there's
an
like a dude in the
energy
sky.
power.
I think that everything is God. I don't see it as like a person that I pray to. I look at it as like everything is connected and we're all just atoms bouncing around.
We're all
It's
just
like
atoms. Are we just atoms?
if you break it down to a molecular level, yes.
So then we're just atoms. There's no anything other than the atoms.
That's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
I feel like you're breaking down individual things that I'm saying in an isolated way, whereas I'm trying to kind of connect the dots of what I'm saying to paint a bigger picture.
if you would be more concise with the picture, then the
So,
dots might make more sense.
the reason why genetic memory ties in is when the next generation is born, they'll have traumas from things they didn't experience. So they have a memory of what happened to someone before them. But they didn't actually, experience. So I think energy is the same way. As it's recycled,
Is
as
that the
people
way
die,
that genetic memory actually works, though?
I don't know.
So, like, have you ever considered looking into it to see if genetic memory is remembering the traumatic way an ancestor died?
It's usually the coding in your DNA or something.
It's coded in your DNA. So, what does that mean?
I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
What is it that would be coded in the DNA?
I don't know.
Well, you said it's coded in DNA. What were you saying it is?
The genetic memory.
The genetic memory is coded in
their
the DNA.
instinctual reactions to things that they didn't personally experience.
So how would...
Like, do you know the mechanism by which that the influence of one generation is
No, I don't.
influences the DNA and then it passes down to the next? Okay, so
I
you
haven't read
so if you
super hard into it. I've just kind of skimmed the spark notes of that kind of
if you don't understand that mechanism, is
Right.
it wise to then apply that mechanism to a different system like energy?
I think if it was something that had stakes, then no. But if it's just how I choose to view things that don't really affect anyone, I don't think that it's harmful to ponder it. Like, I'm not imposing my views on anyone. My views don't affect how I behave on my day-to-day basis. I'm just kind of, I don't know, daydreaming about what it could be because I'm not really capable of understanding it on a more structural level.
Do you see any evidence in like your practice or however you interact with this belief that see evidence of this like energy memory? How does that like come into your belief system, or is that a belief that you hold without having experienced it?
So that's a complicated question that I can't really answer concisely. I've had a lot of experiences in my life that have led me to believe
that there's more to life than just what we see at face value. And I've seen spirits, and I have predicted things that hadn't happened yet. And those, I don't know, abilities, I guess, scared me when I was little, so I shut them down. But as I'm getting older, I want to be less judgmental of things I didn't understand. So I'm opening myself back up to those experiences again and trying to have an open mind instead of like walling myself off from possibility.
What is spirit?
That really depends on the context. Spirit is considered the fifth element, which is in witchcraft and pagan belief a metaphysical like energy, basically like your mind or your emotions, not anything rooted in physical reality.
How do you know that your mind and emotions are not rooted in physical reality?
I just mean they're not like a tangible thing that you can see and hold.
How do you know they're not?
I don't.
Could they be?
Maybe. That's kind of what is rooted in my practice, is that they are vehicles that you can
What do you mean
use.
vehicles?
So, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to think of ways to explain that aren't long-winded.
You're saying spirits are vehicles for something. What are they vehicles for?
No, I was saying thoughts and emotions are vehicles.
Oh, thoughts and emotions are vehicles for spirits?
For ourselves, for our own motivation and our own actions and our own...
So not spirits.
No, well, we kind of swerved off the road a little bit. You started asking why couldn't thoughts and emotions be a tangible thing? How do I know that? And I was just going off of that question.
So, could thoughts and emotions be physical products of your mind, of your brain, and its chemistry?
Yes. And I think, they can also cause real physical symptoms in your body. Your feelings, your traumas, and your thoughts can actually make you sick if you're not, in a good headspace.
So, I'm not sure how that answered my question, but it sounds like you're saying that your physical body can react to your thoughts, but I was asking if the things that you're classifying as spirit could not be just products of your brain.
Yeah. Okay. I see where you're going with that. I didn't really get the connection before. I think the way you're looking at it is that spirituality is mental illness.
I didn't say anything like that.
Well,
I'd appreciate
I
you
don't...
not putting stop.
Sorry.
Stop.
I'm sorry.
Stop. I would appreciate you not putting anything so inflammatory into my mouth. I said nothing of the sort.
I didn't mean it like that.
Do not do that again.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I don't consider mental illness to be a negative thing. I'm very mentally ill. I keep an open mind.
That just came out of absolutely nowhere.
I'm sorry.
What did that have to do with what I said?
I didn't mean it like that. I'm sorry.
What did I say?
You were saying that these spiritual experiences that I've had could be a product of my thoughts and emotions.
That's not what I said either. Though that might be a question later.
Misunderstood.
No, I asked what you had called spirit. You said spirit was thoughts and emotions. I asked, could that be a product of your mind, your brain?
This is
is
I
spirit.
think you're very much misunderstanding everything I'm trying to say. So I'm just gonna leave this here, and you guys have a good one.
Okay. Fascinating.
Yeah, look, just a little projection at the end there.
I wonder if that might be something to question on your own. To the guest. I wonder if they shouldn't consider why that was the thought they projected onto me. Well, I hope that everyone's enjoying the live. I hope those of you that are awake are tapping the screen. Appreciate the 83,000. We did double that number, and we didn't quite double the other, but that's still pretty good. Appreciate all the taps, all the shares, over 141 of those. Thank you guys so much. Of course, the more that we do that, the more we get out in the algorithm and maybe get somebody who can question their beliefs to curiously request on a, see if they can.
Yeah, if anybody on this panel right now is going to be saying that religion is mental illness, it's not Thrayle.
Yeah.
And I don't think I would even say that on purpose. It would be like a misspeak.
I definitely didn't say anything about mental illness, and I don't appreciate the person in the chat now gaslighting everyone into saying I said it. Twice, I did not. I did not say mental illness at all.
Yeah, no, we were just talking about the physicality of emotions and whether there was like only biological mechanisms or also like a spiritual mechanism there. Like that's what we were trying to tease apart in the beliefs, not to say that there were all in your head.
That's right. Babyface, a product of your mind or your brain. And I was saying, how do you know what they are calling spirit, which was thoughts and emotions, is how they had defined it. Yeah, it's a ridiculous leading spirituality is. Vibes are off now. Well.
No, I was just trying to think if I've ever considered religion a mental illness now or not. But I think that I have only thought it momentarily and then been like, no, like anything else, it can be maladaptive or adaptive, depending on how used.
Right.
There's a big difference between someone having beliefs in a deity or higher power and then religious psychosis. Religious psychosis is something much deeper. I know because I've been there.
Yeah. I definitely didn't make any implication, like Blake said. definitely didn't make any implication of that sort. I was simply
No, I didn't. And you've
I
always
just wanted
you've always
to
been.
find out about the ones that cause problems in a daily life, which I think I hadn't implied anything like that. It's wild.
You've always been respectful of people's beliefs and respectful of mental health. So I don't see you ever. I was here and you didn't display anything that would make me question that.
Well, and I hope you would let me know if I did. I'd be open to it, but
I would in the Discord.
I appreciate that.
Sorry about that. Almost immediately as you pulled me up on panel, I got a phone call.
Well, that's the way it works. Somebody new.
Just glad to have you back with us, Morgan.
I'm happy to be here.
I think Sebastian calls you Snorgan though now. So
He did. He did call you that.
Might not have been me.
oh, you didn't snore or anything, but he's just because you slept on the panel. He's hi heretical.
I do what I want. Brought him up here.
I can't laugh. I'm gonna fall asleep on panel and be like talking in my sleep. So.
Well, I fall asleep on
I
panel too, so as it happens.
I at least strategically place my phone away from me, so that's never a risk.
I've never fallen asleep on panel with a microphone directly in front of my face. Never.
Oh, never.
That certainly hasn't happened in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
Was it with a match or with a lighter, Thrayle?
I like to rub two sticks together. Sometimes you can knock rocks together and get a spark too.
Ooh, good old fashioned
if you're lighting
methods.
gas.
Yeah, good old fashioned methods. Perfectly safe for lighting flammable. No, do not do that.
What's the clicker called that you use to light a Bunsen burner?
Oh.
Oh, like
ignition.
You also use it for like torpedoes. Oh, what is that called?
I thought Blake might know.
I keep wanting to say Erlenmeyer, but it's another different German guy's name.
I know. Yeah, it's a name.
Yeah. Fuck, you said Erlenmeyer, now that's all I can think about.
I know, right? It's just the best named lab equipment in the world. It's just the best name. So. Well, I know it's Flint, Google, but that's not what I want. That's not the information I want.
Google's just telling me Flint Striker, but I knew another name for it in high school. But anyways, that thing.
They're probably like a Nazi or something, so.
Yeah, maybe that's why we just call it a Flint, you know.
That one where it is.
Yeah. Clearly there's been some rebranding. I don't need to know what he did. And I knew it was a him.
It's a striker with a Y. That's why we don't call it that. There was a Marvel villain. But that would be what I light the gas with. Bats. A striker, apparently with a Y.
Perfect, I'll bring the marshmallows.
I got a box, or like an old toolbox full of like 6 or 7 of those when I was a kid at a garage sale for like $1. Oh, I started so many fires.
For clarification, we are not advocating for arsony.
Yeah, no. Just confessing how much of a little shit I was as a child. Do not follow in my
Ooh,
footsteps.
confessions. Is that another language?
What? The clicking?
Yes, yes it is.
It might have been. We've got a lot of background noise coming off our next guest there, cannabinoid. Is there a way you can get somewhere quieter?
What?
Oh, maybe you didn't mean to request. I'll say so.
That was an accident, sorry.
No worries. Appreciate you. He knew his name right when he heard it, like he's the only one in chat. I'd be surprised.
Although accidental, it's nice to hear from the sleepers once in a while and know they're still alive.
Right. So many of them we don't hear from, or we only hear the same response.
But if anybody's not sleeping and they have a belief, you've come to the right place. So this is the place where we question beliefs, where we ask what is your belief, why you believe what you believe. And if you're able to answer any of those questions, please come on up. We have 2 boxes open, and pink and blue people you can tap to request on up.
That was a lot more subtle. So many times people say to hit the pink and blue people, and I wonder why we would do that. We want to hit them.
That's why.
We're not advocating for violence on any
No, we want to
colorful
tap
people.
the pink and blue people, and that'll help you. Yeah, and you only need to do it like once, and it'll help you get up here so we can question your beliefs. Mr. Babyface says, if he did voiceovers for horror stories or audiobooks, it would be awesome. Oh, I like what I'm doing here,
The
though.
end of the live.
Yeah, you stick around. You never know what dark turns the poem may take.
Or what fleshy beliefs he'll peel from the bony appendages. I do like when you say that on the. It's interesting. Imagery? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like to play around with the dark metaphors just to keep people on their toes. I know what people think I'm doing here, and I'm not. Well, I can't say I know what everyone thinks I'm doing here, but I know what a lot of people assume. And yeah, I'm not trying to burgle gods or tear the last vestiges of faith from anyone's fleshy fingers. I just want to know if they can question their beliefs. That's all. It's really as simple as the text on the screen. Nothing hidden.
There's no ulterior motive.
That's right. I don't need anybody to agree with me. I just want to know that they can question. I am definitely trying to consume the world's supply of blueberry coffee. By drinking it slowly, 3 cups a night, 2 usually.
I still can't decide if that is blasphemy or not.
Don't tell them how we plan to take over the world with blueberry coffee. It's a secret.
It is essential to my plan that I never run out of blueberry coffee.
I was gonna say, which do you think is gonna run out first, blueberry coffee or believers?
Believers, yeah.
If you had a P.O. box, maybe we could ship them. The coffee, I mean, not the believers.
Not the believers.
There's room in the shed for their gods. I don't know about the believers themselves.
That would be interesting, though, a bed and breakfast of beliefs.
Gods don't take up much space.
How much space are we talking? Like bigger than a bread box?
For a god? Oh no, they don't take up that much at all.
In Men in Black, they had a whole galaxy on Orion's belt.
Mm-hmm. A cat collar. Yeah. Mika says spoilers.
Well, there can't be spoilers when there's a different ending to every believer. Some of them continue their beliefs, and some of them change their beliefs, and some of them lose their beliefs altogether. It's a different ending for everybody. Or maybe just a beginning.
Yeah, Mika meant the Orion's belt comment. Spoiling the Men in Black thing. I mean,
well, it was
me. It was me by mentioning the cat.
Yeah, I just said on Orion's belt. I didn't say which belt.
Yeah, that was still like first half of the movie. But if anybody has a belief in a god or gods, you can bring us back to the topic of the live and save us from spoiling any more late 90s, early 2000s movies by actually requesting up and questioning your beliefs. That would probably...
It's been more
dies
than
at the
3 years.
end. But he comes
It's
back.
been more than 2
Years.
days.
Spoilers don't apply anymore.
Can't the spoilers still apply to a movie from the 90s? Like, I hate to spoil Wizard of Oz, but Oz isn't what you think he is.
I just want everybody to know that Thor and Oakenshield dies.
Pretty sure.
We're spoiling movies. The Hobbit movie is very old, but like the book, like come on, Thor and Oakenshield dies. That's what happens again.
Well, thank you. I haven't read that yet.
Fun fact: Wizard of
plan to,
Oz
though.
does not stop at the Wizard of Oz. There's like 30 more books.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah.
a lot more books.
Oh, there's a lot, yeah.
Even the movies didn't stop there. Return to
Oz is the superior film, and I will
Heresy.
die on that
No,
hill.
Michael Jackson is in
Absolute
Oz.
heresy.
Hello, GoPro.
Hello, everyone. How are you all doing today?
We are doing... Good morning, GoPro. Can you remind us your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I am 36, meaning I was born in the last century, which makes me ancient.
Yes, so ancient and wise beyond your years. And in your ancient and glorious wisdom, have you discovered a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I believe in the Elohim of Elohim, or God of gods, that all things are existent of oneness.
Just
Go ahead.
to back up, Elohim of Elohim, is that God of gods, or is that gods of gods?
Oh, it's possible to be both, but it's a good question.
Are you also a Calvinist?
I do believe that God controls a whole lot. However, I'm a universalist, which means that I believe that God's goal is to reconcile everything. That's where universalists and Calvinists are different.
Do you believe still in the 5 points? 9 points.
The what?
The 5 points of Calvinism, like that.
Oh, I'm not a.
No, you only believe in the universal, not any Calvinism at all.
Yeah.
I was just making a joke because I thought I was a Calvinist earlier.
Mm-hmm. Do you, well, the next question is, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Yes, I have read the Bible from beginning to end.
And do you believe it to be true and literal?
I believe it to be... There are literal and metaphorical parts. Also, I believe that the whole entire canon's not included in the Bible, and I also view certain Gnostic Gospels to be part of the canon potentially as well.
What Gnostic Gospels do you view to be part of the canon?
I really like the Gospel of Thomas a lot.
By Gospel of Thomas, you mean the Sayings Gospel? Or do you mean the Infancy Gospel?
I think it's the one that has the sayings.
So it's not the one where Jesus does the violent act on another child and then heals him?
I don't think it's that one. I think it's the one that has like the sayings.
Why do you accept those?
That's a great question. So, for me, I look at the earth and I do my best to make sense of everything that's going on. And then I see if it makes sense. And Gospel of Thomas talks about oneness a lot. And I think the Gospel of Thomas makes lots of sense.
So it makes sense, but why do you believe it to be part of your canon?
I think it has a lot of heavenly wisdom, the way it talks about duality, but also talks about oneness. I love the poetry in it. It seems like heavenly poetry, but yeah.
Who wrote the Gospel of Thomas?
I do not know. And I do question if it should be in the canon or not. It's a great question, but I do question it.
When was it written?
That is another good question. I think the Gnostic Gospels came a bit later. I can look it up now if you'd like me to.
Yeah, go for it. This would be a good time to do that. Gives me a chance to thank everybody for the 86,000 likes. Appreciate all of those taps. Appreciate all the shares, 243 of those. Of course, the more of those we do, the more we get a god or gods who's curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs.
So, from what Google is saying, it is approximated to be in 130 to 180 AD.
Oh. 130 to 180. So it's at least 100, if not 150 years old. I'm sorry, younger than the Jesus resurrection incident.
It would be way after.
Yeah. So 100 by 150 years.
Yes. So
why would it have any? Why would you have any reason to believe that it is truthful or factual?
well, there's multiple possibilities where either they were discussing things that Jesus said during his literal journey on earth in human form, or these are new revelations that were coming afterwards, kind of like how Paul said to have revelations from Jesus afterwards.
Which Paul?
The Paul in the New Testament? That Paul.
Yeah, which one?
So, in the book of Acts, that Paul claims to Paul. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's mainly one Paul in the book of Acts.
Did Paul write the book of Acts?
Oh, that's a good question.
I think it was probably Luke who wrote Acts, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. So how do you know he's talking about the same Paul?
That is a great question. I would say that the theme of the New Testament leads me to have the clues that this is indeed the same Paul, but we have to question everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And how do you know there was a Paul at all?
That is a good question. I mean, if the letters are true, these letters were being dispersed to multiple different locations.
Mm-hmm. Which letters?
You know, the letter to the Romans, the letter to the Corinthians.
6 of them are all 13. I'm sorry, 7 of them are all 13.
I mean, I do believe all the 13 are letters. That is a great point.
Are they all from Paul?
That's... There's certainly the way the letter's written, it says, you know, I, Paul, and the question is it someone writing down what Paul is saying? Is it somebody pretending to be Paul? These are all good questions. But most of the letters say, you know, I, Paul, am writing to you and I give thanks, you know, that kind of thing. So.
Are they all? Oh, go ahead, Blake. I've questioned GoPro a bunch, so you guys jump in whenever you got them.
I was going to say, do biblical scholars, even the religious ones, think that all of those letters are legitimate?
I mean, what I found out recently was the whole that there's 6 ones that are more questionable because they have a different writing style and everything. It's fascinating.
I've only just introduced him to the pseudepigraphal letters of Paul. Have you jumped into those anymore since we first talked about them? To see what the disparities are?
No, I've been looking at other stuff like the Gnostic to see if I consider myself to be Gnostic. Also the cryptids, how they fit in. The aliens, how they fit in.
Wait.
I couldn't get to my phone fast enough. What did you just say?
I love this.
How? Yeah, you just go. Just
I am
explain.
one second of this.
Go on.
So, in my opinion, the Bible definitely includes aliens because of what is in Genesis 6 and Jude. They said there's beings that came from somewhere else that had biological hybrid offspring with humans, that is the Nephilim. So there's extraterrestrial aliens right there, because they're coming from somewhere else. They have a different biology. They have hybrid offspring. That's aliens, by definition of extraterrestrial aliens. I believe it fits it. And the cryptids, I believe in because of there was a gentleman named Thomas Costello that talked about the Dulce base that said that there's genetic engineering going on. So, according to First Enoch, it says that these beings came and introduced all kinds of knowledge to humans. So theoretically, it could be extraterrestrial aliens that brought genetic engineering concepts to humans, and that's why we have cryptids. And I imagine if cryptids exist, then they fit in the oneness and have like spirits and stuff. So during the pre-existence, perhaps there are certain spirits that volunteered to be a cryptid, you know?
Why?
Are you saying that Mothman has a spirit?
Well,
yes.
Clearly, Mothman has a spirit. Don't be.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not
I'm just
in
yeah.
question. But
I'm the stupid one here. Yeah, that's it.
Why do you believe that the Nephilim are aliens rather than the traditional belief that they're angels?
So I will clarify. If I'm reading Genesis 6 correctly, it says that the sons of gods came to earth from somewhere else. I'm tying in Jude, by the way, and also First Enoch. So these are angel aliens. It's the Nephilim that are the hybrids. So a Nephilim is a human plus son of God, or Bene Elohim, or angel alien. So it's a human plus that, and then their offspring is a Nephilim. So I would say that the Nephilim is like a human angel alien hybrid thing. That was also very tall.
Do you believe they are in existence still?
That's interesting because Genesis 6 says that these hybrids exist every time that there's a union, which explains why they're here after the flood. So the Nephilim are indeed in the Bible after the flood, which means that somehow they survived the flood, or it's because the hybridization program, I guess I would call it, never stopped. Because they have the technology to leave the Earth or come back, or the ability to come from somewhere else and come to Earth.
So where are all the giants now? They'd be like really useful.
So either they're in underground bases or there's like spaceships or something. I mean, if they're around, they're somewhere.
Oh wait, sorry, I got a bunch of traffic.
Is the absence of evidence of them existing right now in this present day problematic at all? Like,
What do you mean by absence?
well, you said that they might be underground, or they might be in spaceships, or they might be wherever, but I haven't heard you say any evidence or sightings of them, so I'm assuming that we honestly don't know. So if we honestly don't know, how can we assert that they're here, that they're real?
Well, it's been an excellent week because Obama just admitted that aliens are real. And then when Trump was asked about it, Trump was like, he talked about classified information and he wasn't supposed to do that. We'll bring out more information, to clear this all up. So hopefully we'll get
Obama did clarify that in his presidency, never did he once see evidence of extraterrestrial. He did clarify that later on. Did you see that part?
I have not, but the key thing is that
statement.
Trump... Yeah, it's Trump's statement that's interesting, because Trump
just said
basically...
he revealed classified information, but he didn't, and Trump Like, has Trump followed up to reveal anything further that indicates there is something? Or did he just say Obama revealed classified information by saying that he believes there are aliens somewhere out there?
GoPro, can you reiterate what Trump actually said?
You want me to play the clip?
No.
I could probably pull up the clip.
No, you did a good job doing that, just for science.
Oh, you want me to do it again, what he said?
Yeah.
Okay. So a reporter asked him, "What do you feel about Obama's statement?" And then Trump responded by saying, "Yes, I'm totally aware of what Obama said, and he talked about classified information. Okay, that's not a great idea that he brought up classified information that he shouldn't be talking about, but I'm going to help the situation by releasing more information to help him, okay? Because he brought up totally classified information. Thank you very much." That's pretty much what it sounded like to me.
That was absolutely fucking amazing.
That was pretty on point, yeah.
You did forget to mention China, but that's fine.
But so what he's saying is he said it was classified and then said he would follow up. Did he ever follow up?
Actually, I've been watching the news recently, and I think they're about to release more information. So they're about to release some more information. I don't know if they're gonna release as much information as they have, but they're definitely gonna. It seems that they're about to release more information.
So your hope for this further information, what do you hope it verifies?
So the interesting thing is that it's very specific, because by saying biology, not just like craft that we don't know where it came from, but we have to bring up biology. There has to be examples of verified extraterrestrial alien biology. That's what's going to be new. And then if there are, it's like, how many types are we aware of? That's another fun thing. Are we aware of more than one type? It's fascinating.
You want for this evidence of this biological evidence, are you sure that it's there and that it's actually going to be released? What makes you think that it's for sure there?
Because of witnesses that I've listened to. There's also been testimonies of Congress that have claimed that they have witnessed that there is extraterrestrial biology, but also other witnesses decades earlier.
If it comes out that there is no release of this biological evidence, will it cause you to cease believing in extraterrestrial beings?
Can you repeat your question, please?
If no evidence comes out, if there's no biological evidence, will that change your belief in extraterrestrial beings?
It will lead me to a lot of questions. It will make me think of, are there extraterrestrials? How many extraterrestrials are hidden? It leads to so many good questions.
Do they?
That's a good question. For me, it's not that they have to exist, but for me, there's so many clues. There's so many clues that they do, but they don't have to. And I do question all the clues, but for me, it seems like there's a lot of clues pointing that. So for me, it's more like a fan theory.
Like Sasquatch or something. Because I hear a lot of fan theories about Sasquatch. I live in an area predominantly a lot of sightings happen. Would that be a comparable fan theory?
I would say it is comparable, but I would say this one has a lot more clues.
Why do you believe in aliens then and not Sasquatch?
Oh, I do believe in Sasquatch.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. I assumed that you didn't. Bad on my part.
I was gonna say you think you found something GoPro doesn't believe.
Mm. Do you believe in other myths of legends of mystical creatures?
So this is an interesting thing you just said. So with cryptids, my question is, what's like maybe like a dinosaur that still exists versus the cryptids that are like genetically engineered? So that's the question: is which cryptids are natural and which ones are genetically engineered? That's the
What isn't genetically engineered?
So there's like dinosaurs that I believe are still in Africa. Like there's a pterodactyl thing called a let me look up what that thing is called. There's like a local name for it. Pterodactyl.
For something that was not
It's called a Kongamado.
engineered?
Yeah, I think so. I think a Kongamado. Kongamato.
Is it a cryptid or an actual, like, provable zoological animal that exists?
It says it's a reported pterosaur-like cryptid that is said to inhabit the Giundo swamps in western Zambia.
So there's an animal that the locals have spotted that you believe to be a cryptid?
Well, yeah, but I believe it's a cryptid that's not genetically engineered. I think certain cryptids are genetically engineered.
So how do you tell the difference between a genetically engineered one and a not genetically engineered one?
That's a great question. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think there could be dinosaurs that were on the Ark, Noah's Ark. So I believe theoretically there could be dinosaurs that were on Noah's Ark and then survived and are now in like the cryptid category. So yeah, the difference between a genetically engineered cryptid and a non-engineered cryptid, I do question. But that's the fun of the questions, you know? Which one is engineered and which one isn't?
What is the name? If I bring up the name Josh Gates, what does that mean to you?
I don't think I've ever heard that name.
Okay.
Should I Google it?
No, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about it. If you knew, you knew. If you don't know, you don't know. It's fine.
Is there anything like this that you don't believe?
That's a good question. So you're saying, like, are there any beliefs that other humans have that I don't have?
Mm-hmm. Like, we could probably start with something, like, obvious, like man, bear, pig, right? You don't believe in man, bear, pig. Or do you believe in man, bear, pig?
No, I don't currently believe. Wait a sec. Well, let me think about that.
Uh-oh.
If there, I do believe there are a lot of strange genetic engineering experiments going on. I do believe that, but I'm not sure if that particular one exists, to answer your question.
I'm curious what your understanding of genetic engineering is.
That's a good question. So I think there's experiments that include cloning, but then there's genetic engineering that is more like combining different genetics. I think it's called splicing. Is it called splicing?
Yes, that is one method.
So yeah, I believe that there's all different types of genetic engineering going on right now.
What about natural selection?
That's a good question. So I do believe in natural selection. Like if there's an animal that would survive better because it blends in with the environment better than the other ones would, not thrive as well, kind of thing.
Is it normal for most animals to seek out a better genetic partner or a worse genetic partner?
Oh, that's a good question. I guess it depends on how they bond. Maybe there's a way that animals bond of like, what is love kind of thing. Do animals have love? It's a good question.
Wild jump, GoPro.
Man, bear, pig.
I mean, I want to believe that animals aren't shallow. I think a lot of animals are philosophical. So I would want to believe that animals have love.
What do you mean by philosophical? Like, am I gonna have a really nice conversation with a gibbon?
I mean, there was a gentleman in the Bible who had a lovely conversation with a donkey.
Was it really lovely, or did he strike the donkey and the donkey told him not to?
I view the donkey as a hero who explained why the donkey was saving the human. That's why I view it as a lovely story. The donkey was the hero of the story, in my opinion.
Besides the Bible, do you have any other reason to believe animals are philosophical?
I mean, because of the nature documentaries I've seen, I do believe that animals are philosophical. Or more philosophical than most humans currently think they are, I think.
What was said in the animal documentary to make you believe that they're philosophical?
There's cases of like animals adopting other animals when they like don't have to, animals helping other animals when they don't have to. So those kinds of things.
Could that just be maternal instincts or nurture, and some sort of nurturing instinct?
That's a very good question, and I do question. Is it instinct? Is it philosophy? How much thinking are they doing? It's a good question. I do think about that kind of stuff a lot.
Why do you have these beliefs in extraterrestrials and animals having an ability to express them and express an emotion? Why do you have these beliefs? Do they bring you comfort, or are they just what you find the most evidence for?
Yeah, so my most recent understanding, which I do question, is that everything exists in a oneness that is spiritually connected. And then because if there is an eternal spirit that's inhabiting all these beings, then it's that spirit itself that has the ability to have such philosophical reasoning. It's because there's a eternal spirit inhabiting all these different beings, which is why they're capable of such philosophy. But I do question it.
You're stating a belief in it, but I'm not seeing why you believe it.
It's the way I process the way that man was created. According to the Bible, it says that there's a biblical concept that God breathes into dust and then creates life, and then the life is there, and then when God takes the breath back, those physical bodies return to dust. So it's basically God's breath that's causing things to be alive. And that breath I would call the eternal spirit.
Do you think God has the same anatomy as we do?
You're talking about the physical anatomy?
Because I hear a lot of excuse me, a lot of Christians say, you know, he breathes life. Do you really think that a God of this kind of magnitude would actually have the need for oxygen? Would have the need to do these things? Do you think God eats?
So I believe in the Bible there is a reference that says that the God of gods, Elohim of Elohim, is the father of spirits. So whether that God chooses to have a physical body is a great question. I do question that. Definitely a spirit. I'm not sure if...
So in that case, would a spirit need to breathe? What instance, whenever have you ever seen a spirit need to breathe?
That's an excellent point. And I don't know if
so then why
that's
breath?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the most accurate vocabulary word we have access to, and that's why it's in the Bible, or if perhaps spirits...
Or is it just like super poetic and it just sounds really cool?
Yeah, it could be any of those things, and it is a good question. But like, because of NDE testimonials, I do believe that we are spirits that are inhabiting a physical body.
Why do you think we're spirits inhabiting a physical body?
Because of what the Bible and the NDE.
What does the Bible like? Why prove the Bible for spirit? Why not other?
Yeah, and that's why I compare what NDE testimonials are. There's, hundreds and thousands of those.
I'm confused. What is an end? Is it when the people pass on and then they come back to life like 10 minutes later?
Yes, they usually have like a spiritual experience where they have a life review. Some of them ask questions. It's a very fascinating thing. Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good, Bats. I'm getting a headache.
In your listening to all those NDEs, were they all the same? Were they all pointing to a life after unalivement?
This is a great question. So, an interesting thing is whether or not they believed in reincarnation. Usually, reincarnation was brought up in the NDE. I found that fascinating.
But if someone had, like, there's lots of people who have NDEs who have no experience or different experiences. Some might see Black Jesus, and some might see a white man in white robes. Like, there seems to be not a consistent... there seems to not be a consistency. Did you find anything that was consistent?
That's a great point. I would say the only consistency that I found was the fact that there's a life review and the fact that usually reincarnation is brought up. But you bring up a great point. Like, some see relatives, some don't. Some have like a more physical looking spirit being that they're interacting with, some don't. That part varies, which makes me think that it's like a personal experience that's like tailor-made for the spirit itself. So like perhaps each person gets their own version of a NDE experience, but there are consistencies.
So do you think that maybe it's not consistent because it's got some consistencies but not a lot of consistencies, but a lot of it being told through entertainment media like movies, TV shows, books, that this has an influence on what the chemicals in our brain are actually supposed to do versus actually what it truly does at the end there.
I mean, I do question that, but I would say that, like, for some spirits, I think it's a very stressful situation. So I imagine that, like, if seeing a beautiful garden would calm them down, the first thing that's going to be introduced is they're going to see this colorful garden to help them calm down in the afterlife.
And so is that not a survival technique that a human would possibly, their brain would possibly shove out just to calm them down during that very, very extremely trying time?
That is a great question.
I know I have those sometimes.
That is definitely a possibility, but that's why it's important to question the possibilities.
Can I answer the question?
Did I answer your question?
No.
What was your question?
But damn it. No, Bats, go ahead.
What if somebody had no experience? What would that say about them? Say it was nothing but like bursts of energy and then black, nothing.
So you're saying the only memory they have is they were awake and all of a sudden they were re-awake and they don't know what happened in between, right?
Yeah, like someone who had an NDE and say everything might have just went black, and they don't really nothing happened. It was just black. What do you say for those people?
That is certainly possible, and I believe I've even heard of people having NDE experiences like that. I am not sure, but if they did see that and experience that, then that was an experience, right? So then I would have to question, like, that still fits like an afterlife, doesn't it? Because they still existed in this.
What if I told you that of all the NDE experiences that I hear, that one is the most common?
That is. Then I would want to know what they were feeling in that moment, what it looked like, how long they were experiencing it for.
It was
I
black.
would find it very fascinating.
It was black and for about 10 seconds of unconsciousness. What I experienced, at least, and there was nothing there.
"10 seconds."
Yeah, in 10 seconds, a lot can happen in the brain. You could have all kinds of different kinds of hallucinations or visions or things, but in my instance, I had none. There was black.
Do you remember what feelings you were feeling in those 10 seconds?
Nothing. It was just black. It was just darkness. Nothing. And then next thing I knew, I was awake.
That sounds very intense.
I had a similar experience.
And if that's the most common, wouldn't that say something?
That indeed would say something. I definitely want to be fair with all the testimonials and what everybody is experiencing to get a bigger picture of what's going on.
Do you know how hard it is to like track the brain waves and all the nonsense of science when that's actually happening? You know how hard it is to actually track that?
No.
So picture this: you're a nurse in a hospital, and somebody's come in and they are unaliving right in front of you. Do you want to take the time to try to check their brain waves while they're having this possibility of a near unaliving experience, or are you going to try to save them?
Yes, I understand the priority would be keeping them alive and getting them to be alive. Yeah, the priority would be keeping them alive.
So the problem with a lot of these NDEs, when it comes across for scientific purposes and studies, it's really hard to just track them in general because you've got nurses and doctors who are trying to save a life, and then you have these, people in the other corner like, hey, if he's getting close, let us know, or like there's like no hope, let us know so we can jump in and do our thing. But it's just that's not the priority at this point. So it's very, very hard to get those types of tests done and be accurate about it.
I see. So our hope is that as technology gets better, there may be new instruments that can track all sorts of different things going on.
Would you be surprised to hear that NDE studies find that they are completely culturally dependent?
Culturally dependent? Because I've heard of people that did not believe in reincarnation at all from their belief systems, and they learn about reincarnation during their NDE. Wouldn't that be going against their culture?
Learning about it, by culturally dependent, I mean any exposure to it all. Like nobody's ever had an NDE and then been given information about a religion that exists somewhere else in the world. But
So you're saying because they've heard of a possibility of an afterlife, that therefore opens them up to the possibility of an afterlife, right?
that the afterlife that they experience during their NDE is extremely likely to be the one that they've been most culturally exposed to, and also is only an afterlife that is ones that they have, like, that they know about. Does that make sense?
That's fascinating. So what you're saying is that the subconscious may play a big part in NDE experiences.
Is it subconscious when you're actively aware of it?
So what you all are saying, it's possibly like a subconscious plus subconscious view teaming up together to produce a NDE experience.
Yeah, kind of. More like accessing past memories, but like, yeah, most things are subconscious and conscious at the same time to some degree.
So then I guess the most interesting NDE would be some sort of new thing that they've never ever come across or heard of ever before.
Well, if an NDE were to confirm anything, you would want it to, like, if you would want an NDE to confirm your beliefs, the situation in which that would most prove your beliefs is if it was somebody that, like, you had never explained your beliefs to, and like had never like met before or explained any of these things. You completely separately both explain these beliefs, and they had that experience. But then you don't not only need that one example, you would need like a lot of those people to like have that be more than just the chance of like parallel invention of a narrative. You get what I'm saying?
I do like this thought of like what the ultimate NDE would be and how many of these ultimate NDEs there would have to be in order to have a theme.
Yeah,
But
like how the fact that even just the fact that NDEs are different from each other, how do you interpret that with like having it enlighten your belief?
that is a great question. That is why when I do listen to NDE testimonials, I do pay attention to what is different and what is extremely similar to see if there is a common theme of something that they are all experiencing. I do notice when they seem to ask interesting questions during an NDE experience, they usually get some kind of answer. But some people don't ask questions during the NDE.
How accurate is the human memory under duress?
I don't know. That would depend on if it's a spiritual experience or not.
I don't really think it matters if it's a spiritual. Yeah. Let's say if Morgan and I went through a traumatic experience together, there's her perspective, my perspective, and then there's the actual, there's the guy who was doing the traumatic event perspective, and we all have a similar story, but with varying differences in between.
Mm-hmm. We're
I
not all
see.
going to tell the same exact story.
I see. You're saying the stories would be different because there's different perspectives. Yes.
Different perspectives, but also under duress, I'm going to forget something that Morgan's going to say, hey, this definitely happened. But I'm going to say, no, it definitely didn't happen. But under duress, I didn't see it. Or under duress, she's making it up. So which one is true?
And that's why the more of a sample size of these NDEs, the more of a... But you are... So what you're saying is even if there's a lot, they could all be all over the place, and how can we verify?
What I'm saying is that under an extremely terrible time, somebody going through an NDE, do you think anything that they're going to say and come back with is anything viable or anything accurate or anything really related to reality at any point in time?
I do believe in testimonies, and I do believe that it's worth looking into, irregardless, because I do believe it can point to the truth.
Even if ones are just absolutely, completely wild.
Yeah, it's my belief in testimonies and that all testimonies should be considered.
Why?
Because I believe that testimonies are ideal. I do very much believe in idealism. And if one is searching for the truth in an ideal way, I think testimonies are a great system.
Even
because imagine a world where I have a truthful testimony that would help the world, and because it's a world that doesn't appreciate testimonies, then that world wouldn't be open to a truthful testimony. Imagine the opposite.
How do I know yours is truthful?
Verify?
Yeah, go ahead, Morgan.
How can I verify that what you're telling me is true?
Yeah, there would need to be a verification system, and I believe that everybody has different verification systems for what they believe to be held true.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I go to the Elohim of Elohim for verification on truth, to be honest. That's the system that I use. I know everybody else uses different verification systems.
Is there something that as a social organism we use to reach beyond what we can experience and as a collective group agree on things, at least to some degree, to the degree that human beings can.
I think it's the fact that humans are seemingly extremely capable of lying that makes it hard to necessarily trust humans and human systems, right?
Well, I was trying to get at consensus. Through consensus and verification systems, like you're using idealism to completely wipe away any consideration of a system because, like, saying that you believe testimonies is like sounds good, it sounds idealistic, but and yeah, like part of idealism is being unrealistic, but where does that's like part of the problem there is that, like, where does that get you? If you take all things as truth, like, doesn't that all testimonies is truth, doesn't that like leave you open to manipulation and like getting the wool pulled over your eyes? Because, like, unfortunately we know that people are untruthful sometimes, so if you take all testimony as gospel, then you open yourself up to the people that we know exist out there that will say untruths.
I'm not saying that all testimonies are true. I'm saying that all testimonies should be extremely analyzed for the truth and looked into to seek truth.
Even testimonies that may seem quite unbelievable.
Yes.
So, like, if I had a few moments of unalivement and I saw a bat goddess, would that be some truth to look into?
Yes.
Why are a person's last thoughts very important? Aren't they just based off of what your life was like? Or why are last thoughts that important?
You're talking about you're saying why are NDE experiences important? That's your question?
Yeah, why would an NDE experience be more important than like any other experience if it's just if same time, and like why would we consider that as something to look into as evidence?
Because from a spiritual point of view, theoretically, the NDE experience could be the segue into the sequel. For those who believe that life is a journey that goes on forever, the NDE would be like a segue that's helping you digest the chapter that you just experienced and helping you embark on the next chapter that you're about to go on.
What proof do you actually have that this is accurate?
From the amount of NDE testimonials that I've listened to, this seems to be a common theme that is among some of them.
So you do see that's kind of where the problem resides, is that testimonies and things like that, it's just not as I understand you want to believe the testimony or you like to believe the testimony, but it's just you see where all of us up here are telling you that it's just not a viable source because of how many discrepancies there are throughout the entire process.
And yes, like you're even saying that like the testimonies don't agree with each other about what happens. So like you're taking the ones that you like, or are you saying more that you're just confirming that an afterlife exists from NDEs?
there are a bunch of different possibilities, and there's also a bunch of different testimonials. Like in some testimonials, they just want to get back to Earth as soon as possible. They're not really asking questions. So I do pay attention to the ones where questions are being asked and answers are being given. But yes, this is all different possibilities. And I try to be open with all the possibilities as much as possible. But yes, I will admit that for me, it sounds much cooler if there is an afterlife that has endless journeys. That does sound cooler to me personally.
So, sources, it sounds fucking cool, bro.
Sources, there's a lot of different possibilities of these testimonials, and
no, the source was, it sounds fucking cool, bro. That's what I heard.
It does indeed sound cool.
I would like you to maybe go double check NDE statistics from multiple sources and then just see what you come up with, though.
That is a great point, because I know there's certain YouTubers that just consistently listen to testimonials, and then they would possibly have like a data chart where they have mapped out. But yeah, that would take a significant amount of data to find a pattern. But I believe there are those who did that.
I would also advise to maybe go look for viable sources and not just some dude on YouTube.
How would I find viable NDE?
That's kind of the problem, isn't it? It was a trick question.
So, yeah, I'm doing my best to work with the stuff that I have access to.
If there was something more, don't you think there'd be doctors or psychologists on the quest of NDEs?
And I believe that there are.
So would maybe doctors and professionals be a good source for finding out information?
That is true if they're brave enough and feel that they have the mission to do that. Because for some people, they might feel like that's a side quest that could take a lot of amount of their time, and they might not be willing to do that. But hopefully there are a lot of people that are willing to.
Do you think that there might be a lot of study into near-death experiences and the biological mechanisms that would lead to such a state?
Can you repeat the question, please?
So do you think that there might be a lot of studies into a biological explanation for NDEs?
I would not be surprised if there are studies on it.
Yeah, for reputable sources, you could go to like Google Scholar, or any number of like medical journals. You can just like Google medical journals with free access, and then you can search for NDE studies. And then the more that paper has been cited, the more likely that paper has some good info going on in it.
So you're saying through Google, I access something called Google Scholars, and that will have medical journals, and the medical journals are cited?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Have you ever taken a college course or anything like that, even at the community college or anything, or?
Yes.
When you did they teach you how to, like in English lit or something, did they teach you how to do peer-reviewed articles and so forth?
Yes.
That's basically a similar process. You don't have to use their databases. You can use Google as your initial search for the databases.
So the key is just finding medical journals.
Yeah, and they'll be peer-reviewed. They'll be cited. There'll be a number at the top you can use to find it again. They're they're peer reviewed, so they're more reliable, and I find good luck with them.
I'm glad you had a positive experience.
Since you do know how to research peer reviewed articles and so forth, is there a reason you haven't done that yet in regards to NDEs?
For me, I find the testimonies so fascinating. So that's why I love listening to everybody give their testimonies about it.
And I can definitely understand that. It's a lot of fun to listen to, even if somebody that doesn't believe in it, it's fun to listen to. I get that part.
I mean, I would personally like to have what I call a near life experience where I don't have to go through the trauma or unaliving part to just be like teleported to a spiritual experience. I would love to experience it personally. It sounds awesome.
Oh no, where'd Bats go?
Oh, we lost Bats. I'm sure Bats had more great questions. But in the moment, or at least for the moment, I need to make sure that I thank everybody for helping us with that goal. So thank you so much, of course, to Bats, to Heather's Descent, to Reticle Apothecary, to Shell, to Cat DeWitch, Polly 96, and oh, well, that's all of you. But thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. Every one of you. And of course, thank you guys for the 87,000 likes that we've tapped out already. And the more we tap, the more we'll likely get out to the FYP of someone with the courage or curiosity to question their beliefs. So, GoPro, if you were to look into these NDE experiences, I realize I just got redundant with the E there. If you were to look into these NDEs and find that there was a propensity for people to see things from their cultural viewpoint, and that would be only when they did see things, that these things were likely or more than likely induced by the chemical releases in the brain. What would that say about your belief in an afterlife?
So if I'm understanding the question, it would be like a culture that doesn't believe in the afterlife at all. And then they would be reporting NDEs, right? That's the question. And what would that mean?
No.
Oh.
No, what if you look into this, if you study NDEs deeper and were to find that there's no reason to believe there's anything there, would you still believe that there should be an afterlife if the NDEs bear out to be all just brain experiences?
That is a great question. I would definitely have to do a lot of processing for what I believe the afterlife would be like, because right now I'm basing a lot of what I think it looks like is on NDEs. So as far as what the afterlife would be or what it looks like, I would have to process a lot.
How many instances do you think there have ever been recorded of someone being brain dead, where their brain actually ceases function, and then they come back and get to tell us what they experience.
That is a good point. I know of people that have been gone for hours, but I don't know how long it takes the brain to totally shut down, or if the brain was shut down during that time. So yeah, there would have to be proof that the brain was totally shut down, right?
Well, there would be, but also you said hours.
Yeah, so it depends. For me, it also depends on how long they were, gone from the physical body,
You said hours. I don't know of anybody who's been gone more than possibly a dozen or so minutes. Do you? I think up to 20. Are you sure you meant hours?
I've listened to a lot of different testimonies. Some claimed they were gone for hours.
Fascinating.
I have a question from Sebastian in the comments.
Go for it.
Is the thought of no afterlife scary to you?
Is the thought of no afterlife. So you're saying that if let me think. Is the thought of no afterlife scary to me? I think I try to adapt as much as possible. So if it was somehow that I was in a scenario where there wasn't an afterlife, I believe I would adapt as good as I could, and I would seek as much joy and love and peace and idealistic stuff as possible with the time that I had. I would enjoy all the I would enjoy everything as much as possible, as long as possible. The beauty of everything.
So I took a little dive. There's only one person who has survived multiple hours, and I'm talking 17 hours, but it's under extremely experimental medical conditions in freezing and cooling. And then he was OD'd into that predicament with no brain activity for 17 hours, but that's under an extreme case, and it's only been one person.
Would it bother you if you found out some of these NDEs were not truthful or mistaken about how long they were down for?
I mean, if the person is genuinely like that's what they experienced, then I'm fine with that. They're telling the truth as far as what they experienced. Now, if that experience was truly a spiritual experience is another question. So first, I appreciate honest testimonies, and then the other thing is it actually testifying of a real spiritual experience is another part. I would definitely be more curious about the spiritual experiences, but I do appreciate an honest, genuine testimony.
Even in honesty, could people be mistaken? Like remember it wrong, or are all these experiences reliable to their memory?
Not necessarily, but I mean, if everybody was as honest as they could be for testimonies, that is a very ideal system, I think. I'd be very grateful for that system if everybody was as honest as possible. But yeah, the what you're saying is it absolutely reliable? I wouldn't say so. Not necessarily reliable.
One might even say it's the least reliable evidence in a court of hearing or anything like that. Do you have any evidence that you would consider reliable?
You mean in general or about NDEs?
About there being an afterlife or any kind of existence after we kick the bucket?
I suppose the most I have right now is pattern recognition. That's the most strongest evidence for me that there seems to be an ongoing story. That's what makes me believe in afterlife. But it's different for everybody. As far as evidence, that may be subjective, I guess.
So if all the evidence we have is subjective, why do you hold to it so true?
Because I'm a person that looks at clues and I believe the clues point in that direction. Other people might look at the same clues and not view them as clues that point in that direction. So I suppose it's because of the way I'm processing all the clues around me that points me towards that. But I do question the clues and why I'm processing it that way. But that's currently how I'm processing it.
Oh, did we all run out of questions?
I'm trying to wait a second to see if anyone else had more questions, because I don't want to be the only person who's questioning right now.
Oh, you're doing great.
I want to ask you what you mean by clues, but I feel like that's just going to derail everything.
So the clues that I'm talking about is there an intelligent design? Is there patterns that are promoting beauty and love and this beautiful ongoing story? So I believe that there is a beautiful ongoing story that is emphasizing love and forgiveness and mercy and reconciliation, that is an eternal journey that involves pre-existence, this current journey we're on now, and then afterlife. It reminds me of like when you're watching a TV show and it's a very complex TV show and you can see why there's so many fan theories. So I feel like Earth is a very complicated TV show that I'm making my own fan theory about, really.
Do you want this fan theory to be true?
I want to find out how true my current fan theory is. So I'm very excited to find out how true my fan theory is. So
If it turns out you were like mistaken or that your theory was off, would it alter your beliefs any? Would you immediately change who you are and be somebody different? Like treat people differently, maybe to become an atheist or something, I don't know.
I would say there would be two things that I would look at. I would say, is it the clues themselves that painted this picture for me, or was it my processing of the clues that was more of what caused me to lean? And then, so I would have to figure out, was it more of the clues or was it more of me?
Well, is your process biased at all? Are you presuming before you prove?
That is an excellent question is, how much bias? Is it wishful thinking? That is a excellent question, because there could potentially be a whole lot of bias, like a whole lot of wishful thinking and a whole lot of bias going into this. It's very possible. Because I do view myself to be an extremely optimistic, idealistic, perspective person. So
Maybe because you're a good person, you want a good ending, kind of thing. Like you seek all these wonderful attributes, and so maybe you seek it in the afterlife as well.
that is a fair point. And I've never been where there's not something wonderful going on, which is why I believe that there must be something wonderful in the afterlife.
You've never been in a horrible situation or a traumatic one?
Well, I would say that even in the most traumatic experiences that I've been through, it's been a wonderful opportunity to seek deeper levels of peace, deeper levels of focus, deeper levels of forgiveness, deeper understandings of unconditional love, deeper understandings of perspective. So for me, even experience the darkest, most horrible things could potentially be a wonderful opportunity to test somebody's faith or understanding of perspective. It's all about perspective. So that's how I view everything as wonderful. If something's good is happening,
Slow down.
Oh, sorry.
Bats, did you have a follow-up on that line?
No, I think I lost it. I don't know where he was going.
Yeah, you kind of trailed off from the question. Do you remember the question that you were asked?
Yes, I was asked how traumatic experiences weigh into this. And I would say that traumatic experiences are still a wonderful opportunity, because you can seek things through traumatic experiences like peace and joy and perspective.
I guess I was trying to ask if you'd experienced anything traumatic, because if you're saying because you experienced all this wonderfulness, you expect there to be a wonderfulness afterwards. But what if someone had experienced only hardship? Does that mean they should expect hardship afterwards? See what I'm getting at? You expecting one thing. Is that where it's coming from?
No. Like, I think of the book of Job, and I think lots of people have experiences like this. I think it's up to the person. I think that someone with a positive perspective or negative perspective isn't based on what they've experienced during their earth journey. I think it's about how they process their earth journeys.
So because you process your journey in sort of a how can I make this better? How can I make this positive? You're also trying to make the afterlife positive? I'm just trying to understand here.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the thought that I really like from the Bible says that God is working all things together for good. I really like that concept a lot. The concept of that there is a God of gods who is working all things together for good. And what in the world does that even look like? That thought is so fascinating to me. It makes me process everything that way.
Well, in your belief, is God all powerful?
Yes.
So could he not make a good ending for everybody?
Yes, and I believe that they will.
So everybody's going to have a good ending.
Yes, according to Ephesians and Colossians, everything's going to be reconciled and unified.
What about the people who go to the lake of fire? Will they have a happy ending?
Eventually, yes, because God believes in reconciliation and rehabilitation. everything's going to be reconciled. Yeah. I believe we're all going to be a big happy family in the future.
No. I don't want eternal family reunion, please.
I struggle enough to go to the family reunions I'm invited to as it is. Oh boy. So when the Bible talks about eternal damnation, you don't believe in that?
I believe that if you do very well, there's rewards. If you there's some beings that will be rehabilitated. That's what I believe that the Bible is saying, and eventually everybody will be reconciled. So that no, I don't believe that there's going to be an eternal punishment that happens forever. I think that that it's rehabilitation.
So we'll all one day be at a table with Gandhi, Moses, and Mr. 1940s Germany.
I mean, Jesus said that the afterlife is like a mansion that has many rooms that are being prepared for each of us. So I would say it's like being in like a super mansion that we all are in together.
A big cube-shaped one, half the size of the moon, right?
Well, that's you're referring to, I believe, is the one in Revelation that comes to Earth. I'm talking about the afterlife. I think the thing that arrives on Earth is different than the afterlife because, interestingly, I think that there's still a human New Earth thing that's happening from the biblical view besides the afterlife. So, in my opinion, the afterlife and the whole New Earth thing are potentially different. I have to think about that, though. Because there's like a spiritual afterlife, but then there's like a Earth sequel where there's like the New Earth thing.
So there's spiritual afterlife. What is that?
I believe that's the thing that Jesus described where he said that my Father's house has a mansion that has many rooms. So I feel like possibly everybody gets like their own cosmic universe kind of thing, maybe that's personally created for them, and then maybe everybody can visit each other kind of thing. That's just how I imagine it. Because like, what is a mansion for the God of gods? And then what are the rooms like in that mansion? I would imagine each room might be like its own cosmic thing.
Isn't that just putting more humanity into a super being, an omnipotent God that would have no need for that?
Well, I mean, I'm just going based off of Jesus's allegory, and I'm doing my best to picture what that's like for a God of gods. You know, so that's why I'm asking, like, for a God of gods, what would the mansion be? What would the rooms be like? So I'm just using my imagination to do my best to honor the allegory that's being given.
It's just an allegory, but what is the truth behind that allegory?
The truth behind the allegory is that Jesus said that there's places being prepared for us. That's nice.
In your look of who God is, do you get it mostly from the Bible?
That's a very good question. I would say that the Bible says to communicate with the God of gods directly. So I would say it's a percentage of stuff from the Bible, but it's a lot of just me personally, like, having communication with the God of gods through, like, what I would call, like, telepathy.
How do you know that voice in your head, that telepathy, is God and not just your inner monologue or a subconscious voice inside your brain letting you know what's right and wrong?
That's a fair point. So either either it's not, or it could possibly be that it is, and I'm believing that it is.
Why do you bank so much on your theory being true?
So there's been so many positive effects. So it's either that it's real effects, or it's like a placebo effect, that all these things have positive results for me. So I count it as real, where it could theoretically be just placebo stuff going on. Right? Those are the possibilities, in my opinion. Either it's a placebo effect or it's a real effect.
If it is a placebo effect, would you be okay with still believing it? Because we reap the benefits from it?
That's a great question, because I am an idealist, and so if the placebo is helping me, then I would still view it as a win. I would still view it as a positive. But then that would question, what is true, But the placebo results being positive would still be a win. I would still view it as a positive.
Does it matter to you if your theory is true or not? Or is the fact that it's working helpful enough?
Right now, as I think about it and I've processed this, I think my first priority is idealism and what is best and helpful, and then my second priority would be what is true.
So the ends justify the means, sort of thing? The fact that you believe this, whether it's true or not, the fact that it helps you justifies you believing in it?
I don't agree with the sentence, the ends justify the means. I would say that the journey is important, but the results are important. I view both as important. So I don't like the statement, because it's saying that like the journey to get there is irrelevant because it's all about the result. I believe that the journey is super important.
But you believe in love and light and positivity, but say someone had darker beliefs, and they believed it to be true, and they believed their theory to be true, and even if it wasn't true, it helps me, so I'll believe it anyway. What if they had darker beliefs? Would that be justified?
I mean, I'm not in a place to I don't believe in judging others because of what Jesus said, so I wouldn't.
I'm not judging, but would that be beneficial then? Say I was white and I had a belief that white people were superior and wonderful, and that everyone else was subpar, and my belief made me a good person because I'm wonderful, therefore I must act wonderful. Like, if I had that kind of belief, would that be beneficial to have?
I mean, I see everything in like numbers, which means that I would measure the belief and how lovely it is. So that's why, to me, all these factors matter. What?
How do you measure loveliness?
That's a good question. So I would get the belief, and I would look at it, and I would say, how peaceful, how ideal is this belief? How wonderful is it?
So peaceful, ideal, and wonderful are hallmarks of truth.
That's how I view the truth. I think.
So if it feels good and someone says, hey, that's pretty wonderful, well, then it must be true. Are you God now? You're deciding what's good and what's not.
This is just on my personal beliefs of how I define the word truth. Because I view truth as a number.
Do you think truth is different for everyone?
Yes, I believe different people define truth differently. Even perspective of the truth, yeah.
So then, what is truth if it can be defined subjectively?
My subjective view definition of the truth is that it's the ultimate highest perspective of a thing. So
I hate to interrupt a lovely conversation, but I'm gonna need a gentle push off the panel there, big guy.
Appreciate you, Heretical.
Hi, Heretical.
Nicole, thank you for coming.
Bye, guys. Appreciate your time.
Later. Appreciate it as always. Go ahead, Bats, if you had another question.
Well, I'm just wondering if this belief is like what you believe, and truth is something subjective. Do you care? And you don't care that you're well. I want to say, maybe if I ask, do you care if your beliefs are truthful? Is that important to you?
that is important. I would say it's the second most important thing to me, but it is very important because I don't like the concept of being like I don't believe in like ignorance is bliss kind of thing. I don't like that concept.
Well, is it better to be truth? Is it better to be honest or kind?
Ooh, I think it's better to be kind.
So would you prefer a comfortable lie or an uncomfortable truth then, if you were the person receiving it?
In that scenario, I would rather have the truth.
So but you'd rather have the truth, but kindness is better?
Kindness I hold as a super ideal.
Well, how do you define kindness? How do you look for it?
Ooh. Yeah, I measure kindness as a number by seeing how forgiving the by the level of forgiveness, mercy, thoughtfulness, idealism, selflessness. There's a lot of ways to measure kindness. I love kindness. At least that's how I define kindness.
I hear you say very positive, but I don't necessarily hear very much questioning if those beliefs are true. Like you said that they might not be true, but you prefer kindness over truth. So besides being kind, do you have any other purpose in life, I guess, is that you've determined?
I do question my purpose a lot, because if all things are possible, like Jesus said that they are, and all things are possible are only based on belief and faith, then I mean, what would I do with all that power is a good question. I would want to fix the earth and everything as soon as possible. So my purpose, I believe right now, which I question, is I have to look into this all things are possible thing. I mean, all things being possible is very helpful for fixing and helping everything to improve, right?
Yes, but God has, according to your belief, God has that power. And what does he do?
Well, according to my understanding, which is interesting, is that the way that God set up Earth is to be at enmity with God, which is a mind-blowing thought, because why would the creator who's in charge of everything create a world that's at enmity with God, unless it was set up as like a psychological experiment to see how we would react to it. So, in my opinion, the God of Gods decided to set up this world to see if anybody would use faith in order to fix it and help it.
What purpose does that serve? He made a world broken to see if the creatures he put in it would fix it. For what?
To test them? Because
For why?
Well, the Bible says that the Bible says that God is obsessed with faith. So if Earth is a vineyard, he set up this whole thing looking for faith.
What does faith do for him? Is it fuel? Is he like a vampire feeding on faith? Is he like does he absorb it? Does it power him? Is he Tinkerbell and we have to clap?
That's a great question, because it seems to suggest, like, in the same way that I'd prepare a garden for pomegranates because I love pomegranates, he seems to suggest that he set up this whole thing for faith, to harvest faith. So in a way, he's like a gardener that's obsessed with faith, and faith is the thing that he's gardening. So we have an environment where we can use faith, and so he would essentially be feeding off the faith, I suppose.
So, if he doesn't get enough faith, what happens?
I still think
Does he starve?
still exists. Nah, I think it's the same way. Like, I could live without
Is
pomegranates.
it somehow
right?
detrimental to him?
I think it's just one of his favorite things. I don't think he needs it to exist.
Isn't it rather arrogant of humans to assume that a God cares so much about us and what we think or feel? Isn't that really arrogant of us to just assert and assume that if there is some divine creator of all existence, that we are somehow noteworthy?
Well, when I look at living things, I see a lot of them communicate. Insects, animals. And so I think that this being wants to communicate with us based on that. You know, like everything communicates, so surely God communicates, right?
I'm sorry. Where does God communicate?
I believe that God is communicating with all of us, and if we tune in, we can listen.
How does this answer the previous question? What was my previous question?
You were saying, aren't humans arrogant for thinking that God wants to care about us and interact with us? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I was saying, since all living things seem to communicate, then surely the pattern is that surely God would too, right?
Why surely?
Because usually, even with art, you see the artist, right?
Sorry, but why do you use us as a comparison to know what God is? Again, isn't that arrogant? To look through our lens and assume God must be like us. Of course, we can logic why a person would do this, so God, therefore.
Right. Why are you applying human traits and standards to something that is supposed to be not necessarily human?
That is a great question. I look at it like, can we separate all the artwork an artist has done? I think the art is connected to the artist, and we could question.
So then how do you know that God is not a centipede? How do you know that God has not designed this entire universe to be ideal for centipede growth and centipede faith?
Or it could be an experiment for mice.
Yeah, that's a bit far-fetched.
Those are all excellent questions and interesting perspectives. I guess all I can do is look at all the clues and try and make sense of all.
Is there somewhere in the clues that they make sense, that it makes sense to diminish whatever God might exist into being like a man?
Oh, you mean the fact that like God seems to change their mind throughout like the Bible? That
No,
part?
no.
Oh. What do you mean by diminish then?
For you to think of whatever it is that created all of this as something human-like. Is it possible that you and the writers of the Bible and many other humans are simply projecting themselves onto what they assume a God is or wants?
That is very possible, that they're using the clues all around them to make a projection. That is very possible.
What clues?
Well, I mean, they look at nature, they look at all different things to come up with theories.
Where do they say that?
You
Where
mean
do
the
they
Psalms? When
is it the Psalms that tells you that they're looking at nature to come up with theories of how to make God seem human-like?
Yes, there is beautiful poetry in the Psalms that says that the trees clap their hands and that the animals cry out for God to help them, yes.
Does it seem likely, or is it more likely an assumption, a reflection of the assumptions throughout the book, that God would be like a man?
Well,
you know how I know when I ask you a good question? You don't tell me it's a good question. You do that.
Exactly.
You have a tell, GoPro.
No, there are a lot of fantastic questions. That's why I appreciate this live so much, and I appreciate you all. If it's a very fantastic question, like you pointed out, I will immediately go into processing. That is a good point.
Well, we thank you for
Yes.
we thank you for always trying to answer the questions. You do try to answer the questions, and I do appreciate that.
Yes. I do believe that there's humans that are trying to use human allegories to try and explain God. I mean, sometimes you have prophets that are stating that God is speaking to them in human terms for humans to try and wrap their minds around it. But yes, I do understand what you're saying, is that how can humans really understand through human things how this God of gods truly operates? So it may very well be that like it's like trying to explain stuff to like a kindergarten class, right? Kind of thing. Or I don't know what other allegory I could use.
Have you ever tried to explain anything to a kindergarten class?
I would say that I've tried to explain certain concepts to that age group.
How'd that go?
Usually, I use different types of vocabulary, like it's healthy if you do this kind of thing, or that's not a good idea kind of thing.
Does the meaning change even though you have simplified the words?
I'm definitely not giving them a very elaborate explanation of all the why, and it's definitely, I would say, less philosophically interesting the way I explained to them. So yeah, there could be a change, but I would say fundamentally similar.
Why fundamentally similar?
Because it's still the same advice. I'm still either encouraging something or I'm not encouraging something.
Wait, do you believe your existence to be either encouraging or not encouraging something?
Can you?
Sorry, do you believe your existence to be either confirming something or not confirming something?
You're saying, does my very existence verify something?
No, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not phrasing the question properly. Well, you said that. What was it? You said that. I'm sorry, my brain just left me.
Yeah, I was explaining that when I'm speaking to that age group, I say, I encourage this and I do not encourage that kind of thing.
Why would you think that a God would care at all what we do or think or feel or believe?
Well, it's the understanding of most Christians, and this is how Christianity could be viewed as unique. We view God as wanting a family, that God wants a family. That really, I would say that, like, all living things want family, yeah.
Where in the Bible does it say God wants a family or that he needs us for anything?
Throughout the family, there's allegories of God being a husband, a father, that Jesus is our sibling, that we're all part of the family. There's a lot of family stuff in the Bible.
So, he wants a family, and in order to get one, he creates an entire species of creatures to abuse them.
So the idea is that we already pre-existed as spirits and we're already a spirit family. This physical creation is for us to learn lessons. So I would say that, yeah.
How is it not just a weird torture system set up for him to abuse us?
I mean, I'm very grateful for it because I get to learn about the concept of mercy. I get to learn about the concept of forgiveness.
How do you know you didn't already know those things? How can you?
Maybe.
If you can assume that you are a spirit being that existed long before this body, how do you know you didn't already know of these things?
Maybe knowing is possible, but experiencing it is different. Like,
how do
maybe
you know you didn't already experience these things? How can you make any assumptions about what's prior?
That's a really good question. I imagine that this is like a place to experience true colors kind of thing.
So it's just your imagination.
I mean, I'm doing my best to make sense of Earth. It could very well be my imagination.
That's not what I meant. I meant the reasonings and structure and all of that you're giving it. Is that just your imagination?
It could very well be my imagination, and I'm questioning.
How would you know?
That is a very good question. I would somehow need it to be verified.
I see a question about to come out of Bats, but before you get it out, I've got to thank everybody for the 100,000 times that they tapped the screen. Thank you guys so much for breaking 100K. I really appreciate all of you.
I was just gonna say, I know there's one thing that's verified: the like count.
That is verified.
How can you verify anything at all? Like, what is the process to verify something?
So, in my understanding, the best way that I have to verify is utilizing prayer and fasting and doing things that please the God of Gods, so that I can communicate with the God of Gods and have the God of Gods verify that somehow, either through telepathy or causing something to happen to verify.
What if somebody pursued God for, say, 20 years and asked for verification of God? Would he, and he didn't? Is that just means they didn't ask long enough, or is there no way to verify?
I think they could. I would advise them to try to step up their game and keep asking.
Oh, there goes the life goal. But say they had like for me, I was a Christian for 20 plus years. I did the whole prayer fasting, got a little obsessed with it, where I would fall asleep praying to all hours of the night. Is that not motivated or upping the game enough?
You raise up a good point. I would say your strategy is very good, very effective according to the Bible. However, there is the concept of patience and endurance, where
years not patient enough.
If God is looking for the most extreme examples of stats, then I mean, I believe Earth is like the Olympics, where we're supposed to show the highest levels of patience and kindness and forgiveness and mercy that we possibly can. So I would encourage more patience.
Those that receive an understanding or claim to, anyways, without having had to show any of these stats, did he just already know?
Wait,
and if he can,
go ahead.
Yeah, if he, okay, so do the people that claim to already have relationships with God, understand God, believe in God, have succeeded in achieving what you have, or claim to have, communicating with, and building this relationship, if they're receiving that without having demonstrated the 20 years of patience or whatever other things are required for them to max their stats, did God just know they could do the things, or they just max stat already? If you're born into a family that convinces you to believe in God at 7 years old and you don't have to wait 20 years for a sign, is that max stat?
So there seems to be two concepts that you're bringing up. One is like the telepathy communication. The other one is maxing out your stats like kindness and peace.
I don't know where telepathy came from. I was just wondering, does God already know, like, what your stats are?
There are ways in Christianity to grow in stats, like prayer and fasting increases faith. There's
Does
a way
God
to increase
already
stats.
know what your stats are?
Yes, God knows everybody's stats at each
Does
moment
God
in
know
time.
how your stats can grow?
Yes.
Does God know what you will do?
Yes.
What the fuck is the test for? It doesn't make any sense.
I
If he
think it's
knows
more
what you'll do, and he knows how the stats will grow when you do what you do, and he knows what your stats are at the beginning. What is the test? Like, it doesn't follow anymore. What's even happening?
I believe it's like a proof where you're demonstrating and experiencing it. It's important for the experiencer to experience it.
That doesn't follow either. Really quick, I'm gonna thank Bree, Bats, Shell, Hello, It's Me, Polly, and Kung Pao for all helping with that goal. Appreciate all of you so much. Really do. You're saying that it's important for the experiencer to experience the test in which the God already knows the stat growth, and the end results, because the experiencer experiencing the test will gain something, not the God.
Yeah, I view it as like a super high level version of empathy. It's important to experience it. It's like a
super high level version of empathy doesn't make sense. What does that mean?
I think that the God of Gods is super into empathy. So it's an empathy theory that
Where does it describe him as being super into empathy in the Bible?
With Jesus, it said that Jesus
is that really super into empathy?
Yes.
How?
Because it says that Jesus was already the firstborn of all creation, and then was sent to do this human role that was super about empathy. And it says that it was important that Jesus experienced empathy. And then therefore, if it's important for Jesus to experience empathy, it's important for everyone to experience empathy.
Where does it say it was important for Jesus to experience empathy?
I believe it's in the book of Hebrews. I will look up the verse.
Who wrote Hebrews?
That is a good question. I'm not sure who wrote Hebrews. They do not. They're not sure, but there are theories of who wrote Hebrews.
Go ahead, Bats.
I'm trying to find I found Hebrews, but I don't know what verse. My Bible's kind of falling apart. I've read it a lot. What verse are in Hebrews?
I'm looking it up right now.
Oh, okay.
It's the one about the high priest and empathy. Hebrews chapter 4, verse 15.
The tempted without sin verse.
For we do not have a high priest who is unable to empathize.
Which translation are you using? I'm sorry, I'm finding different words here.
I believe that's the NIV.
One second.
Chapter 4, verse 15.
Yeah. It says here that which cannot he be touched with the feelings of our infirmities, but was tempted like us without sin. So it says that he's what does your version say? That he was empathetic? I'm not finding that in the same translation I have.
It says, for we do not have a high priest who is unable to empathize with our weaknesses. In the NIV.
Mine says sympathize in the RSV. For we do not have a high priest who is unable to sympathize with our weaknesses, but one who in every respect has been tempted as we are, yet without sinning. How does it?
I believe that the verse is implying that he sent Jesus to be empathetic so that he could be the high priest.
But it says empathetic in your translation.
Mm-hmm. Well, I believe it fits the concept of empathy.
What is
as well.
empathy?
Empathy is where you understand what somebody else is going through, and yeah, it's a deep understanding of what somebody else has gone through, I believe.
Is it different from sympathy?
I do believe that sympathy and empathy are different.
What's the difference if the Bible says in one version sympathize and the other Bible says empathize? Which is it?
Well, the difference, I believe, is the depth of understanding of what somebody else is going through. The word sympathy versus empathy.
Would you rather somebody sympathize or empathize with you?
I would rather them empathize.
So how do we know in this verse that it's talking about empathy and not sympathy as portrayed in other versions?
Because this verse seems to be discussing that Jesus really came as a human and went through all things human so that he can empathize. So I believe the concept and context is about Jesus, relating to us with understanding because he experienced being human.
Well, he didn't. Did he go through all things human? Surely he doesn't understand everything human because he'd only lived, 30 years?
That is a great point that you're making. So I would say it's implying he went through all the troubles that most humans go through.
Well, like arthritis, diabetes, childbirth, assault from of the adult nature. He's never experienced any of those things, and according to scripture.
Well, it depends on how intense that whole crucifixion ordeal thing was.
Yeah, but he didn't experience what it's like to be like disabled. He didn't experience what it's like to like one might argue that the crucifixion is a horrible thing. It's like, especially if you involve scourging beforehand, but surely there's worse things that people have undergone, like a child who's being in a system of whatever. Surely that would be a more traumatic experience.
I mean, this is a good question. Because the author does seem to suggest that Jesus has a great level of empathy, and you are asking, well, how exactly is there empathy? And it is a good question.
One might say that empathy relies on the person's ability to understand through relatable experiences, while sympathy is from a different place, where you understand from your own perspective and not from a perspective where they can understand. Like if I empathize, I can sympathize with someone who's, say, been in an airplane accident, but I can't empathize with them because I myself have never been in an airplane accident.
I hold to the theory that experiencing different kinds of things increases somebody's level of empathy. And that's just my theory of how I view it.
Well, when people go through horrible atrocities, do they usually come out the other side full of empathy?
I think theoretically they could show more empathy than somebody who didn't go through any of it, right?
Theoretically. So potentially, but not like, there's a lot of, I would say there's a lot of people who've gone through traumatic experiences and come out harder.
But they would still have a deeper understanding of what going through that thing is really like, right? Than somebody who just imagines it.
Do you understand how narcissistic personality disorder is acquired?
No, I've not studied.
The study is saying the studies show that one with that disorder either has gone through a period of time in their life where they were always told was right, or they went through a period of time where they experienced trauma. So usually people who are of that disorder have reached a point to where like, oh, it doesn't matter anymore. I can do what I want. They've reached a I don't want to say this, I'm not a doctor or anything, but from what I understand from my therapist is they've reached a level to where they have determined that they're the authority because life has been cruel to them. So for someone like that, who makes exhibit no empathy, how does that work?
That's interesting. So you're saying either everything they've experienced has pointed to they feel that they are super wise or super knowledgeable, and the other example you're saying because of the trauma they're using it as a coping mechanism.
Yes, that's
Wow.
what my therapist explained to me how that formulates because I've had experiences with those kinds of people before, and I asked her a question, and that's how she explained it to me. And I'm curious as if that's the case, if that's how some people become harden their hearts. How do we know God hasn't done the same thing? That Jesus didn't experience all this and like, oh, F these humans, they crucified me. I'm going to go off into heaven now and bye. I'm not going to come back like I said I was.
Well, I would say that Jesus taught forgiveness. He even said forgive everybody when he was on the cross, taught loving everybody,
I mean,
taught
that's what
mercy.
he said and taught, but that wasn't really the question, was it?
I thought it was about Jesus' perspective of love and mercy and kindness, wasn't it?
Well, if he experienced all the horrible atrocity of the crucifixion, passed, came back, and managed to get away, I would think he wouldn't want to come back like he said he would. Would that like what makes you think that for sure he's coming back and this is all real and that he really wants to empathize with humans?
Because he said that mercy triumphs judgment. Mercy is the best option, and that loving your enemies is the best option. Love and forgiveness and mercy. So a person who believes in idealism like mercy and forgiveness and all that would want to come back and fix everything. And I do believe that Jesus is an idealist.
What about his father, the one who mass unalived the Canaanites, the Amalekites, had ordered men to shave women's head and take the virgins? Like, what about that God? Does he display empathy and sympathy?
Jesus said that Jesus is only doing what the Father does, and that the teachings of the Father, and Jesus said to be perfect as the Father. So Jesus' philosophies and the Father's philosophies, Jesus says, match 100%. So therefore, the Father would be into mercy and kindness and forgiveness.
But has he displayed that in throughout Scripture? We have the entire Old Testament to show what God the Father is like, and I don't see that he is one with Jesus and one of one mind. Jesus seems to be of peace and love and patience and kindness and turning the other cheek, while his Father seems to be vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, I will repay.
That is a great point, and it leads to many questions. The theory I have about it right now is that the Father presents a fair system, and then the Father presents a mercy system. In my opinion, the God of Gods is presenting like that we should embrace mercy, and that a fair system isn't ideal. It's more ideal to have a mercy rehabilitation system than a judgment system.
Change his mind, or was the entire Old Testament to prove a point?
I am under the understanding that the Old Testament was to prove a point that we should all embrace mercy, and mercy was always the plan.
So the Amalekites, women, the children, the cattle, everything unalived was just to prove a point?
I'll have to think about. I mean, I'm still processing. It's a lot to process. The Old Testament is a lot to process. But yes, that is my current understanding, because the Bible says that God is working all things together for good, and I'm trying to process how that applies to absolutely everything.
Would a father, knowing his child, give his child a snake or bread?
You are speaking of what Jesus said.
Yes.
Says that Jesus said that surely the parent would
Snake. Does that shows sympathy?
in my opinion, the Old Testament is incredibly harsh.
But if the Bible is the only way to know God, surely what we read is a testament of Him, right? So, am I to believe that God is this being that goes back and forth and will do whatever just to prove a point?
Because God is in everything, I don't think that the Bible is the only thing that points to the God of Gods.
You can look to the other scriptures too. There's definitely things out of canon which you seem to relate to a lot. But even then, does God seem to be a God of sympathy? And why does He do all these atrocities to prove a point? Surely He's love and peace. Why does He? I don't know. I just seem to find a conflict or a contradiction of His character.
Well, that is a great point. I would say that Earth is a very controversial place, and then therefore it would make sense that the God of Gods uses super controversial things, especially if that God is in control and in charge of everything. That is the question of, if a God of Gods exists, why would they use controversial stuff?
Do you think that God sympathizes with you specifically? That he knows you, he sympathizes with you, and He's led you thus far?
Yes, because I don't believe that the God of Gods is a hypocrite.
So why has He led you thus far and not other people who may have spent their entire lives studying the Bible?
That is a great question, because I believe that for whatever reason, I think that the God of Gods loves the concept of uniqueness. And if this God of Gods does love uniqueness, that means that this God of Gods has decided that we each would have a unique journey, and some of those journeys are going to look different than others' journeys. I think our journeys is what's part of what makes us each unique. I think uniqueness is a beautiful thing.
So it's not cruel then that He gives you all this peace and joy, and then maybe someone else who's seeked Him just as much, He gives them turmoil and doesn't answer their prayers, even though their prayers even for a glimpse, for the smallest of signs.
There's a parable that Jesus said that I really like, It's really a question that he asked. He said, who loves more? Is it somebody that's never been forgiven, or is it somebody that messed up a lot and then was forgiven a lot? Who becomes more loving? And then they all
Obviously an
answered that. What?
Yeah, okay, go ahead and finish.
Yeah, so Jesus pointed out that the person who actually messed up more and then was forgiven more became more loving. So perhaps somebody that has a harsher path ends up with a better result. They became more loving. So, yeah. A harsher path could have benefits.
So what I'm hearing is God is cruel and he'll do anything to get a pure form of love from us.
I'm saying that there's a beauty that can be found in all different kinds of paths, theoretically. Like, would I really be able to celebrate forgiveness if I was never wronged?
Well, would you have to be forgiven if what you did wasn't wrong in the first place? God set up the rules, so it seems only fair that if we follow them, we find him. But many of us have seemed to not find him or ever find him as days go on. But you seem to theorize that you have found him. And I'm wondering what makes you so sure. Or are you even sure?
Sure that I've found the God of Gods?
Yes. Are you sure that you found the God of Gods, or you just hoping you found the God of Gods?
Well, you brought up a lot of interesting concepts. You brought up the concept, like, if this was a perfect world, then we wouldn't know what forgiveness and mercy is. So it's a question of... I do believe that perhaps mercy and forgiveness are such beautiful concepts, and unconditional love are such beautiful concepts that it points me to God. I mean, I do question what is ideal and what an ideal God would do, but I think that does point towards the God of Gods. This concept of mercy and loving mercy is fascinating to me.
So is God the highest morality then? Like, if God is love and patience and kindness and forgiveness, would that make him the highest highest point of morality?
I think this God of Gods that has knowledge of everything would know about the highest level, and I do believe that they would choose to be the highest level, so that is why I'm under the current understanding that they are the highest level, because I think you would choose to become the concept of the best things, like becoming love, become mercy, become kindness. That's why the Bible does say that God is love. And I myself am trying to do the best also, where I'm trying to become love, trying to become joy, trying to become peace, trying to become kindness.
Are you trying to become God?
I believe that God is inviting all of us to do that, which is why Revelations 3:21 invites us to sit on the heavenly throne with Christ on the Heavenly Father's throne. Yeah. We're invited to become part of the oneness of that, yeah.
If you found out all this tomorrow was fiction, or maybe not as accurate as you want it to be, would it change your pursuit of love and kindness?
I feel like all the lessons that I've learned is that seeking idealism and kindness and peace and joy and love and mercy is the highest priority that I have. So no matter what information was given that proved this or that, I believe I would still pursue peace and love and mercy and kindness as the highest priority.
Is that within you or from God?
That's a good question. I believe it's from God. That I'm not sure. I believe it's from God, but how much I factor into it, I do not know. I don't know.
Well, without God, would you still want kindness and love for everybody?
Yes, because I believe in idealism.
So one might say it's your own. Is it your own morals then that seek this? If you had different morals, you'd seek other things like money, like other people do. But because of your morals, you seek kindness and love. Is that not from within, or were you taught that?
It is something that I was taught, and it is very much in the Bible that these things come from God. Although it could very well be from my eternal spirit. That's a good question. It could be both. It could be either. It's a good thing to think about and process.
People outside of Christianity or outside of the people who believe in God can exhibit love and kindness and all these things that you aspire to be?
Yes, because they're part of the oneness, which means they have all those things already inside of them. Yeah.
Peace and love and kindness inside of them?
Everybody has access to it within them, theoretically.
Even people with antisocial personality disorder?
Yep.
So they have the ability to empathize, they just choose not to? Is that what you're saying?
If the spirituality oneness theory is correct, then yes.
So you don't believe in ASPD then as people who can't empathize? You don't believe those people exist?
I think spiritually they could find a solution.
They
to it.
cannot. It is not possible.
It is an actual medical disorder. It's not something that is spiritual. It's found quite often in mental health industry where people may not experience the exact same empathy we do, and they've seeking medical help, they've seeking religious help, and no change. What about those people?
I believe in spiritual miracles.
Wouldn't that impeach on someone else's truth?
What do you mean?
Like if someone else's truth is they can't empathize and they've tried and they've given it their best effort, and you're saying, well, it was a miracle that they could, and they're saying, well, I've tried and I can't. Aren't you discrediting their truth?
I'm not saying that their experience and the testimony they're giving isn't accurate. I'm saying that because I believe in hope and solutions, and that they're...
So, what
Go
was
ahead.
the solution for Jeffrey Dahmer?
I do not know about that individual.
I would absolutely read about him. Are you squeamish?
I hope I'm not, although I do like positive stories.
He's
Just a positive.
mass unaliver who exhibited no empathy. Like Ted Bundy or any of the other mass unalivers.
Clinically, well, not mass unalivers, that's different.
Mass unalivers, not all of them, no.
Serial unalivers.
These serial unalivers, a lot of them seem to have this disorder where they can't empathize or experience any kind of sympathy.
Antisocial personality disorder was only one of the many personality disorders Jeffrey Dahmer had.
I do very much believe that rehabilitation is possible for...
It is not.
And healing is possible for everything.
It is not. And I don't say that to, like, flat out refute you. I'm telling you, this disorder is not something that can be rehabilitated.
Many have tried and failed, those of which whose lives depended on it.
I mean, Christians believe that all things are possible.
What happens when something becomes impossible?
This reminds me of the quote from The Dark Knight where, like, what happens when, like, an immovable object meets an unstoppable force?
Unstoppable force.
Yeah, I'm not sure. In the Christian view, there is nothing that's impossible, I suppose, because it says all things are possible, so...
Well, is it possible for all mental disorders to be healed by magic, then?
I wouldn't classify it as magic, but yes, all things are healable, according to Jesus.
Would that... So one should just spend their life praying to Jesus to fix their mental health issues, then? Is that what you're asserting? That Jesus can heal all of our mental illnesses?
I very much believe in prayer. I think it's an excellent tool that humans have.
What if someone prayed and fasted almost to unalivement to be healed of their mental disorders? Would that be enough faith to get God to do something?
You know, I've been thinking a lot and questioning about the faith thing. I do view it as a number, and I'm still processing how to max out that stat of faith. Because it does seem to be hinging on faith and...
What if that's not the right stat?
Well, Jesus also said the more that someone prays, the better, too. He used two allegories where he talked about a widow that kept on asking a judge for something, and there was one allegory about a neighbor. So it is about how many prayers you do as well. There's a lot of modifiers that go into prayer. So I agree with what you're saying, Morgan.
Is God just up there keeping score on how passionate we are?
And that's why I like the NDE testimonies, because I'm sure there's a lot of things that are being looked into with our Earth experiences, why we're here, our purpose, all the lessons we're supposed to be learning, all this stuff that the God of Gods is paying attention to. It's a good question. I believe... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to maybe clarify that I don't know how to say this nicely. I think it is important that people who have mental health issues, including myself, seek professional help. And I'm wondering if your belief might deter people from that.
That is an interesting point.
Because when I was a Christian, I thought God could heal my mental disorders, and I prayed fervently for it, to the point where I didn't seek professional help. And that was much to my own detriment. Do you see how that might be problematic for other people who also might do the same?
I do understand the scenario that you're putting forth. And that's why I categorize prayer as a tool.
A tool which can be worn down till there's nothing left, you might say. Because I prayed fervently. I got down to 90 something pounds. I was adamant in my fasting. I don't know how on your scale of faith I would be, but I was all the way in. And in the end, it was like betrayal. So if seeking God fervently to the point where it's detrimental to your health doesn't alleviate and give miracles, then what does?
That is a very powerful question. I mean, Christians are encouraged to seek miracles, and the question is, how much does faith and prayer and fasting go into that equation? That is
Because I don't know about other people, but I've met other people who experienced the same. Some went into ministry. I went into ministry. I went into evangelism. I went door to door. I went to boot camp where I did a lot of physical labor just to learn Bible verses. There's lots of people who spend their lives dedicated to God, and in the end, they feel God wasn't there. Is God just giving up on them? Are they giving up on God? What's going on there?
I mean, I personally am not a expert on everybody's journeys, but I would say that everybody is having a unique journey, and God is looking for all kinds of things, I do believe. And I don't know what everybody's journey is about, but I do believe the God of gods loves us all and has a wonderful plan for all of us.
Because it helps you on your journey, but do you think it could be helpful on everybody's journey, or do you think everybody's journey is different?
Let me process that question. I do believe that there are concepts of love and mercy and forgiveness and kindness that would help everyone if they embraced it.
And they tried and it doesn't help, what then?
I think a philosophy within what Christ said is to never stop and never give up.
So you would have people constantly and never giving up on this thing, even though you're not entirely sure it's true? Because you said that kindness is more important than truth. Is that a kindness to let someone pursue something forever and ever and not be answered?
I think that people would ideally pursue prayer and kindness and mercy and forgiveness despite the results. I think it should be
Despite the
a
results.
loyalty to those things, yeah.
So even if I receive no answer, as long as I keep pursuing it, I'll be rewarded?
I think it's the fact where somebody just chooses to become prayer, they choose to become mercy, they choose to become kindness, they choose to become forgiveness, they choose to become it. They choose to identify as it, personify it.
Not you choose all those things without the Bible or without Christianity. Like, I feel like I choose those things in my life. I be kind and I contribute to society. I help where I can, and when I can't, I do my best to at least empathize or sympathize whatever I can. So if an atheist does all that without God, why do we need God?
I do believe it is possible to embrace all those things without ever encountering the Bible. But it's the belief of the oneness that I believe that God of Gods wants to be our ally in those pursuits.
Like the oneness he had with Jesus.
Jesus is involved in the oneness, like John 17 talks about, the oneness with the Heavenly Father and Jesus and the Holy Spirit and us, all one.
GoPro, are you familiar with Jeremiah 17:9?
I can go look it up right now. Jeremiah chapter 18 is one of my favorites, but I don't know about Jeremiah 17. Let me look it up.
There's a name I haven't seen in a while. Good morning, Legion.
Legion.
Hi, Legion.
Did you mean to join us, Legion? He might not have. That's all right.
It was good to see you anyway, even if it was for a moment.
Right.
Still love you, friend.
Peaceful affirmations while you sleep, dude.
Oh, that was a mute.
I did that just in case.
Okay. Good. I was like, oh no.
You can always request backup if you meant to. You might have
Jeremiah. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was going to say Jeremiah 17:9 per Morgan's request says, "The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it?"
Interesting. What translation are you using again? Was it NIV?
I believe that one was the KJV.
What does the NIV say?
I will look it up. In the NIV it says, "The heart is deceitful above all things and beyond cure. Who can understand it?"
That's one thing that's beyond cure.
Unless it's a contradiction.
What
There
about
are
Proverbs 27:22?
What about what?
Proverbs 27:22.
Proverbs 27:22.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking it up now. "Though thou shouldest bray a fool in a mortar among wheat with a pestle, yet will not his foolishness depart from him." I can look it up in a different version.
For continuity's sake, let's just stick with the NIV.
Okay. "Though you grind a fool in a mortar, grinding them like a grain with a pestle, you will not remove their folly from them."
Mm-hmm.
So your point is Jesus saying all things are possible are contradicting with other things in the Bible, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Is there not even an unforgivable sin?
That is in the Bible as well, which I would say is a contradiction as well.
It's a whole lot of contradictions you're finding right now.
there are a lot of contradictions in the Bible, in my opinion.
Why would you believe it?
From my understanding, the Bible is a book of updates where there are things that trump other things, like patches or updates.
Can I give you one more verse?
You may.
Ecclesiastes 7:13.
Oh, it's your favorite.
Ecclesiastes 7:13 in the NIV. Let's see. Consider what God has done. Who can straighten what he has made crooked? Although this one's more of a challenge.
Because, you know, Paul clearly wrote it.
What? Ecclesiastes?
Just pull it. So, why is this one more of a challenge?
The way it's presented, it says, who can straighten what he has made crooked? So it's either implying that no one can straighten it, or it's saying, is there anyone out there who can? So that's the part where it could possibly be a challenge.
Is that not the same thing?
No. I don't think it's the same. Because I would answer by saying Jesus can, you know, straighten.
Was there ever a time Jesus straightened what God made crooked? Did Jesus fix what God made? Did God have a fault somewhere that he needed to fix?
There's a time in Isaiah 45 where it says that he will make all the crooked places straight in Isaiah 45. I like Isaiah 45 a lot. But Jesus, yeah, all things are possible.
Are you just saying that, or do you truly believe that Jesus can do absolutely anything?
Oh, I take that literally, where all things are possible and absolutely anything can happen, yeah. I do believe that. I take it literally.
So you believe in all powerful, omnipresent, everything, all the omnis, omnipotent, yeah.
Yeah, and he...
Go ahead.
And he's... Go ahead, Thrayle, I'm sorry.
I was... No, you go ahead.
I was going to say the fascinating part is he gives this ability to humans. He said, go ahead, all things are possible. And if you have belief and faith, this can also be yours. So, I take it literally.
We ran a poll a little while ago. Of course, we only got one vote in it, so we're running it again. Everybody, upper left-hand corner of your screen is where you vote for the poll. Let your voice be heard. Bats or Morgan, if you had a follow-up, go for it.
So if you believe in the omni properties of God, why is God going through this long process and not fixing everything right away? If he's capable of anything, surely he could fix everything.
That's a great question, and I do hope that he fixes absolutely everything as soon as possible. But since you asked such a specific question, I would say it's because there's lessons that are ideal to have. Because the thought of it goes, since God decided this a long time ago, that must mean that Earth is the most ideal imagination thing he could decide to make this super controversial world. And so I put it as like a thought experiment and say it is. Say this controversial world is the most ideal thing. And how would it be the most ideal thing? So maybe there's some controversial lessons that are ideal to learn through this experience. That's what I think. But yeah, I do want it fixed as soon as possible. Go ahead.
Surely not the experience would be better if there weren't any. Is his need for our experience to test our faith necessary?
Given the philosophy in the Bible, I would say somehow all of this is necessary, theoretically. But I do question that a lot, and I really want to have a conversation with the God of Gods about that.
What do you imagine God would say? Do you imagine he has an answer?
I've imagined the whole NDE thing, teleportation to heaven, and conversation a lot. I do believe that I would get an answer when it's the right time to get an answer. And what do I imagine God would say? I would imagine that God would say that God was using a lot of controversial things to have me experience mercy and forgiveness and kindness and believing all things work together for good, trusting. Also, the thought experiment itself, it's such an interesting thing. I mean, I'm grateful for this experience, to be honest, of being on Earth. That's how I feel about it.
If you could be God for a second, would you fix everything? Or would you wait and let your children experience tests that you've set up?
If I was given that authority immediately, I would communicate with everybody immediately, and I would fix absolutely everything as soon as possible. There would be a lot of multitasking.
So is your morality better than God then, since you want what was best for your children and he's just testing his children?
My theory is it's because the God of Gods is wiser and more knowledgeable and better than me, and so has better reasons as to why everything should be this way. More of a big picture view. And there's probably things that I'm not aware of as to why it's happening right now. So I would say it's because of my lack of wisdom and understanding the big picture.
I think Hazel asked a question in the comments. So why do you expect less from your God? If you would do everything and God wouldn't, is that expecting less?
I would say it's only because I'm so limited in my wisdom and big picture understanding of what's going on. I believe there are very good reasons as to why everything is happening the way it is happening right now. But I do question it. I would love to have that conversation with the God of Gods as to why their reason is better.
Did you have any more questions?
No, I think the questions are just going to bring us around in circles again.
They will. They will. And eventually, that circle will make a big giant plane, and it'll be flat. And I'll have to ask him about that.
Oh, not flat planes over the flat earth. What will we do?
GoPro, I appreciate you as always. I hope that we come back around and ask this circle of questions again, and who knows, maybe it'll find a little more depth and one day be spherical.
Spherical beliefs.
Right. I hope that you keep asking questions. And take care, as usual.
I appreciate you all.
Bye, GoPro. It's always a pleasure, man.
W's for GoPro.
GoPro, great conversation.
There was a lot of I don't knows in faith, so we'll see.
There often are I don't knows. And sometimes
Hello?
we'll find more I don't knows the next time. Hello, cat girl. Welcome to the panel. Can I
Hi.
get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No.
Why not?
Just 'cause.
Just cause? What do you mean just cause?
I don't know.
Well, I appreciate and I don't know. What do you think would convince you to believe in a god?
I mean, I have no idea.
Good answer again. Good answer. So you don't have a belief, you don't know why, and you don't know what would convince you. Is there any kind of God that you would want to believe in?
I like to believe in myself.
Why did you request up?
I didn't even mean to, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense. I appreciate you being up here, cat girl.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and set you back down so that we can move on to the next.
Yep.
But thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, cat girl.
Your cat girl answering
Love-
the questions with I don't knows, and I love I don't knows.
Very honest responses. I love the hat, by the way. I have a fascination with beanies. I only have like 12.
Only 12. Well,
Last time I counted, at least.
I think I own one beanie.
I'll find you 10 more if you give me some time. There's probably at least 11 under my bed somewhere.
Wow.
I like hats. I don't know why. Obviously, I'm a bat. I love top hats. They're my favorite, though.
But, I mean, obviously.
Obviously, all bats love top hats. Ask any bat; they'll tell you.
That's the kind I like the best as well. It's top hats. I don't own any. I own like a beanie and some bandanas. That's about it.
Open up a PO box. I could make you a bone top hat.
A bone top hat. I'm actually intrigued.
Hello?
Hello, living God. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that? I see.
Bit unconventional, though.
What god
so I
do you
believe
believe in?
I believe in the Almighty Father, the Creator. I don't believe in Jesus. I believe in Adam. I believe Adam was the first man made in the image of the Father.
Okay, so have you read your Bible from, I guess...
I've read the Bible, yeah.
Do you believe the New Testament or just the Old?
I believe that every scripture has a little bit of truth in it, and it's been scattered across the world. I believe that the Quran has some truth in it, I believe the Bible has some truth in it, and I believe the Torah has some truth in it.
So just the Abrahamic faiths?
Well, I believe that the Hindu faiths and the Buddhist faiths also, they believe in being a good person, but I don't believe being a good person is enough to save you from hell.
So what is hell?
Eternal torture and punishment from the Father.
Why does your father give you eternal punishment and torture?
He doesn't give me. I'm his son, so he won't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why does he do that?
Because there's people on this earth that aren't supposed to be here that are trying to kill his children.
They're not supposed to be here. Where are they supposed to be?
Well, it wasn't supposed to be made in the first place, was there?
There's people that were made that aren't supposed to be made. How did you determine that?
Yes. Abominations to the Father, as it states.
How did you determine that there were people that were made that aren't supposed to be made?
It used to be called the Nephilim.
Mm-hmm.
It was the breeding of the angels and man, and they were abominations to the Father from the beginning, and they're still here now today.
I see. Where did you learn about these Nephilim?
In Scripture.
And why do you believe that Scripture?
Because I can see what's going on around me. I'm open to. I can see the world and I can see the society.
So, just to clarify, if there are problems in the Bible, like if there were contradictions or things that were wrong, that wouldn't affect your belief in any other part that you already accept, would it?
When you can see what's going on around you, and
So you're not actually going to answer my question. You just want to tell us about things in the current events and how they... Yeah, I wasn't quite done.
Go on
So
then, say again.
let me ask you, why did you request up?
Sorry?
Why did you request to be on this panel? It's quite evident you're not capable of questioning. Yeah, it's quite evident that you're not capable of questioning your belief or even waiting for me to finish asking questions. So why would you bother requesting up on my panel?
Because there's people on your panel called
Then
Captain.
fuck off. Because there's people on my panel called anything is not an answer to request up here. If you can't question your beliefs and you're just up here to preach at us, fuck off.
Hello, I am people, and the people up here question beliefs. So that's how I got up here, and if you intend to get up here any other way to spread your message, it's probably not going to go well for you. So maybe request it after you've read the prompt and listened a while.
There's nothing to cook, friend. It's not a debate.
I missed it. Do we have one of those in chat too?
Mm-hmm.
Let me cook.
I wouldn't advise cooking a skeleton. I don't think there's much meat on the bones there.
I mean, Thrayle is a grandpa, so how much marrow is really left in those bones?
Just a skeletal grandpa.
Why does he want to, so badly to request up? That doesn't... I thought he just wanted to cook, which there's no cooking happening.
Normally,
here.
you're fucking cringe. Oh my
Thank
god, you're
you
such
so
a
much.
fucking loser, cornball.
Thank
Fuck
you
you,
so
nigga.
much.
Hey.
Oh, you're gonna do that?
Oh my gosh.
Wow. Blocked and never returned. So
That's the fastest way to get blocked.
Desperate.
Saw that coming.
Maybe grow some brains instead of whatever medicine grows that out of muscle. Because you're not
that was
questioning.
an AI picture.
Yeah, that was gross, man. Like, roid rage much?
Carol, we ask ourselves that question every day.
Hi, thank you for letting me up in your panel.
Hello, Starseed. I feel like we've spoken before, but can you give me your age for TikTok TOS?
34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I respect, I guess, other gods, but I don't follow them. I got a higher hierarchy that I do follow, yeah.
You have a hierarchy that you follow.
Yeah, like a father.
What does that mean?
So my father, I believe, who's my creator, is Omega. He's not a god.
So what is he?
Obviously, he's an entity.
You say obviously, but what do you mean obviously?
Well, he's not in a human form. He'll never.
What is an entity?
I guess, would you say a spirit?
What is a spirit?
Something that lurks in the dark before the time of light.
Something that lurks in the dark before the time of light. What does that mean? What time of light?
Well, in darkness, there was entities also that roamed.
What darkness?
Like So you know when the world was created?
No,
And
when was
before,
it
like,
created? Why do you
before,
think
like,
it was created?
pardon, sorry?
So you said before the world was created. What does that even mean?
Like when it was getting created, the beginning of time.
Created by what? What do you mean?
I guess Omega.
Why do you assume something created this?
Because we are his creations.
So you assume that we are created by a creator named Omega who created all this. Why?
Well, I believe he's my father. I believe I'm a creator. But, yeah.
Created.
Because we all had a purpose. All different walks of life.
Why do you assume we
been-
have purpose?
Because we have the experience, like, so, like, you know, when I was talking about, like, before, like, dark, and before, like, light occurred, and the sun, and the vegetation,
What do you mean
and the
by light
landscaping, and yada, yada, yada.
I'm sorry,
all of that.
are you talking about biblical creation? You believe the Bible?
I believe in more than the Bible.
Do you believe the story of the Bible about the creation of the earth?
Some of them
Why?
are, like, not right. They
Why
need
do
to be
you believe?
rewritten.
Oh, they need to be rewritten. You're an editor.
Because there's a
So
lot of
Can you
people
tell me?
who...
Can you tell
Sorry.
me why you believe the 6-day creation story from the Bible?
It's a part of my experience. That's why I believe.
When did
Like,
you
it's not for all,
experience
though.
the 6-day creation story from the Bible?
Well, I can date back to my beginning to where I
You can
am
date
now.
back to
And that-
your beginning. What year were you
Yeah.
born?
Pardon, sorry, I can't hear you.
What year were you born?
Now, in this era?
I have no idea what that means.
Like, in today, like who I am today. Like, what my age
Are you
is now.
saying you were born as someone else before who you are today?
Yes. This is my last incarnation. That's what I believe. You can't take that away from me.
Communicate. Yeah, I'm not here to take it away from you. You would have thought you would have learned how to communicate respectfully with other people.
I'm just
But I
drained.
think
That's
I'm
all.
done.
Sorry.
Anybody else got questions for this person?
I don't know if I'd be able to get them out all the way yet.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, well,
She's not here to question her beliefs. Just tell them to us.
I just want to
and
go
hope that
home.
we
That's
don't.
what I want to do.
Okay, well, I'll help you out.
Yeah.
It's that
Rude.
way.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not capable of questioning your belief, if you're just up here to say them to us, then why not just make a video or type it out in the comments? And then one of the mods might tell you no preaching, of course, but it would probably save us all a lot of time if you're not interested in actually questioning your beliefs.
Like, I had a few questions on why this was their last reincarnation, but I don't know if they'd listen to that, so hopefully there's more believers in the comments who are willing to question and not just state their beliefs as a pastime.
That would be nice. I'd love to see it happen.
We've already got to 126, almost 27 likes and 150 shares. Surely there has to be believers in here. Like 102 people in here, at least 2 of them have to be believers.
We're going to see the number drop by 2 in just a moment as they scroll away feeling singled out.
Don't feel singled out. It's a wonderful time to come up and question your beliefs. We have several boxes opened. We have the pink and blue people you can tap gently to get up here. There's several ways to get up here and question beliefs if you're capable, that is, if you're able, if you have a belief. Do you have a belief? Now's a good time to find out.
Hello, Cullen. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hi there, 20 years old.
What year were you born?
2005.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe in God, the Yahweh in the Bible and stuff.
Have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
Really making some progress here, but almost.
What do you mean by almost?
I have a good taste of each section, a little bit of the prophets, wisdom, Genesis, and then the New Testament I've read.
I see. And do you believe the stories from the Bible to be true and literal?
Not all of them, but I believe that all of them were written by people.
Not all of them are literal, but they're all written by people. What does that mean? Like not AI?
Yeah, I guess so. It kind of means that
what does that mean?
That means that each story tells me a little bit about the people, not so much the stories, but the people.
I see. Do you believe the stories from Genesis are true, or do those just tell you about a people?
I think people would argue about the Exodus thing, like scholars.
I said Genesis.
Oh, Genesis. No, I don't believe that there was like an actual Garden of Eden that looked that way.
No 6-day creation, no. Or do you believe that part?
The 6-day creation is a way of understanding. It didn't actually happen in 6 days. It's just a way of grouping in different categories.
So it happened in those groups, but not
even in those groups. It didn't even happen in those groups. It's just a way of understanding kind of the structure of things.
How is it understanding the structure if neither the groupings nor the days are accurate? If nothing is actually transmitted that's true,
Oh,
what are
I
we
see.
supposed to understand?
So it's telling us the structure of what's most important. So
it's most important is light, and then second most important is a firmament.
So
third most important is plants. Is that what it means?
So the person is the most important part of the story.
Light is the least important thing in existence, and then firmament is the second least most important thing in existence, and then plants are the third least most important thing, and then sun and moon are the fourth least most important thing, and then animals would be the fifth, and then humans are finally the sixth. Is that the order of importance that you find true?
I guess that's a weird way of putting it. Maybe a better way of saying it is what's most relatable, you know?
So you relate most to animals and
to
least,
people.
And you relate least to plants and light. What is this firmament that you're relating least to?
Well, it's hard to relate to because it's this expanse above us that kind of separates the...
It's an expanse.
Yeah.
Above us. What shape is the earth?
I believe that it's a sphere, but I think they looked at it as a flat place.
I see. So you believe it's a sphere, but the Bible refers to it as a flat place.
Yeah.
Does it matter to you if that's not true?
It doesn't really matter too much to me. I can understand why they thought it was flat at the time.
Should they not have had some insight from this God that supposedly helped him write this book? Or did the God not have anything to do with the book?
I think that they were more concerned with having a structured community and also concerned with morals. I think that was kind of, they wrote the book because they were questioning morals.
So the book is about morals, not about creation or existence, purpose, not really even about God.
No, you're right. It's about existence and why does everything look the way that it does? I think that's the main question of the Bible.
How does the Bible answer the question of why things look the way they do?
Well, it doesn't just answer it. It's a bunch of people trying to answer it over a period of time, and
trying to answer why things look the way they do.
Yeah, like for example, the prophets, they're trying to understand why bad things happen or why their temple could be destroyed, and they're trying to answer why this happens.
They're trying to answer why their temple could be destroyed in the prophets, but they're not doing that in any of the other sections.
Not in the other sections, I guess.
So what is Genesis doing?
Genesis is a story that describes our nature, which is to fall, which is to have pride and to fall. And it's just basically trying to describe that.
To have pride and to fall. The whole book is telling you that story, or just the first two little chapters?
I think that's probably the biggest theme of the Old Testament, but definitely the Genesis.
I see. So it's just a book that tells a theme. It doesn't actually tell about the Genesis, the order, or the origins, of creation.
Yeah, it's more the origins of, why the world looks the way that it does. Why does it look, just like what the other religions are concerned with.
I'm sorry, how does it tell why the world looks the way it does? I'm still trying to figure that out.
Oh, yeah. So not like the scientific, but more like why is there bad things,
So I'm sorry, you said the Adam and Eve story wasn't true. So how does it tell how there are bad things if the story it uses to explain that isn't true?
Oh, you mean... Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, they were wrong. They probably thought that Adam was a real person, the first person, but they were probably wrong about it.
Who was wrong?
The Hebrew people.
The Hebrew people. They were wrong about what?
About Adam being the first man.
How do you know they were wrong?
Well, I read stuff and I read about like the Ice Age and just how much older the Earth was and how long people have been on this Earth, and I assume they're wrong.
You assume they're wrong because the Earth is older. And do you believe humans came from some other origin, or are they created by this God, or somehow is it a combination?
Yeah, I believe as of now we evolved. This could change, but I believe that we evolved from.
So then what role does your God play in our existence or creation?
Well, I think you just said it. His role is still to create. That's one of his acts.
How did he create? Or what makes you think that he created if the book isn't true that tells of the creation? Where is it you learn of this event?
Well, so that part is true. The part in Genesis where it says that God created or formed the heavens and the earth, that part I would say is true.
I'm so confused. The days aren't days, the order isn't order, but when it says he created, that part's true.
Someone called, sorry, could you repeat that?
So you're saying days aren't days, the order given isn't really the order created, but when he says that God created, well, that one sentence, Genesis, what is that? One, that part's the only part that's true.
So that sentence is interesting. It's a summation of what's about to happen. It's God created the heavens and the earth. And then
Right.
the rest of the chapter fits into that statement.
So if you're saying that that is a summation of what's going to happen and that part is true, then how is it that everything that's about to detail that is not true? How can you say that one verse is true but the rest of the chapter is false?
It's true in as much as every single thing, the plants, the animals, the people, the stars, all this stuff was created. So that part is true.
How did you determine that it was created?
The created part is where we go into like belief and assumption.
Why do you assume that things are created?
Because I assume that there is a meaning or an end or purpose to things.
Does anybody else want to talk to this guest? I'm going to say before anybody does, please mute your mic and go blow your nose. That is extremely obnoxious.
I've got nothing, Thrayle.
Okay.
I'm good.
Yep, maybe another time, Cullen, when you're feeling better, because I just can't take it anymore. This is the most obnoxious thing. It is distracting from literally every answer.
Gotta love that nasal drip going on. Sorry.
I hope you feel better.
Yeah, feel better soon. Maybe once you feel better, you can come back and we can question some beliefs. Seem to be a lot of assumptions there, though.
Trip, trip. Oh, man. Is anyone else feeling sleepy? I think I know what we need. Something to wake us up.
Ooh, I sense a segue coming on.
Should we do a segue or a full Michael Visa? Oh, we should segue. I know which one. Yeah, this one.
Cat's favorite.
Can you question your belief? Do you have a belief in a God? A higher power? Or anything
Okay, we can try again, Cullen, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. So, we were asking you about the belief in the creation that isn't the creation. You believe things are created because why again?
Because so it is an assumption, but you are asking me to question my belief. I will say because I believe that there is a telos or a reason for things.
Because there is a reason for things.
A reason for things, an end, a proper place.
How did you determine there's a reason for things?
I don't know. That would be... I think the fact that we're all alive and that we haven't chose to end our life shows that we all believe that there's a reason for not ending this, right?
No, it doesn't. So, you don't think we have survival instincts, that evolution could have developed an instinct to, stay alive?
That's a good point.
So then, what is it that provides you with any reason to believe that we are created?
Even if it's instinct, what makes it better for us to be alive?
That doesn't answer my question at all. Why do you assume that we are created?
Here's why I assume that we're created. I have a mind, you have a mind, and we choose to make things, and there's no reason I can't assume that there's a mind that's resting behind mine that makes things as well.
So because there's no reason you can't assume it, then therefore you assume it? That doesn't follow at all, Cullen. Also, why did you request up?
Well, there's something I enjoy about being questioned. It's not the attention. I do like dialogue. I like to question things.
You like to question things.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I like to test my structure a little bit sometimes.
So are you here for us to test you then?
I think that's what this sign is about, is questioning, testing.
Sign?
Painting's the background. Do you question or test yourself?
Yes, I do all the time.
In what way do you question your own beliefs?
Imagine and live a world that's different for a little bit.
So you just imagine having different answers?
I imagine and I kind of act it out. Like sometimes I try acting out a different world.
What does that mean, acting out a different world?
I live as if something else. I live as if the world is different sometimes.
Like different how?
Well, like there's no God, or like we have an uncreated world around us. I've considered this. It could be true.
what is the reason you don't believe that a world without God could exist?
I would say love is one of the biggest reasons.
What the fuck is love?
Well, I don't know if people can prove love, but that's kind of my point is people can't prove love. Love is that which binds things together.
Are you sure that's not Gorilla Glue?
Well, Gorilla Glue does that too for material things. But does it bind people together?
I suppose if you put it on people.
But that's not the main point of Gorilla Glue.
The person that used Gorilla Glue as hair gel? We not remember that.
I do remember that. It might be binding a person together. Cullen, what is love?
A force that binds people together.
What do you mean a force?
Something that moves us.
Something that moves us? What
Yeah,
do you mean? Like
it
the
moves
wind?
us towards each other.
It moves us toward each other. Something. Can you be more specific, please? What is love?
That which moves us to commune with other people.
That which moves us to commune with other people. So you're saying that any social need that we have whatsoever is love. Anything that we need, if I need to borrow a cup of sugar from my neighbor, that's love. Me wanting to borrow sugar is love. If that's the thing that made me go there.
Well, it would be it's a two-person thing, right?
Oh, I see. So what is love?
Yeah, if two people are cooperating, then there's definitely love involved.
So if two people cooperate, then there is love. What is love? Can you define love without using love in the sentence?
Yeah, that which binds and communes people.
That which binds and communes people. So a natural disaster could be love.
Disasters spread people away from their houses. That's the opposite.
It doesn't bind people together in a community center where they shelter. It doesn't bring people to storm shelters. So...
No, love brought them to the community shelter.
Oh, love brought them there? How did love bring them there? Are you sure their cars and feet didn't bring them there? What the fuck are we even talking about, Colin? It feels like you're being poetic and evasive. It doesn't feel like you actually know what you're saying.
So you're saying, should I drop my definition of love then?
I'm not here to tell you what to do. It just doesn't make any sense.
I think it makes a lot of sense. It's a loving thing. What brings people together to help each other. If that's not love,
everything that brings people together, everything that puts people in a room, if a hostage situation is that love?
No, because hostages take people from their house.
No, not if they hold them hostage in the house. You start putting people all in one house, putting the hostages all in one room to make it easier to keep an eye on them. Isn't that love, according to you, Cullen? Anything that brings people together.
People together for a greater good.
Who's determining what good is?
We all try to determine what good is.
Bats, go ahead.
Colin, the definition is what we're trying to get to. It's like I just asked you to describe what paper is, and you said a wood product. We think we need more of a definition than just say that piece of flat wood product that was designed for writing. We're not getting close to the definition. I feel like we're getting further away.
Well, it's hard because it's not a material substance. Love's not material.
But could there not be a more specific definition then?
Sure. Okay. That which binds people together for a greater good.
What is good?
That's also not a material substance, but
Yeah,
I think
Colin. So why are you just pulling shit out of your ass and throwing it at us as though it's gold? Like, it really doesn't make any sense. Have you not thought these things through before?
Well, do you think it's bad what I'm doing? Because you're acting as if what I'm doing is bad and not good. So you believe in good.
No, I didn't say it was bad or good, Colin. Can I ask you a question? Did you come up here to actually question your beliefs, or are you trying to
I'm done
square
with
your
you
way
guys.
into
You guys
debating?
have a horrible spirit
Fuck
the way
off.
you go about stuff. Bye.
Fuck off.
Colin,
You
you're
worthless piece of
questioning.
shit.
That was a crash out if I ever saw one. Damn.
We have a horrible spirit because I pressed him too hard to actually explain what he's doing here. He came up here with an aggressive attitude, looking for an argument, and when he finally found that there was no avenue to get one, what the fuck is a spirit? Child, go on somewhere else.
I hope you have the day you deserve.
I hope you have a day.
Yeah, what happened to all the love?
Well, if he deserves a good day, then he'll get it. So, there. Think at that. Take that as you will, I guess.
You're too kind, Bats.
Well, I could tell him to go fuck off, but he's already wished ill on me. I don't need to stoop to his... Well, no, fuck off would be appropriate, because he did say a lot of mean things.
It was boring. He just was trying to argue with literally every question.
Well, he wasn't here to question, but hopefully someone else is here to question. We got 140k likes.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate all those likes. Thank you guys for tapping the screen. No, he doesn't exist. He can find the live again later. I just decided to help him move on from the horrible spirits.
Yeah, we wouldn't want him to be inflicted by horrible spirits, would we?
Too bad.
Maybe the energy was off in here somewhere.
I'll say it again. Too bad.
Too bad. Well, if you do have a belief in God, God's higher powers, or anything like that, and you're able to question your beliefs, do like the segue says and request on up.
Nice.
Ooh, but look at the time. I'm afraid I have to go help my kids onto a bus of unusual sorts.
I appreciate you, Bats. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you guys too. Take care. Come on, guys.
Love you. Bye.
W's for Bats. I like how they were genuinely about to say something else. We may be ending the live here fairly soon. Normally I go all the way to... Well, I think I would have ended it 20 minutes ago. Or go to the next hour. Usually try to get somewhere around there, but...
Do you have a poem?
I do have a poem. It's sitting here right. I actually have two poems.
Ooh.
I'm thinking about the other one. I'm debating. It's from the very beginning of the live. A question actually you asked me.
Really? Now I'm intrigued.
Well, you led me to think about the zombies.
Mm-hmm.
And I wondered what it would be like from the perspective of somebody in the town.
Ooh. I think I'd personally like to hear that one.
So there's a zombie poem. And then there's another poem that's just like really good questioning poem. Kind of a, you know. I like it. I do like it. It's ready. It's the one that's ready.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't proofread the zombie poem again since the beginning of the live, but it's still sitting there. Could proofread the zombie poem. I could open the next live on the zombie poem. I think that might be a really interesting way to do it. I have been talking about doing openers again.
That might be, yeah.
It might be a good idea to open tonight's live on the zombie.
I like that plan.
Mm-hmm.
Full endorsement.
Ed Turnquist says, how about some Edgar Allan Poe one time? Oh, we'll definitely do some Edgar Allan Poe again. I've done it before, and I will do it again. There was one that got requested once, and as soon as I read it, I remembered how much I loved the poem, and
Well, if we're starting to wind down, do we need to change the background?
I mean, unless this guy's got a belief he can question.
Hi, Magnus.
One cannot question the belief in the God Emperor, for that is heresy.
The God Emperor? Really? 40K?
That's so basic. You could do so much better.
I could, but I am ratifying my beliefs in this.
Oh, why is that?
Because a dolphin attacked me.
A what?
A dolphin.
Okay, you're gonna have to elaborate. How did
I will not elaborate.
Oh dear.
When the dolphin attacked you, was it like hurling insults from behind a keyboard, or was it like you actually got in the water with it and then it called your mom something?
Oh.
Oh, damn. That's me in the horrible spirit again.
That must be what it is.
That was my horrible spirit.
That's so crazy. That's wild. I can't. It will suffer for its heresy. Magnus, I can't.
It will suffer for its heresy. Or should we do it this way? It will suffer for its heresy.
Terrifying. Amazing. Terrifying.
I forget I have all them buttons sometimes.
They're fun buttons to play with. Needs a British accent?
Which British accent?
Are we doing like Royal British, like the RP? Or are we doing like which one? Found you.
Found who?
Hazel and Mika.
Oh, I see what you did. We are running a classy show here where nobody ever makes
A double
obscene
entendre.
references. Fun buttons. It's
No.
like somebody.
Or Hazel.
It's like somebody inserting pegged into the poem 5 times. Or...
Oh, we're all adults here, I promise.
Thank you, Shell. I hope you have an awesome day.
Bye, Shell.
I think we're all winding down now. I think it's about that time. And yeah, I should do this before we end up having to push more fun buttons.
I mean, nope, you can't say that. Never mind.
The floodgate's been opened.
Yup. Oh, that's what sucks about the creative mind merged with a logical mind.
It just does things.
It just does shit.
It just does shit. Almost like it was determined to.
Don't do this to me, Thrayle. Don't.
I won't. I'm gonna go ahead, I think, and bring this wonderful, lovely train wreck to a conclusion of some kind. Before I do, I'm definitely gonna make sure and thank Shell, Cat DeWitch, and 96, also Hazelnut, for helping with that last goal. Thank you guys so much. Truly appreciate you. And I think we are going to remove that one.
Bye.
And remove that one. Bye, Morgan.
Bye.
Appreciate you. And down to this. There we go. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for being the best audience, all the shares, all that engagement, of course. Thank you for your questions and your respectful conversations. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, even if you fell asleep. Every one of you. it just wouldn't be the same audience without you now, would it? So thank you. And thank you especially to the mods. You really do make this the most comfortable place for the best audience on TikTok. Absolutely. Thank you. And if you do want to see what we get up to behind the scenes, of course you can join the Discord. The link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you there. It's that first link. You just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, it is always appreciated. And I really do thank every one of you who helped that way. It does make all the difference. Thank you all. And I think there's really only one thing left. They told me truth was sealed in stone, a perfect creed, complete, alone, no cracks to trace, no seams to see, just bow the head and bend the knee. A throne above, a watchful gaze, a script that mapped my nights and days, each doubt a flaw, each fear a test, each silence filled, each thought assessed. Be certain, said the pulpit's tone, for doubt's a seed the dark has sown. So I rear my questions old. But questions breed in shuttered rooms. They press like roots against the tombs of tidy answers, neatly stacked, immutable, complete, intact. I asked how anyone could know the mind behind the cosmic show. What proof could bridge from dust to throne, from ancient text to truth full grown? They said the book was self-attested, divinely breathed, divinely tested. I asked how breath becomes a seal when every faith can claim the deal. They said the Spirit made it plain, a warmth that settled in the brain. I asked why others felt the same, for different gods in different names. The circle tightened, neat and fast. It's true because the book has passed from age to age, unchanged, revered. Revered, I said. But as it cleared, my certainty began to thin, a garment wearing from within. The throne grew smaller in the sky, its edges blurred beneath a Y. I feared the fall. If God withdrew, what anchor would my spirit use? Would meaning fade? Would morals rot? Would love dissolve to chance and lot? Yet as the grand assurances broke, no thunder split, no heaven spoke. The world remained, the breath, the ground, the fragile pulse of being found. And in the space where answers died, no golden gate, no cosmic guide, a gentler comfort settled in, permission not to always win, not win the argument with fate, not force the vast to annotate its silence with a tidy nod, or certify the shape of God. For maybe wisdom does not stand with iron scepter in its hand. Perhaps it walks with open palms and trades in wonder, not in psalms. So here I rest, no final key, no stamped divine guarantee, just better questions, clear and bright, like lanterns in an honest night. If there's a throne, it needs no fear. If none, the stars are still sincere, and I would rather humbly guess than kneel to borrowed certainties and call that faithfulness. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.